Can everyone please take their seats? We're about to start. Good morning, everyone. The event has officially begun, our technical meeting for today. My name is Mary Izobo. I am the Advocacy Program Manager for the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. And every year, we hold this annual Transitional Justice Forum in partnership with the African Union to ensure that we are able to examine the state of transitional justice in Africa. And this year, the theme is Justice of Africans for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. And what we do is we always ensure that we have our TJ Annual Forum in line with the AU theme of the year. I would be your overall program coordinator today, so you're going to have to see my face several times. But to dive right into it, we'll start with the session 1, which is Reparations in Africa, Progress, Challenges, and Opportunities. And the theme for today is Inclusive and Participatory Reparation Mechanisms. So we're going to start with the member states, where the member states get to assess the state of TJ in Africa in their respective countries, sharing best practices, challenges, but above all, opportunities. The moderator for this session is Ambassador Salah Ahmed, who works for the African Union Commission. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up. The moderators for this session, the panelists are Ms. Asha Pillay, who is the Legal Secretary, Attorney General's Office. She's going to be joining us online. And then we have Ms. Nancy Chekoni, who's the Principal State Counsel, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, Kenya. And we have Mr. Anumo Doji Bokodin, who is the Resource Person, High Commission for Reconciliation and National Unity, Ashkron, Togo. And we have Mr. Icham Achele, who is the Human Rights Officer, National Human Rights Council, CNDH. And then we have Mr. Kevin Ungunga, who is the Deputy Director of FONAREV. A round of applause, please, as they all come to the stage.
Thank you very much. It looks like I have only one member of the panel, and that means the others are not around the hall. I hope they are around.
representative of the DRC. It's this guy, Patrick Fata Makunga.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to day 2 of the 9th edition of the African Transitional Justice Forum, taking place here in this very beautiful city of Kinshasa, the capital city of the great nation of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first session for today, and we have representatives from member states where they will be able to share with us their thoughts on inputs into transitional justice at the national level to set the platform or the ground for a conversation that will follow. I'm sure you have noticed that we are starting a bit late, but I hope the organizers will still grant us a full hour as planned earlier. And that way we will be able to have some time for Qs or for questions and answers after the presentations. Salah Hamad is my name, and I'm from the African Union Commission, Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department. And I used to go by Salah Mohammed, but I changed my name not to be confused by the footballer Mohamed Salah. Although I'm the owner of the name, and he's the one who is using the name, and I don't know if there is a need to apply any transitional justice here, Professor Matlosa, so I can get some money from the footballer so I can retire a bit early. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our conversation today by listening to the host country representative, Mr. Patrick Fata Makunga, but please try to limit your contribution to 5 minutes so we can then try to benefit from the rest of the time for questions and answers. So Mr. Patrick, you have the floor, please.
Bonjour tout le monde. Voilà, donc je suis Patrick Fata, le directeur général du FONAREV, le Fonds de réparation des victimes des violences sexuelles liées au conflit et des victimes de crimes de guerre, donc de crimes contre la paix, la sécurité et l'humanité. Notre institution est une innovation, une avancée considérable dans le domaine de réparation, parce que nous sommes le premier de ce genre, peut-être en Afrique, et nous sommes donc en train d'apprendre et de tester beaucoup de choses directement sur le terrain. Nous existons officiellement depuis 2022, mais opérationnels depuis fin 2023. Je voudrais, dans les 5 minutes qui nous sont données, vous entretenir sur les défis que nous rencontrons en tant que fonds de réparation ici en République démocratique du Congo. Alors, le plus grand défi, si pas le principal, c'est que nous intervenons dans un contexte de conflit persistant. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que l'idéal en ce qui concerne la réparation est certainement de venir dans un contexte post-conflit pour faciliter un certain nombre de choses. Mais ce pays est en proie à différents types de conflits depuis plus de 30 ans déjà. Ce qui fait que nous arrivons dans un environnement où l'insécurité persistante, en fait, rend difficile nos opérations, et cela sur plusieurs aspects. Parce qu'avant d'arriver à la réparation, déjà, il faut pouvoir identifier les victimes. Nous avons 3 missions en tant que fonds de réparation. C'est d'identifier les victimes, de leur donner accès à la justice et enfin de leur allouer les réparations adéquates. Mais dans un environnement où l'insécurité persiste, identifier les victimes est un véritable challenge, déjà. Parce que vous identifiez des personnes aujourd'hui, mais qui, pour des raisons sécuritaires, demain, peuvent être obligés de se déplacer, parce que les zones ne sont pas sûres. Ce qui complique par la suite l'implémentation des réparations qui peuvent venir par après. Sans compter le nombre de victimes, au Congo, on n'identifie pas seulement les survivants, mais il faut aussi identifier les personnes qui sont mortes. On parle de plus de 10 millions de morts, pour lesquels il faut identifier des ayants droit qui se trouvent un peu partout dans la République, et particulièrement dans la zone Est. Ce défi de l'insécurité touche aussi nos équipes qu'il faut envoyer dans des zones lointaines, pas toujours sécurisées, mais va aussi impacter la phase de réparation elle-même. Comment déployer efficacement les programmes de réparation dans leur totalité, parce qu'on parle ici des réparations qui sont holistiques, il ne s'agit pas que de l'indemnisation financière, mais il y a aussi tout ce qui est prise en charge médicale, tout ce qui est prise en charge psychologique, réinsertion économique à mettre en œuvre. Mais quand on est dans des zones où la sécurité n'est pas assurée, ça rend la mise en œuvre des réparations particulièrement difficile. Et ça, c'est certainement le plus grand défi aujourd'hui de la réparation, qui s'applique aujourd'hui au modèle de la RDC que nous avons commencé, mais qui sera certainement le cas aussi dans beaucoup de pays en Afrique où, qui comptent beaucoup de victimes, mais qui se trouvent encore dans des zones où il y a de l'instabilité et qui peuvent rendre très difficile la mise en œuvre des réparations. Un deuxième défi qui est important, c'est les ressources financières limitées. Avec le nombre de victimes, la diversité des victimes, les attentes qui sont les leurs, les ressources qui sont à la disposition des fonds de réparation ne sont pas suffisantes. Jusque-là, le modèle de la RDC est un peu différent, mais c'est souvent des programmes ponctuels qui venaient répondre aux besoins des victimes. On n'en faisait pas assez, ce qui laissait par la suite beaucoup de frustration au sein justement de ces personnes qui attendent réparation. En ce qui concerne le FONAREV, le législateur a trouvé un mécanisme qui nous permet d'avoir des fonds qui sont stables, peut-être pas suffisants, mais assez déjà au moins pour démarrer les opérations. Parce que le FONAREV est bénéficiaire principalement d'une quotité de la redevance minière, ce qui n'est pas anodin, parce que le conflit en RDC est principalement alimenté par les richesses du sous-sol congolais qui sont convoitées, qui sont aujourd'hui la cause de plusieurs conflits. Donc, nous collectons aujourd'hui une quotité de la redevance minière payée par les compagnies qui opèrent ici en RDC, qui nous permet qui nous a permis de nous installer et de lancer les opérations d'identification à travers la République. Mais même dans ce cas-là, on se rend compte que ce que nous prétendons ou nous pensons avoir comme ressources financières reste insuffisant au regard des défis, au regard de la tâche en fait à accomplir. Nous avons parlé ici, j'ai mentionné plus de 10 millions de morts, sans compter les victimes survivantes, dans lesquelles vous trouvez les femmes violées, vous trouvez des personnes torturées, vous trouvez des enfants orphelins. Quand on ne parle que d'indemnisation financière, pour exemple, avec un barème aujourd'hui qui est validé, qui est en moyenne de 2 000 à 2 500 $ par personne indemnisée, aujourd'hui nous avons pré-identifié déjà plus de 500 000 personnes. S'il fallait exécuter en totalité le programme d'indemnisation financière, nous aurions besoin de plus d'1 milliard de dollars pour exécuter ce programme. Or, le fonds, même avec la redevance minière, n'est capable de collecter qu'environ 150 millions de dollars par mois. Or, l'indemnisation financière n'est pas en elle-même la seule forme de réparation, parce que nous devons mettre en place les cliniques mobiles, donc l'assistance médicale, l'assistance psychologique, mais aussi les réparations collectives, parce que les victimes sont touchées individuellement, mais aussi en tant que communauté qui a perdu des infrastructures, que ce soit en termes d'écoles, en termes d'hôpitaux ou autre chose qui ont été détruits pendant les conflits et que nous avons la responsabilité en tant que fonds de réparation de réhabiliter. Donc on se rend bien compte que même pour des modèles comme celui de la RDC, où un financement de l'État national a été assuré, les ressources financières par rapport à la quantité et à la diversité des victimes restent quand même insuffisantes. J'aborderai un dernier point pour clôturer. Un autre défi qui est celui de réparation, c'est la limite et la compréhension entre ce qui est réparation et ce qui est humanitaire. Nous évoluons dans un concept, dans un contexte où la plupart des victimes, selon la loi telle qu'elle est définie, sont très souvent des personnes déplacées et donc vivent dans des conditions difficiles. Quels sont leurs besoins les plus immédiats, les plus urgents? On parle certainement ici de l'alimentation et des logements, qui ne sont pas strictement des réparations que nous, en tant que fonds, nous prenons en charge telles que définies par la loi. Et par manque de coordination institutionnelle, nous nous retrouvons justement dans des situations d'incompréhension de la part des victimes qui, aujourd'hui, peuvent avoir besoin d'assistance humanitaire en termes d'alimentation, mais pour qui nous venons apporter qu'une partie de la réponse. Donc il est important de renforcer la coordination institutionnelle pour que ceux-là qui sont en charge du volet humanitaire puissent intervenir au même moment que des fonds comme le nôtre pour que la réponse sur terrain soit beaucoup plus efficace. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Patrick, for your input and comments. We really appreciate it. And now we would like to, from DRC, to head all the way east to Kenya. And would like to request Ms. Nancy Chevukoni, Principal State Counsel, State Department of Justice and Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs of Kenya, to also share with us your thoughts and comments in 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Nancy from the State Department of Justice. I am a Principal State Counsel, as it has been said. And for Kenya, transitional justice ranges back from the colonial period, which is the 1950s, where the colonialists perpetrated offenses, especially in terms of the Mau Mau, where they were violated, the various human rights violations. Then we went into 1963 when we got independence, which is another era, between 1963 to 2013, which was characterized by the Kenyatta regime, where we had a lot of dispossessions, we had human rights violations, then President Moi, who then took over, and there were a lot of human rights violations. There was a lot of torture, disappearances, until the 2007, where we had the post-election violence. And then we now had the Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission, which was very extensive. It was a new era now to Kenya, where we were able to look into the violations from 1963 to 2007. And the effect or the impact was that there was a report. And this report had a comprehensive reparative framework in it. Thereafter, Kenya, the implementation became a problem. There was, of course, the challenges which have been mentioned before by my colleague. We have the lack of political goodwill. And this is where there was resistance for the full implementation of the transitional justice. The TJRC recommendations were ignored. The elites who were implicated, these were some of the Kenyattas who were political. They resisted the reforms in as much as they were in government. Then we also had challenges on unresolved land injustices. And these were also rooted in colonial dispossession. We had mismanagement of post-independence and vested interest in block resolutions. And the other challenge that we have as a country is impunity and weak accountability, where abusers and corrupt actors are rarely punished. political interferences in prosecutions, especially for TJRC. We know that justice is a pillar, but for Kenya, it has been a great challenge having the perpetrators brought to book. We also have weak investigations, which continue to entrench impunity. We also have a challenge of ethnic division and weak cohesion, where justice has been viewed through the ethnic and political lens. There's a distrust in the NCIC, which is the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and reconciliation institutions, and ethnic tensions continue to persist, especially around election times. Then there's also the issue of slow institutional reforms, whereas we have had the police reforms and judiciary, there's still a bit of credibility issues around it. We are also plagued with a lot of corruption and inefficiencies sometimes, and also sometimes the weakening of the rule of law, and we can see in the current protests in Kenya where there's the issue between the rule of law, the right of the protesters, and the right of the police who continue to perpetrate violations. Then there's also another issue of civil society. We do appreciate the role of civil society in transitional justice in pushing governments to do reforms, but in Kenya we have realized that there's a shrinking civic space and harassment to some of these commissioners, the people who are doing what they need to do. There's also a decreasing decline, in fact it is significant decline in donor support around the areas of reparation, and I think it can be tied down to the issue of political goodwill, and also low public knowledge around this space. And lastly, the other challenge we have noted is that we have limited victim reparations. Very few victims have been compensated despite the fact that the TJRC report had a whole list of victims who had been verified. Very few have been voluntarily compensated or rehabilitated. Some of these programs remain underfunded and fragmented, and there's lack of closure for victims. However, despite all these challenges, we have a few milestones as Kenya regarding reparations. We had the establishment, as we have said, of the TJRC. The national, in 2007 and 2008, there was the National Accord and Agenda 4, which mediated peace after the elections. There was issues of institutional reforms, which remain a big win for us. We have police reforms, which wasn't like before. We had the radical surgery of the judiciary. And we also have issues around giving legal aid, which were part of the recommendations in the report. Also, our other big win is the 2010 Constitution, which entrenched the Bill of Rights. It strengthened accountability and the rule of law. It brought about institutional reforms, such as the IEBC, which is our Commission for Elections, and the Judiciary Service Commission, among other governance reforms. And our greatest win is the victim-centered approaches that we have at the moment. In 2015, the then President Uhuru Kenyatta established the 10 billion Restorative Justice Fund, which was aimed to cater for victims of historical injustices. Thereafter, the Office of the Attorney General, together with ICTJ, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, they sat together and they came with the reparations programs. And with that, there was the policy which borrowed heavily from the framework in the TJRC, and also there was the reparation for historical injustices bill. Unfortunately, these two have not seen the light of day. The reparations for historical injustices bill is currently at Treasury, and we are trying to push for it to come out so that we can implement that, because it was giving out the criteria for administering the fund, because we realize that without the fund, then the victims cannot be compensated. Then there's been a greater recognition for victims, and in 2014, the government established the Victim Protection Act, which was to cover matters on victim rights and protection from 2014 going forward. So the arguments we've been having is, can this be also used to deal with victims of reparations together with the issues of the reparative framework that is already established. And currently, the State Department of Justice, where I work, is working on amending the Act, which is the Victim Protection Act, to cater for more victims, including contemporary victims. We are developing the Victim Compensation Trust Fund, which is going to cater for victims, and also the Victim Protection General Regulations that is going to cater for the court processes. And in terms of reparations, for Kenya, we have had a few reparations succeeding. For example, we had the Mau Mau rebellion reparations, and this is an issue of colonial reparations. As you remember, I had mentioned that Kenya has 3 epochs: first the pre-colonial, then the TJRC, then the post-TJRC. So when Kenya went to sue the British government for compensation, they managed to, a settlement was reached in 2013, where the UK government agreed to pay compensation of about £19.9 million to over 50 Kenyan claimants, where they each got some compensation. However, the challenge was that they claimed that the reparations were insufficient, that they were delayed, and they were not fully delivered. We also have court-ordered reparations by the Ogiek in the Mau Mau, by the African Court of Human and People's Rights. And on June 2022, the African Court ordered Kenya to provide reparations that include both monetary and non-monetary compensation of Kenya shillings 57,850,000, which is approximately 492 USD for material damages. And they also ordered for 850 for moral prejudices suffered by the Ogiek during the discrimination. They also ordered for restitution of the ancestral land by issuing a collective title. This also falls part of the recommendations in the TJRC, but the challenge has been that despite this ruling, implementation has been slow and partial. Then we had, the other big case that we have currently is the compensation of sexual violence survivors, the 2007 one. And Kenya has successfully managed to pay reparations of 16 million Kenya shillings to 4 survivors of sexual gender-based violence related to the 2007-2008 post-election violence. And this is the first time in Kenya that survivors of conflict-related sexual violence have received official state compensation, and it calls for a big celebration because it is a win for us. It is something that we need to follow, because now we are seeing that the victims are being compensated and they are being issued reparations. And for issues around the current riots, the president has established a task force to look into reparations for the recent violent protests that have been in Kenya from 2017 to date. And what I would like to point to us to note is we can borrow from Kenya in terms of, whereas reparation should be given, that what has worked for us is that the court-implemented reparations are working. So we have to be taken to court, unfortunately, but it's working for us, and the other countries can borrow, and I'm looking forward to learning from the rest. I think my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As a he for she, I couldn't really interrupt Nancy, and I've given her more time. But not only that, she's also the only female representative in this panel, and of course she deserves more time than the others, so that is probably the reason. We move now to the Kingdom of Morocco. Hisham will be presenting to us his case, and he is a human rights officer from the Human Rights Council of the Kingdom of Morocco. You have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me this opportunity to present the Moroccan experience of transition justice with a focus on reparations. Now I should start with a brief historical overview of the process of transition justice in the Kingdom of Morocco. In Morocco, the Equity and Reconciliation Commission was officially established by His Majesty the King, Mohammed VI, on January the 7th, 2004, following a recommendation from the Advisory Human Rights Council, which is the predecessor of the National Human Rights Council, the NHRI of Morocco. To be noted that before the establishment of the Truth Commission, Morocco established an arbitration commission, but with a limited mandate, which focused only on providing compensations for former victims of enforced disappearances and arbitrary detention. So the change will come in 2004 with the establishment of the Truth Commission to achieve a fair and equitable resolution of serious human rights violations committed in the past. It was the fruit of convergence of the wills of the state and the society, following the debate launched by the civil society and the former victims of human rights violations and their families and other stakeholders to reveal the truth about and redress past violations of human rights committed in the past. So the CNDH played a key role in the Moroccan process for transitional justice, being the institution which made the recommendations to establish a Truth Commission, and it also supported the committee, the Truth Commission, in terms of expertise, which means that several members of the CNDH were also members of the Truth Commission. 50% of the CNDH members were members of the Truth Commission, and the most of these members of the Truth Commission were victims of human rights violations in the past. So the CNDH also helped with resources, which being the institution tasked with following up on the implementation of the recommendations of this commission. The commission was vested with the power to grant direct reparations encompassing 43 years from 1956 to 1999. So its mandate covered one of the longest periods of in the history of transitional justice experiences worldwide. The Moroccan experience adopted a gender-based approach that takes into account the specific situations of women who have suffered serious violations or women whose relatives have been victims of grave human rights violations. It involved examining the specific nature of the violations suffered by women, the resulting damage, their particular experience, and their role in the fight against the violations. So it also involved defining the nature of the violations, determining their after effects, and identifying measures likely to guarantee their non-recurrence. There was a comprehensive approach adopted by the Truth Commission. So the approach is as follows. There was truth-seeking through inter alia public hearings, which were broadcast live in prime time via radio and TV, pursued the investigations into unresolved cases of forced disappearances and uncovering the facts, determine the responsibilities of state organs or other parties for the violations, prepare a final report presenting the conclusions of its research, investigations, and analysis about the violations and recommendations, and provide reparations. So the Commission devoted a significant part of its activities to developing a reparation policy and programs designed using a participatory approach that takes into consideration the opinions and contributions of human rights organizations while drawing on international experiences in this regard. As soon as it was established, the Commission defined its deadline for processing requests, set up its working methodology, recruited its staff who were split into specialized working groups made up of the Commission members, assistants, experts, and administrative units. Having received more than 20,000 requests and claims reflecting a variety of cases of violations of human rights that were perpetrated in the period falling under the temporal jurisdiction, the Commission proceeded with classifying the requests according to their nature of the violations, groups, and events, preparing the files through preliminary screening, the extraction of data, the finalization of incomplete files, and the submission of files, and finally the issuance of the final decisions. So the approach of the Commission enabled victims and their beneficiaries to receive various forms of reparations, in addition to financial compensation. These included medical and psychological rehabilitation, social reintegration, and the settlement of employment, administrative, and financial issues. The Commission recommended giving special attention to socio-economic, cultural and environmental rights in the reparations, particularly in regions that hosted irregular detention centers and areas that experience socio-economic marginalization. As for the financial reparations, more than 20,000 victims, including 8,117 women and their rights holders, received financial compensation. The total amount of the compensation stood at more than 146 million US dollars. Following an agreement signed on July the 5th, 2007 between the CCTH, the predecessor of the CNDH, and many other state actors, victims were integrated into the national health care coverage system. As of December 31st, 2022, the number of medical coverage cards distributed to the victims was 9,021, with a total amount of more than 23 million US dollars. In addition to financial compensation, 1,502 victims and their rights holders benefited from social integration as per the recommendations of the Truth Commission as outlined in its final report. These include victims who lost their jobs in the private sector and couldn't reintegrate socially. Additionally, the follow-up committee resolved the administrative and financial status of 510 former civil servants who had been dismissed from their positions due to their political activities. Following the recommendations of the Commission to ensure community reparations suffered by regions that have experienced serious human rights violations, the CNDH established an appropriate institution structure to oversee the implementation of the community reparation program. Lastly, the CNDH continues to follow up on the implementation of the Truth Commission's recommendation in coordination with various stakeholders. The annual report of the CNDH has a dedicated chapter on the actions taken in this regard. Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We began our journey from Central Africa, and then we went all the way to eastern part of Africa, and then to the northern part of Africa, and now we're coming back to the west part of Africa, western part. And we have our expert from Togo, that is Onomo Doji Bokonje. He's a resource person from the High Commission for Reconciliation and National Unity to share his experience or the experience of the Commission also in 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Donc, si la prononciation de mon nom est compliquée, appelez-moi juste Bernard. OK. Merci beaucoup. Je vais partager en quelques minutes, je ne sais pas si je peux faire 5 minutes, mais je vais essayer, l'expérience du Togo actuellement. Donc, je voudrais commencer en rappelant en quelques éléments le contexte. Le Togo s'est engagé dans la justice transitionnelle à partir de 2006, parce que nous avons connu en 2005 une crise post-électorale qui a occasionné entre avril et juin 2005 entre 400 et 500 morts selon un rapport indépendant des Nations Unies. Et ce qui a vraiment mis en mal le tissu social. Et pour pouvoir avancer, en 2006, les acteurs politiques et la société civile ont signé un accord qu'on appelle accord politique global. Donc c'est dans cet accord qu'il a été mentionné que pour aller de l'avant, pour traiter le passé efficacement, il fallait mettre en place une commission de vérité qui travaille sur les raisons qui amènent à avoir des crises politiques, des violations des droits de l'homme à caractère politique au Togo entre 1958 jusqu'en 2005. Donc la CVJR avait ce mandat-là, travailler sur les violations des droits de l'homme à caractère politique entre 1958 et 2005. Donc cette commission a été mise en place en 2009. C'était la commission Vérité, Justice et Réconciliation. Donc en 2009, elle a vu le jour après une consultation nationale qui avait été menée par le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme, Bureau du Togo. La commission a travaillé pendant 34 mois, a produit un rapport. Et ici, j'ai un résumé du rapport Pour ceux qui sont francophones, vous allez trouver ce document-là sur la table là-bas. Vous pouvez vous en procurer. C'est le résumé du rapport de la Commission Vérité, Justice et Réconciliation du Togo. Ce rapport contient 68 recommandations et un programme de réparation. Donc, en 2012, ce rapport a été remis au gouvernement. En 2014, le gouvernement a pris ce qu'on a appelé le livre blanc d'acceptation des recommandations, puisque ce sont des recommandations seulement. Donc, il fallait que le gouvernement s'engage à mettre en œuvre ces recommandations. Donc, en 2014, il y a eu un livre blanc qui a été publié par le gouvernement. Dans ce livre blanc, le gouvernement dit reconnaître les recommandations et le programme de réparation et accepte de les mettre en œuvre. En 2015, à la fin de 2014, encore, le gouvernement a créé le Haut Commissariat à la réconciliation et au renforcement de l'unité nationale. Donc, c'est cette institution-là qui est l'organe successeur de la Commission Vérité. Et moi, je suis personne ressource pour cette institution depuis 2015. En 2017, le gouvernement a avancé encore d'un pas en mettant en place le fonds d'indemnisation pour les victimes. Ça, c'est en 2017. Donc, ce fonds-là, qui a été créé en 2017, est doté par le budget national. Donc, aucun partenaire n'intervient dans le processus de réparation au niveau du Togo. Donc, en 2017, ce fonds a reçu un montant de 2 milliards de francs CFA, ce qui équivaut à 4 millions de dollars, quelque chose comme ça, si ma mémoire est bonne. Donc, en 2017. Maintenant, à partir de 2018 jusqu'à 2024, ce fonds est nourri avec un budget de 5 milliards de francs CFA par le budget national pour pouvoir faire les indemnisations. Donc, maintenant, les avancées, les progrès que ce processus a connus. Dès que le HCRUN a reçu ces fonds, elle a entamé les réparations en commençant par les indemnisations individuelles des victimes en situation de vulnérabilité. Et ces victimes-là ont reçu des indemnisations financières, mais aussi des appuis psychosociaux. Et les victimes individuelles ont perçu un montant minimum de 420 000 francs CFA et un montant maximum de 2 100 000 francs CFA. Donc, ce qui fait entre 800 $ et 4 000 $ si le calcul est bon, que chaque victime a perçu. Et ce processus continue à ce jour. À la fin de décembre 2024, le HCRUN a déjà indemnisé 30 493 victimes individuelles exactement. Donc, on va faire le point en décembre 2025 pour voir combien de victimes on a encore touché cette année de 2025. Au-delà de ça, le HCRUN a entamé aussi des réparations communautaires. Parce que, comme vous le savez, il y a les individuels communautaires. Donc, il y a des ouvrages qui sont construits dans des communautés qui ont été victimes des violations de masse. Ces ouvrages ont été déterminés après des dialogues communautaires avec ces communautés pour identifier quels sont leurs besoins pour leur permettre de pouvoir avancer. Donc, il y a des écoles qui sont construites ailleurs, il y a des centres de santé qui sont construits à d'autres endroits, il y a des centres de retrouvailles pour les jeunes. Ailleurs, ce sont des ouvrages de forage avec addition d'eau. Donc, ce sont les besoins qui ont été estimés par les populations, exprimés par les populations, les communautés, que le HCRUN met en œuvre. Au-delà des réparations communautaires, le HCRUN du Togo a entamé aussi les réparations mémorielles. Parce que c'est important de travailler sur les questions mémorielles. Parce que sans mémoire, il n'y a pas de vérité, il n'y a pas de justice, il n'y a pas de réparation, il n'y a même pas de garantie de non-répétition. Donc, ça a commencé, pas encore à grande échelle, parce que vous le savez, c'est délicat. Et le HCRUN a organisé l'année dernière un grand forum national pour permettre à chaque partie prenante de comprendre l'importance des mémoriels. Parce que ce souvenir du passé, pour certains acteurs, c'est encore rappeler leurs responsabilités. Donc, ils sont réticents à aller vers ce processus mémoriel. Donc, il fallait harmoniser les compréhensions et entamer les chantiers des mémoires. Et voici les éléments que je peux rappeler rapidement. Maintenant, ça n'empêche pas qu'il y ait toujours des challenges. Ça n'empêche pas qu'il y ait toujours des défis. Et les collègues qui ont parlé ont déjà abordé beaucoup de défis sur lesquels je ne vais plus revenir. Je les partage. Mais nous pouvons rappeler une ou deux choses. C'est cette délicatesse de la volonté politique ou bien de la récupération politique qu'on peut avoir des réparations, surtout au niveau des réparations communautaires. Parce que la difficulté, c'est de distinguer les projets de développement du gouvernement et des actions de réparation communautaire de l'organe qui pilote le processus de justice transitionnelle. Et il faut faire, et c'est là où il y a la délicatesse, et c'est très difficile, mais il faut arriver à comprendre que l'école qu'on a construite ici, ce n'est pas un projet de gouvernement, mais c'est un programme de réparation qui a été proposé par la Commission Vérité et Réconciliation que l'organe met en place. Donc, il y a ce défi-là. Il y a le défi aussi de l'attente des victimes. Les victimes ont des attentes. Et souvent, ces attentes sont un peu, peut-être, ne sont pas comblées avec les réparations qu'on leur propose. Et là, il faut faire un travail de telle sorte que les victimes comprennent que ce sont des réparations symboliques qui ne remplacent pas leur situation, mais qui les aident. Et c'est un travail qui est difficile. On constate ça chez certaines victimes qui sont des fois... on se dit, bon, écoute, ils ne s'attendaient pas à voir ce qu'ils ont comme réparation et tout. Donc, il y a l'attente des victimes. Il y a aussi la non-connaissance des mécanismes, des processus de réparation, ce qui entraîne une faible adhésion de l'ensemble des populations. Parce qu'une chose est de réparer les victimes, qui continue d'être fait au niveau du HCUN pour avoir une adhésion populaire autour des réparations que l'organe pilote. Mais à part ces challenges, je pense qu'il y a des opportunités qui sont offertes par ce processus de réparation. La première que je peux citer, c'est cette collaboration avec la société civile qui permet de pouvoir entamer des éducations, de l'éducation citoyenne, l'éducation des droits de l'homme dans les écoles et travailler sur la culture de la lutte contre l'impunité et aussi la mise en place du fonds d'indemnisation pour les victimes est une vraiment opportunité parce que ça permet au gouvernement de pouvoir chaque année prévoir dans le budget national une ligne qui dote le HCUN pour pouvoir faire son travail. Donc, ce qui donne un peu de ressources, même si ce n'est pas de grandes ressources, des ressources quand même financières au HCUN. Et vous allez aussi voir sur la table, oui, une seconde, vous allez voir aussi sur la table qui est dehors ce document. C'est un document qui est le manuel de procédure de prise en charge des victimes. Nous avons décrit un peu quel est le processus de prise en charge des victimes à chaque étape jusqu'à ce que la victime puisse avoir sa réparation. Donc pour les francophones, ça peut aider les pays qui sont dans ce processus-là aussi à se nourrir de l'expérience du Togo. Merci, Excellence, pour les quelques secondes que vous m'avez accordées. Merci à vous.
Thank you so very much for exceeding the time, but you have done well in sharing the information. Before we open the floor for questions and answers, I would like to go back to Nancy again, maybe in a minute, if you don't mind, to tell us why you are having challenges implementing decisions made when it comes to reparations in Kenya. Can we give her the microphone, please? And what are you doing to address the challenge of implementation?
We are facing challenges implementing the decisions on reparations, especially what was in the TGRC report, basically because of lack of political goodwill in the matter. And we are seeing that what is working for us is when court compels the government to pay reparations. For example, what I'd said, the victims of conflict-related sexual violence and the Nyayo torture chamber victims. And we have seen that that is what is possibly working, and that is why even like now when we have the Victim Protection Act, the reparations are usually court awarded. Yeah, what was the other question?
What are you doing to overcome these challenges or these issues related to implementation?
To overcome these challenges, I know that government ought to to pay. You know, it is the government's mandate to compensate because they are the ones who have permitted these violations to happen. But I think what should happen is we should have a bit of more push from the civil society to push government to actually continue to pay. And maybe we should also have more petitions, more court cases by the victims to push government to pay.
Thank you so much. Mr. Patrick, you spoke nicely about the experience, of course, in DRC, and that the leaders of the government are quite supportive, providing the political support that is needed. But the question is, when we speak about reparation, are we only speaking about financial reparations or any other forms of reparations that you can also share with us as part of the local experience here in DRC? Thank you.
Oui, merci. Comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, les réparations telles que décrites par la loi elle-même déjà ne sont pas que financières. C'est une approche qui est holistique, qui inclut, comme les autres l'ont dit, la partie réparation individuelle, mais aussi les réparations collectives, donc communautaires. Lorsqu'on parle de réparation individuelle, il y a l'assistance médicale, justement, psychosociale aussi qui existe. Il y a la réinsertion économique qui est accompagnée de programmes de formation en faveur des victimes. Et seulement après, à la fin, l'indemnisation financière, là où elle s'applique, selon un barème qui a été validé dans une politique stratégie nationale de réparation, selon les préjudices de chaque victime. Il y a évidemment cette partie communautaire qui comprend non seulement les infrastructures, un peu comme les amis du Togo le font, mais aussi la partie mémorielle qui s'est matérialisée déjà par le mémorial que vous avez visité hier du Génocoste, mais qui va continuer parce que nous avons plusieurs sites, des massacres qui se sont perpétrés un peu partout dans le pays et nous allons continuer à développer cette culture mémoriale aussi avec des mémoriaux un peu partout, comme on l'a dit, pour qu'on se rappelle, qu'on n'oublie pas. Et beaucoup plus globalement, nous avons aussi lancé la partie reconnaissance, parce que dans les massacres que compte la RDC, il y en a certains qui peuvent constituer des faits de génocide. Et là aussi, c'est une forme de réparation, parce que réparer, c'est aussi reconnaître ce qui est arrivé à ces victimes-là. Donc là aussi, il y a une grande campagne qui est menée pour que les choses soient nommées comme il se doit et que la réparation soit apportée aux victimes, parce que quand on reconnaîtra, on pourra aussi donc condamner les responsables et obtenir réparation en faveur des victimes.
Merci. Hisham, you spoke about the importance of financial reparations. But could you tell us more about how that reparations can also assist in fixing the social fabrics and the social cohesions within the communities that were affected?
Yeah. Actually, we talked about financial reparations as part of the truth commissions in Morocco, that many victims of past violations of human rights, they have benefited from these reparations. And also we have initiated the other aspect of the community reparation. The community reparation, there were several locations and communities in Morocco that have been marginalized for several years. Why? Because they were hosts of several irregular detention centers, and there were many curfews imposed on these communities. So this has led to severe socio-economic impacts of these communities. So the Truth Commission has established that the state is responsible for all these sufferings, and then the Commission has recommended that these communities, as part of these reparations, be reconsidered, rehabilitated through several projects of rehabilitating the infrastructure, launching many income-generating projects for these populations. And also one of the most important aspects of the Moroccan experience is that the preservation of memory. Many of these irregular detention centers have turned into sites of memory. And there was a project that has been launched, and it is now being overseen by the CNDH of Morocco, is to turn these sites into sites of memory. And namely, there were also the inauguration of a cemetery in Casablanca of the victims of the events of 1981. There were also many other communities like in Agdes, Qal'at Mgouna, and Tazmamart, one of the most infamous places where the regular detention center was based. So all these projects actually contributed to some extent of alleviating all these past scars that have been marked in these communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My brother Bernard, in a very quick 1-minute answer, what makes the Togolese experience stand as a unique experience in the region? What is there within that experience that can make it really unique?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je pense que l'expérience du Togo dans la région est unique par rapport à quelques éléments que je peux citer. Premièrement, c'est la durabilité et la pérennité du processus. Avec mon expérience, j'ai déjà travaillé dans la région, dans 3 autres pays, à part le Togo, sur la justice transitionnelle. Et sur les 3 pays, je ne vais pas les citer, dans lesquels j'ai travaillé, le processus, soit après la commission vérité, les successeurs ont été mis en place, mais n'ont pas commencé le travail, et d'autres, la difficulté à avoir des ressources pour pouvoir mettre en œuvre les réparations. Mais on constate quand même au niveau du Togo qu'il y a un effort pour pouvoir mettre en œuvre les recommandations et le programme de réparation que la commission vérité a proposé. Et la volonté politique au niveau de l'État est là. Ce qui fait que le fonds qui a été créé est doté chaque année par le budget national et qui fait en sorte que les réparations continuent. Et vous savez que le cas du Togo est un peu un cas comme celui du Maroc aussi. Nous avons lancé un processus de justice transitionnelle sans changement de régime. Et beaucoup disaient que ce processus n'allait pas aller loin parce que ça va être bloqué en chemin parce que, entre guillemets, les présumés auteurs sont toujours dans les sphères de décision de l'État. Mais nous sommes en train de constater que malgré ce fait, le processus avance, les victimes reçoivent réparation et des réparations mémorielles sont entamées. Et là, ça, c'est une spécificité qu'on peut documenter et voir jusqu'où ça peut aller. N'empêche qu'il y ait des défis qu'on a dit tout à l'heure, mais je pense que le fait que le régime n'a pas changé, mais que les réparations ont quand même commencé, est quelque chose quand même qu'on peut partager comme une plus-value par rapport au cas du Togo.
Merci beaucoup. Now, let's have an agreement. I have only about 11 minutes before I surrender constitutionally to the next moderator. So please try to assist me to hand over on time, otherwise I will be classified as a dictator. And the only way to do so is to be very brief in your question or comment. All the presentations have been made. You don't need to thank the presenters. I have done that on your behalf. So please just go to the point. But before you go to the point, if you don't mind for the record, just state your name, the country you are coming from, and the organization you represent, and then dive directly within less than a minute, if possible, to what you want to say, whether it's a question, a comment, or an input. The floor is open, and again, as a he or she, I'm going to favor women over men, and I hope I will not be accused of any negativity later on during the excellency. Yeah, where is the mic? The mic.
Juste, bonjour, c'est Blaise Chikaya, juge à la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Et je remercie les intervenants d'avoir rappelé la décision OGEC que nous avons rendue au sujet du Kenya. une brève question. On a parlé des garanties de non-répétition. Est-ce que nous pourrions entendre les intervenants sur les mécanismes ou les possibilités qui feraient que ces garanties de non-répétition ne soient pas que nationales et viennent à l'échelle africaine tout entière, et que l'expérience d'un pays serve aux autres États d'Afrique. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. I see my brother here in the black suit or the dark blue. And is there a hand from South Sudan? Yes. So 1, 2. Where are the women? Why only men? Okay, we see here. So 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll see how it goes. Yes, please.
Bonjour, moi c'est Patrick Hadjayandi, je viens du Burundi, mais je travaille pour l'Institut pour la justice et la réconciliation. Ma question s'adresse à Monsieur Patrick, mon homonyme. Je voulais d'abord vous remercier pour le travail que vous avez fait déjà sur le site mémoriel. Mais ma question, c'est de savoir comment est-ce que vous arrivez à associer les victimes, parce que je pense qu'ils ont une contribution à faire dans le travail qui est en train d'être fait dans vos programmes. C'est ça dans la question.
Merci. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. John.
Thank you very much. I'm called Yol Gatkot. I'm from South Sudan. I'm also a member of the TJ working group. My question is go direct to the Togo. I was really listening to the reflection. You talk much of the political will at the top levels. And you know that the political will is what actually makes majority of the TJ processes in Africa much very difficult to be achieved. So my question is, which element or which component of you guys focusing more on? Is it peace and reconciliation or the aspect of the accountability part of it? Because majority of the government institute, the regime, are afraid of that fight, especially when it comes to the accountability aspect. So I want to learn much from it. With my case in South Sudan, it's different. They are fearing of the accountability aspect. If we want to focus more on peace and reconciliation first, or maybe we can focus much on justice fight, which is the accountability fight. So I just want to learn from that.
Thank you very much. Our lady here at the same table.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je m'appelle Astrid Tamboué, je suis de la société civile et travaillant sur les questions des droits des femmes. Je voudrais un peu revenir sur la question d'accès à la justice et ma question s'adresse aux autres, Maroc, Togo et peut-être Kenya aussi. Il y a le fait qu'il y a beaucoup de victimes dans les zones reculées et la question est difficile pour leur enregistrement. Alors, je voudrais un peu apprendre de vous comment vous avez fait pour que les victimes, surtout dans les maisons, dans les zones reculées, soient enregistrées. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Two more. There are more men than women, as you can see. We take this lady, my dear, here, and then we take this person here, and then here, and that will be the end of the... Which lady? She's right there, yes, in front of you. Yes.
This one. Good morning, everyone. Agatha Ndonga is my name. From Kenya. I work with the International Center for Transitional Justice. My question goes to my brother from Togo as well as from Morocco on how they arrived at the figures that were given to the victims as compensation. Was it determined during the hearings, or was this quantified after they registered? Learning from the Kenyan case, as Nancy has said, much of what has been given to victims has been after litigation, and what we see is that the figures end up being quite high. Unlike if the government had gone ahead and compensated these victims following the reparations framework. So fine litigation leads, it becomes successful, but in essence, if they were to give support through the reparations, is guided by the reparations framework and the recommendations from the Truth Commission, I think it would be cheaper and minimal would be compensated. So lessons from Togo and Morocco on how they arrived at the figures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one here and one there. Yes, right. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. John.
Merci beaucoup. D'abord, félicitations à tous les panélistes. Je suis M. Dominique Amwandou de l'organisation Avocats sans frontières pour la République démocratique du Congo. Ma préoccupation est de savoir si, dans l'implémentation des réparations à travers les diverses expériences, en dehors de la participation de l'État, il y a eu aussi la participation des acteurs individuellement ou d'autres acteurs non étatiques, au besoin même des acteurs économiques, parce que nous savons que dans le contexte de la République démocratique du Congo, avec les différentes violations graves des droits humains, il y a des acteurs économiques et des acteurs non étatiques qui profitent des conflits pour l'exploitation illicite des ressources naturelles, d'une part, et d'autre part, s'il y a eu des individus qui ont été personnellement condamnés et qui ont contribué au fonds des réparations. Parce que dans le cadre de la République démocratique du Congo, le FONAREV a aussi pour mission d'assister les victimes dans l'exécution des ordres de réparation, notamment l'exécution des décisions rendues par les instances judiciaires. Comment les autres expériences peuvent nous enrichir pour pouvoir aborder cette question sans nécessairement attendre de l'État, mais aussi d'autres acteurs qui sont auteurs des graves violations des droits humains.
Merci. The last question is just right here.
Merci beaucoup. Joël Moina de la Siavar. Ma question est pour le Maroc et le Kenya, le Togo aussi d'ailleurs. Je voulais juste savoir quelle a été l'expérience de ces trois pays en termes de suivi et d'évaluation de leur programme de réparation depuis que ces programmes-là ont commencé. Quelle a été l'expérience du Togo, du Maroc et du Kenya en termes de ce qu'on appelle le monitoring et l'évaluation de leur programme de réparation? Merci.
Merci. Nancy, we're going to begin with you if you don't mind. And please try to be brief. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. For monitoring and evaluation, for Kenya, the State Department of Justice, which has been given the mandate to coordinate the reparative framework, is working on measures and methods of assessing the reparations. We haven't fully audited the framework and to see who has been reparated and who has not been compensated. For the victims in remote areas who are facing difficulties in registration, when we had the TGRC commission, they went to the ground. We had enough funding for that, so we managed to get to the victims. And for the contemporary victims, we have forms which are going to be disseminated, and we will use people like chiefs and Nyumba Kumi elders to help those who do not have education or who are in remote areas to fill in the forms. And in matters of reparations given by the violators, in Kenya we have the Babu Owino case where the Victim Protection Act provides that a perpetrator can be compelled by the court to compensate victims, and we have a successful case. We call it the Babu Owino's case, where compensation was given by the perpetrator to the victim. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. The first question that was asked was about the safeguards for non-repetition. I would like to mention here that the Truth Commission of Morocco has issued several recommendations contained in its report, and most of these recommendations have been transformed into constitutional provisions. The Constitution of 2011 has retained most of these recommendations, including safeguards for non-repetition. And one of the implementation of these recommendations included, inter alia, the establishment of the NPM, National Preventive Mechanism, following Morocco's ratification of the OPCAT in 2014. And now the NPM is hosted within the CNDH of Morocco, which is in charge of preventing torture. It carries out visits to sites of deprivation of liberty, including prisons. And also we have, signed a memorandum of understanding with the police on to provide training to police officers on the integration of human rights in the police function. As for the visits to remote areas, the Truth Commission members actually, they have conducted visits to many areas of Morocco, meeting victims, and now I'm speaking under the supervision of one of the members of the Truth Commission who is present here. She's Ms. Latifa Jbabdi. She can help if you wish. You can ask her about the process mostly. They have verified evidence, they have met victims, and they have, as for the quantification of the amount of the indemnization or reparations, actually, there was a process that has been carried out looking into the depth of the suffering, and also there are many criteria which are to be available in the final report of the Truth Commission that I can share with you if you wish. As for the follow-up to the implementation of the recommendations of the Truth Commission, the CNDH, as I told you in my presentation, was charged by His Majesty the King to follow up on the implementation of carries out actions in this regard, and all the figures and the information are available in the annual report of the CNDH. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bernard?
Merci. Il y a eu des questions, je vais essayer de répondre. La première question parlait de quel est l'objectif ultime. Est-ce qu'avec son aspect réparation, un objectif final, c'est d'arriver à reconstruire le tissu social fissuré, à renforcer la cohésion sociale, donc à aboutir à une réconciliation des communautés. Donc je pense que c'est l'objectif final de ce processus-là. Mais ça n'empêche pas que dans ce processus, la redevabilité, qui est la responsabilité des auteurs présumés ou bien des bourreaux, soit un élément fondateur. D'où cette dualité, ce défi-là entre justice et paix, justice et réconciliation. Qu'est-ce qui vient en premier? Faut-il, dans un premier temps, sanctionner les bourreaux, les présumés auteurs, leur demander de pouvoir répondre face à la justice, ou bien est-ce que dans un premier temps, il faut aller vers l'apaisement, la réconciliation d'abord? Donc au niveau du Togo, un choix a été fait, c'est de mettre les victimes au cœur de ce processus. Donc c'est-à-dire ces victimes qui ont cru en ce processus et qui ont fait des dépositions, c'est de les mettre déjà en avant, reconnaître qu'elles sont victimes, rétablir leur dignité et leur apporter une réparation aussi symbolique soit-elle. Donc en répondant à cette question une fois, je pense que c'est au Mali, l'ancien président de la commission Vérité et Réconciliation, feu Monseigneur Bariga, que certains connaissent ici, on lui a posé cette question et il a dit ceci, que je partage avec vous, on peut débattre. Il a dit, la paix et la justice sont deux facteurs importants pour le développement d'un pays, surtout un pays post-conflit ou bien un pays post-dictature. Mais s'il faut prioriser, il prioriserait la paix et ensuite la justice. Parce qu'avec la paix, on peut avoir la justice plus tard. Mais si on n'a même pas la justice, ça veut dire que c'est difficile même d'avoir la paix plus tard. Donc, c'est cette réponse-là qu'il a donnée que je voudrais partager. Mais au niveau du Togo, on a fait le choix de mettre les victimes au cœur de ce processus-là. Il y a une autre question qui parlait de l'enregistrement des victimes. Comment est-ce qu'on a fait les victimes qui sont dans des zones reculées? Je vais répondre à cette question en partageant deux expériences, puisque j'ai travaillé 5 ans au Mali sur la justice transitionnelle en tant que expert en appui à la Commission Vérité, Justice et Réconciliation du Mali. Donc, au niveau du Togo, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? On a créé des antennes régionales. Ces antennes régionales sont plus proches des victimes que le bureau national au niveau de la capitale. Donc, ça fait que les victimes puissent aller s'inscrire, déposer leur dossier au niveau de ces antennes-là qui sont un peu plus proches. C'est vrai que le Togo est un petit pays, donc c'est un peu plus facile. Mais dans un pays comme le Mali, où c'est un grand pays, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? On a déployé des unités mobiles. Des unités mobiles qui sont allées vers les victimes dans un premier temps. Même qui sont même allées dans des camps de réfugiés aussi, pour pouvoir recueillir les dépositions. Mais au-delà de ça, la Commission Vérité, Justice et Réconciliation du Mali a travaillé avec la GIZ, a travaillé avec Africains sans frontières, avec la MINUSMA, pour aider les victimes à venir vers les commissions, les antennes. Donc, financer leurs déplacements, les loger et les permettre de pouvoir avoir accès à ces antennes-là. Une dernière question que Agathe a posée, que je vais répondre. Et Agathe proposait la question sur les chiffres.
We are running out of time, so maybe you can give an answer during the tea break. If you don't
Agathe, okay.
We're good with you now. Patrick, please.
Okay,
yeah,
merci.
Merci. Je veux répondre rapidement à la question sur les garanties de non-répétition. Nous, en tant que fonds de réparation, on essaie de l'intégrer en amont dans le package des programmes de réparation, avec des programmes d'éducation à la paix qui sont destinés aux différentes couches de population, là où les conflits, nous intervenons pour l'identification, pour déjà sensibiliser et éviter que les mêmes causes qui ont produit des conflits dans le passé puissent se répéter. Parce que quand nous analysons les conflits à travers la République, peu importe la forme du conflit, mais nous rendons compte que les causes sont les mêmes. Donc il est important que surtout la jeune génération soit déjà au courant pour qu'ils ne tombent pas dans le même piège et que ces choses ne se répètent pas. Ça, c'est ce que nous faisons en tant que fonds de réparation. C'est vraiment beaucoup de sensibilisation pour éviter que certaines choses ne se répètent. En ce qui concerne la participation des victimes, c'est à plusieurs niveaux. Déjà au niveau de la gouvernance du fonds, les victimes sont représentées au niveau du conseil d'administration, au niveau de la direction générale aussi. Il y a un poste de DGA qui est occupé par une survivante. Mais aussi au niveau opérationnel. Au sein du fonds, il y a des victimes qui sont là. Mais aussi, quand nous sommes sur terrain, nous travaillons avec les associations des victimes et les associations d'aide aux victimes. Donc, tout est fait en termes de consultation avec les personnes qui sont directement concernées, sans qui on ne peut pas réellement prendre une décision et exécuter les réparations comme il se doit. Donc voilà brièvement.
Yep, thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with this last intervention, we come to the end of this very important session. You would agree with me that all the speakers agreed on the need to address issues related to reparations in Africa, and that despite the progress made, still there are so many challenges faced, but indeed there are also many opportunities ahead. And I hope that in the next forum, there will be more time allocated for our member states to speak, because they do in fact have the responsibility to implement the decisions that are made at the national level, and we really need to learn from the various experiences that have been shared and will be shared in the future. With this, we come to the end, and I would like to request you to thank collectively our speakers, Nancy, Hisham, Bernard, and Patrick, for a job well done. I also hope that you will agree with me that the moderator has done a good job, and that the moderator deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much. And now, constitutionally, I hand over to the overall moderator of the program. Ms. Mary, you have the floor, please. Thank you. Are we taking a picture? John, are we taking a photo?
Please, a round of applause for them as they go down. I think you can all agree with me that the first session started off on a really high note, where they did discuss and shared experiences, best practices, as well as challenges regarding the work that they do in their individual countries, from Togo to Kenya to Morocco. Going to session 2 on reparations in policy and practice. To moderate this session is our very own Margaret Ajok. Margaret Ajok, are you here? Margaret Ajok is a transitional justice expert. She is from the Ministry of Justice, Republic of Uganda, and she also leads the African Transitional Justice for Women. And as we know, yesterday she did a report, so a round of applause for her as she comes on stage. For the panelists for this session is Dr. Martin Mabengina, who is the Senior Program Advisor for Transitional Justice Kenya Human Rights Commission, Ms. Ida Passin, who is the Special Advisor on Transitional Justice, Ministry of Justice, the Gambia, Ms. Corinne Waberg, who is the Project Coordinator for Central African Republic Global Survivors Fund, and Ms. Shirley Gon, who is the Executive Director of the South African Coalition for Transitional
Policy Implementation, and also some of the gains that can be shared with regards to policy implementation and formulation. So we'll have an order from the Central African Republic, which will be represented by Corinne Wabeng, and then it will be preceded by South Africa, by Shirley Gunn, and then Kenya, and then finally the Gambia. So as they come to stage, the Central African Republic is in the process, I would say, of policy formulation. We'll talk about that. They are teasing out the question on humanitarian versus policy support. The issues of sustainability in terms of civil society-led reparations programs as opposed to government-led reparations programs. We'll then hear from Corinne. Thank you.
Bonjour à vous. Je suis très contente d'être là et je remercie l'équipe qui m'a invitée pour cette session. Et je voulais... Mais bon. Donc, aujourd'hui, je parle en tant que Project Coordinator, donc coordinatrice de projet pour GSF. C'est une organisation internationale qui fait le plaidoyer pour faire avancer les réparations administratives, surtout pour les survivantes de violences sexuelles. Donc, notre focus, c'est seulement sur les survivantes de violences sexuelles. Donc, notre organisation a été fondée en 2019 par le docteur Denis Mukwege et Nadia Murad, qui est une survivante de violences sexuelles. Donc, nous avons relativement 6 ans d'expérience et nous sommes en Centrafrique depuis 2023. Je suis contente de parler après les membres du premier panel qui ont justement parlé de l'expérience de plusieurs États dans la réparation. Donc peut-être je vais être comme une rupture parce que on a beaucoup entendu les lois, on a beaucoup entendu la réparation, on a moins entendu, mais peut-être aussi de façon très rapide, le sentiment qu'ont les survivantes après ces réparations. Donc maintenant, moi, j'aimerais qu'on retourne un peu aux principes de base, les principes internationaux qui encadrent les réparations pour pouvoir conduire mon propos. Donc, les principes internationaux demandent aux États de prendre leurs responsabilités et d'adopter des lois sur les réparations. Mais ils demandent surtout d'avoir des lois qui permettent aux survivantes ou bien aux victimes de pouvoir, qui a un impact, donc les mesures réparatrices doivent avoir un impact transformateur, mais surtout, ces lois-là doivent pouvoir offrir des mesures réparatrices qui sont centrées sur les survivantes. Et je suis contente qu'une personne dans la salle ait demandé comment est-ce qu'on associe les survivantes dans ces programmes en fait, nationaux, parce que c'est peut-être ça aussi qui fait le problème. Donc, je vais commencer par vous parler de l'histoire d'Adeline, avec qui on travaille en Centrafrique, qui fait partie des 277 survivantes de violences sexuelles avec qui on travaille à Adéquat. Et Adeline, c'est une survivante qui a été retenue comme esclave sexuelle. Elle a été retenue comme esclave sexuelle par les rebelles et elle était aussi considérée comme la blanchisseuse, plus ou moins. Donc, elle lavait les vêtements des rebelles quand ils rentraient d'une attaque. Donc, c'est un traumatisme d'abord d'être suivant de violences sexuelles, mais un autre traumatisme encore de devoir laver chaque fois des habits qui sont pleins de sang de je ne sais pas qui. Donc, quand nous, on a reçu Adeline au départ, on ne savait pas ce qu'on devait faire d'elle, parce qu'elle s'était plongée dans l'alcoolisme. Donc, elle buvait, et vous savez, parmi les formes de réparation et les compensations financières que GSF donne aussi. Donc, on se demandait comment est-ce qu'on va faire pour qu'Adeline ne finisse pas toute sa compensation dans la boisson. Mais aujourd'hui, je vais vous transmettre le témoignage d'Adeline. Adeline, durant une de nos activités, a dit « Tout le monde dans le village d'Adéquat pensait que j'étais finie et que je ne servais à rien. Mais aujourd'hui, je peux me sentir fière parce que j'ai fait le pas de géant auquel personne n'attendait. » Je vous dis, Adeline venait chaque fois sous et vraiment pas concentrée pour aucune activité. Aujourd'hui, Adeline tient un commerce et elle envoie sa petite fille à l'école. Mais en fait, ce que je veux que vous reteniez ici, c'est la transformation qu'on a avec le cas d'Adeline. Ce que souvent nos programmes nationaux ne pensent pas ou ne considèrent pas, la transformation, l'effet transformateur des réparations. Donc, peut-être, on peut commencer par le contexte en Centrafrique, parce que Adeline aussi, dans son témoignage, elle se sent très heureuse d'être une des participantes au projet de GSF. Parce qu'en Centrafrique, le contexte de la justice transitionnelle est vraiment difficile. Donc la CVJR est là depuis 2019, mais la première équipe n'a pas pu conduire le processus. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à la deuxième équipe qui a été mise en place en avril 2025. La CPS, la Cour criminelle spéciale, elle aussi, elle n'a plus de moyens pour continuer. Elle avait fait juste elle avait rendu une seule décision avec 5 indemnisations pour des survivants de violences sexuelles. Donc, vous avez par exemple des textes sur la gratuité des frais de santé pour les survivantes qui ne sont pas applicables jusqu'ici. Vous avez un nouvel accord de paix que le président de la République a fait avec d'autres rebelles. Ça veut dire que ça va encore garantir l'impunité de ces personnes. Donc, en fait, En Centrafrique, les survivantes, jusqu'ici, sont confrontées à beaucoup de challenges, en plus de manque de services publics. Donc, c'est pour ça que le gouvernement centrafricain essaye, GSF est aux côtés du gouvernement centrafricain pour leur apprendre la co-création. Et c'est la co-création qui est un des principes internationaux de la réparation. Parce que nous, à GSF, nous sommes conscients que si on associe une survivante du début du projet, pendant le projet et dans l'évaluation du projet, on est sûr qu'on a l'impact réparateur. Et c'est ça le plus important. Parce que, par exemple, nous, en Centrafrique, avec le gouvernement, on a un comité de pilotage. Il y a 6 survivantes et 6 membres du gouvernement, le ministre de la Santé, le ministre de Genre, le ministre de l'Action humanitaire qui a la tutelle de la CVJR. Donc, avec nous, on est en train de mettre en place un projet, on est en train de mettre en œuvre un projet de réparation pour 277 survivantes, 8 enfants nés de viol, 44 enfants témoins. Et ça nous permet, avec le gouvernement, d'anticiper les difficultés. Ça veut dire, par exemple, pour les réparations financières, vous n'avez pas de banque, vous n'avez même pas d'électricité. Donc, GSF, par exemple, à travers ses partenaires, a donné des téléphones, mais ils ne savent même pas où les charger. Et aussi, à cause de l'analphabétisme, ils ne savent même pas utiliser les téléphones. Donc, vous voyez, il faut une action de transformation. C'est une action, la réparation n'est pas seulement de donner des services ponctuels, mais c'est un processus d'accompagnement. Donc, on les accompagne avec des téléphones, comment est-ce que les utiliser, comment est-ce que faire des épargnes de ce qu'on a reçu, parce que beaucoup, par exemple, si dans le cas du Togo, je ne sais pas comment les suivantes ont utilisé leur argent, mais il faut qu'on puisse créer des situations durables après avoir donné la réparation. Sur le plan médical, déjà, l'hôpital de Découa n'a pas le plateau technique, mais grâce au projet, on a montré à l'État comment est-ce qu'il faut rénover, à l'équipe, comment est-ce qu'il faut parler avec compassion aux survivantes. Et on a formé l'équipe, par exemple, sur les fistules, les prolapsus. Mais je peux vous dire que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas de médecin urologue. Ça veut dire que vous avez des survivants de violences sexuelles hommes qui n'auront pas de médecin. Il n'y a pas d'urologue, il n'y a pas de psychiatre. En Centrafrique, un seul qui est donc overloaded. Donc, il est très pris. Donc, vous voyez que la réparation s'accompagne. C'est un processus d'accompagnement. Ce n'est pas seulement, oui, on va donner les trucs holistiques. Nous aussi, on travaille pour les mesures réparatrices administratives, c'est les actes de naissance. Mais vous voyez, en Centrafrique, par exemple, aujourd'hui, nous sommes dans un programme politique où toutes les organisations internationales arrivent à faire des actes de naissance pour tout le monde. Le président de la République a même annoncé un jour, pendant un forum, que le ministre de l'administration territoriale devait faire les actes de naissance pour les enfants nés de viol. Mais on n'a pas de registre national des victimes, ni de registre des enfants nés de viol. On n'a pas tout ce qu'il faut pour arriver à cet acte de naissance. Ça veut dire des sessions de médiation familiale, parce que les gens refusent la paternité de cet enfant. Et en plus, garantir qu'on ait un acte qui garantisse plus tard à l'enfant l'accès aux réparations. Parce que ce que les humanitaires font, parce qu'on part sur la base des indicateurs, la plupart du temps, c'est de mettre le nom d'un cousin que la maman a donné comme ça. Donc l'enfant a finalement un père et une mère, mais à la fin, quand on devra partir à la CVJR et prouver le statut d'enfant né de viol, vous aurez un acte avec deux parents. Il n'y a pas un acte d'adoption, il n'y a pas... Voilà, donc il y a beaucoup de politiques ou de pratiques aujourd'hui qui limitent. Les enfants nés de témoins sont dans la majorité. Le mandat de la CVJR, c'est jusqu'à 2019. Pourtant, il y a eu une crise en 2021 qui a fait d'autres victimes encore. Ça veut dire qu'on a des enfants nés de viol qui sont fortement protégés par le mandat et d'autres enfants nés de viol qui sont hors mandat de la CVJR. Donc, en fait, mon point, c'est de pouvoir dire aux États que la réparation, c'est un processus d'accompagnement. Ce n'est pas seulement des services qu'on fait en 2 minutes et voilà. Donc, essayons de créer des situations durables grâce à travers la réparation. Merci.
Thank you very much, Corinne. I think that was a very powerful story of how a reparations policy framework should look like, right from consultation of the victims to tailor making what reparations should be like. She talked of a typical case. Many times we think about compensation for victims, but she looks at how compensation would be counteractive for a victim who had pre-existing conditions. I think also what's important about her presentation is the aspect of transformative reparations. I think Morocco and Tunisia showcased that in terms of being able to put in place programs that can actually transform the lives of victims. And then lastly, she talked about, for me, the issue of inclusion of stakeholders. Stakeholders at national level and also stakeholders at humanitarian level, which I think are key aspects that can help promote sustainability. I think we'll then go on to Shali, who will tease out the South African context. I start from the background that South Africa has been one of those countries that has been studied so much on successes, on stories about transitional justice. However, there are certain realities that are best explained by Shali, who has been practicing, who has been in the themes of what the realities on reparations are. Thank you, Shali.
Thank you, Margaret. Let me very quickly explain the organization that I represent here in this chair on this panel. I think I'm the only non-legal person sitting here. And secondly, the Coalition for Transitional Justice is made up of legal organizations, psychosocial organizations, organizations that have been part of organizing this forum, like CSVR, that other organizations that work across Africa, not only in South Africa, like IJR, and also organizations that have been involved in reopened inquests, also legal, and also organizations that have a strong tradition in memory and memorialization. So there are 12 members, organizational members, and some individual members. Yasmin Suko, who we didn't see on the screen this morning, is one of our members. So why would we need, post the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which many of you may see with starry eyes, why would we need a coalition for transitional justice in 2025? Well, in answer to your question, Maggie, our process is deeply flawed. And we were the first Truth and Reconciliation Commission in the country. There had been some other in Latin America, first in Africa. So people looked at South Africa to learn from. And yes, we still look to South Africa to learn from, but maybe not from best practice. Maybe we should start being real and look at our problems and learn from our problems too. So the Truth and Reconciliation Commission handed over the final report to our second president, President Thabo Mbeki, not Mandela. He got the first volumes. The last volumes were handed over to our second president. And included in that volume was this big fat book. Do you see it? Volume 7. And in this book, we have got about 22,500 named victims. This, ironically, has become known as the closed list. Herein is our big problem. Because a process that lasted only for 18 months, the Gross Human Rights Violation Committee lasted for 18 months, could never, in wildest imagination, have reached all the victims in the country. And we are struggling today to try and challenge the act, that there's nothing that should... the recommendations are also in another volume that was handed over in 2023. And they're good recommendations because we actually had a committee that only dealt with reparations. We had an amnesty committee, we had a gross human rights violations committee, and we had what was called an R&R committee, rehabilitation and reparations committee. Okay, so that committee did its job. It came up with solid recommendations, and they did not have any capacity to implement that. They handed it over and felt, okay, our new democratic government is going to deliver. Therein lay the second problem. Even our ANC led government with its background of liberation failed miserably to implement the reparations that came out of the TRC's report. The TRC actually said that the work should be coordinated in the President's office. Why? But then there would be intersectoral communication, because reparations, as you all know, is not just about finance. It's about health, it's about memorialization, it's about housing, it's about everything. So therefore it should be intersectoral. However, it landed up in the Justice Department, a little unit within the Justice Department. And there was no policy, overarching policy developed by this little unit. They've been tinkering around forever and a day, writing regulations to implement the policy, the recommendations that came from the TRC. And we challenged them continuously. I don't know why something's backfiring here. I really don't know why. It's a bit off-putting. Okay. I hope this doesn't do the same. So, can you hear me? Good. So, we've got a Justice Department that's heading up our post-TRC work and not doing very well. And we have realized as civil society that we can't do it, Justice Department can't do it, victims can't do it, and we have to work together. We have to. We've got to come to terms with that fact. And government must just get off its... So that's where we are today in 2025. Since 2023, we have, through the coalition, been trying to get the Department of Justice, plus victims, plus civil society, to be part of the delivery, the policy, and the implementation of holistic, intersectoral, inclusive, victim-centered reparations. And that's where we are, sadly, 23 years after the final report was handed over to Thabo Mbeki. One last point. How am I doing with time? One last point then. Now, we hear this word lack of political will bandied about by many transitional justice contexts. In South Africa, it was worse than that. Under the presidency of Thabo Mbeki and the Minister of Justice at the time, Bridget Mabandla, there was active interference with prosecutions. And it was only in 2017, through a reopened inquest, that we got the testimony of somebody working within the National Prosecuting Authority who was bold enough to speak out about the interference of the politicians. And we're talking about never again? And we can have this in South Africa? So right now, we've got 1.93 billion rand in the President's Fund dedicated for reparations, and the South African Coalition for Transitional Justice hopes to work with the Department of Justice and interministerial departments and victims to take this process forward properly. Thank you.
Well done, Shirley. I think that was really powerful and typical telling process of a process that we know or we thought was perfect but has had eminent challenges in implementation, that there are thoughts of reviewing the whole process. For me also key is the closed list that you talked about, issues of timeframes. When do we cut off victims? Can we ever say that there are no more victims because there were 22,000 registered? Is it an ongoing process? When does it stop? When does it start? And lastly, the issue of prioritization for me was key, especially when there is change of governments. It's a little bit different when there is a law. It's expected that the next government would implement the law. It's a little bit tricky when there is a policy or a loose guide, because the next government will say, well, it was just a policy or guide. We may or may not follow it. But this is a typical case where there was a law and it has not been prioritized by the next government. I think that's really telling. So for the next session, we will go to Kenya. Dr. Martin Mavenjina will basically talk about the realities of court-awarded processes, the implications on the expectations of victims, and how they are managing this. This is a typical case, again, of we have policy, we have court awards, we have some victims compensated, and we don't have others compensated. You're welcome.
Thank you, Margaret. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Correction, I am Martin Mavenjina, but, well, I welcome the doctorate from the organizers. Yes, so I work with the Kenya Human Rights Commission in Nairobi, and allow me to start off by saying the practice of reparations and policy in Kenya has been in twofold. On one hand, the government has been able to come up with various commission of inquiries, the Akomi Commission, the Task Force on Truth, Justice and Reconciliation, the Commission of Inquiry into the Post-Election Violence, and lately, a panel of experts has been constituted by our president, but has since been halted by a court order. Now, what is synonymous with all these commissions is that, yes, ideally, Kenya should have, all our African countries should have looked at Kenya as having, a progressive, transitional justice process, progressive commissions, because a lot of time was spent by these commissions, a lot of testimonies was done. But I must point out that most of these commissions, lacked the victim-centered approach, they lacked public trust, and that is why, as we speak today, and that is why in 2025 we still have, another vehicle of compensating victims of serious human rights violations. Now, when we go to the to reparations in the context of cases that have been instituted by victims and survivors with the support of civil society organizations, we have had several progressive decisions. In fact, for the Kenya Human Rights Commission, we have been able to pursue reparations for victims of corporate impunity. So we do have big corporate companies within Kenya that have actually committed massive human rights violations. And I'll just cite examples. The first is Kakuzi PLC, that is located in central Kenya, and it's been committing massive violations for the last 18 or 19 years. So what we're able to do is we supported a group of about 60 survivors to institute a case in the UK courts. But as is, good with corporates, they always find, the out of jail card, which is, the out of court settlement. So we did arrive at an out of court settlement where the 60 survivors were each awarded compensation to the tune of about 60 million Kenya shillings. Then we did have, the other case we have nationally is the sexual and gender-based violence case that was filed in 2013 that culminated into a landmark decision in 2020. And payment for the same was done actually this year. But the thing about all our national cases is that the amount of time that it takes to actually entertain these matters. Imagine we filed a case in 2013, we get a landmark decision in 2020, and we are paying survivors in 2025. In fact, as we speak today, the money is yet to hit the accounts because of a few administrative issues here and there. So that just points, that is just an example of the difficulty in pursuing reparations within our national codes. The other cases that are still ongoing, there's the IDP case that we did file together with other civil society partners in 2011, and you can imagine we're in 2025 and the same matter is being entertained. Now, when you come to litigation that has been pursued in regional international courts, there have been some progressive decisions. For instance, the decision of the Ogiek and the Endorois case that was heard at African Court on Human and People's Rights. I must mention that those communities exhausted all legal remedies, and that is what actually prompted them to go to the regional courts. But the challenge there has been, it has been extremely difficult for the government of Kenya to actually implement the decision of the African Court. So that is another challenge that arises when reparations is pursued within regional international frameworks. And then we have the Mau Mau case that touches now to the question you asked me. So the Kenya Human Rights Commission's journey with the Mau Mau started in 2002. And I must admit that along the way, some of them were not optimistic about, what are the chances of success. So when the case was filed in 2009, an out-of-court settlement was actually arrived at for 5,223 victims or survivors in 2013, primarily because most of them were at advanced age and they didn't know how long the case would take. So it's more or less survivors or victims who are boxed into a corner whereby you have to accept what is being offered to you because you do not know how long that matter could have been entertained within the UK court. So we did arrive at an out-of-court settlement. There was a public apology by then Her Majesty's government, and the construction of a memorial monument in Uhuru Park to collectively with other partners that form the steering committee. So, but I must emphasize that victims and survivors of colonial or those who participated in Kenya's liberation struggle were not only 5,223. There could be millions, but when you look at the process, the journey started in 2002. I mean, along the way, even anybody in this room, if I told you, well, let's start a journey now, and you'd probably get reparations after 10 or 15 years, along the way, you may be able to, you may drop out along the way. So the thing I must point out that is along the way as I conclude is, well, there have been some commitments by the government, and part of those commitments by the government is what has kept victims either optimistic or left them in abeyance. So the first is in 2017, there was the promise by then President Uhuru Kenyatta to come up with the Restorative Justice Fund to compensate victims of colonial repression. Now, as we speak today, that fund is yet to be operationalized. So that was a promise that was made some years back. So it clearly goes back to what you're saying. There was lack of political will. Then in terms of decisions like victims and survivors of the Nyayo Chucha House chambers, those were political prisoners in the Moi regime. They have got progressive judgments, but then when it comes to paying out those judgments, in fact, some of them have actually had to give up on when they will ever get this money from the state, because it's one thing to have, to walk through our court systems, get the actual judgment, and then it's another to actually have the state paying you. And the reason, the primary reason that has been given time and again is we have not budgeted for this in our budget. So, I mean, and that has left very many victims in a state of despair. But as I conclude, allow me to just cite an example of what we're able to draw as an institution to collectively with other civil society organizations. Many times when we represent victims and survivors of colonial repression or human rights violations, we don't educate them on, financial management. And I'll give an example of what happened when we paid out one of the Mau Mau survivors. So the amount payable was 360,000 Kenya shillings, and and this was one of the survivors in his 80s or late 80s or going to the 90s. He actually decided to separate with his wife because he had never seen such money in that context. So the lesson that we drew from that is the approach that we've used is, in as much as we support victims and survivors pursue reparations, we also try to educate them on financial literacy. For instance, you remember I talked about the Kakuzi victims who are paid 60 million. That survivor has probably never seen that amount of money. So we just thought it was important for us to, just educate them on financial literacy. So I thought I should mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Once again, I'm impressed with this panel teasing out very pertinent issues. I think for me, one of the key takeaways is the aspect of meaningful reparations. We have court judgments, and then they cannot be implemented. You have that whole time lag. Is that still meaningful for the victim? Will it serve the purpose for which it has been provided? And then the second is the aspect of education, or taking the victims through the process of reparations, holding their hands through the process. I think that was mentioned by Corinne, supporting them all through. It's not about compensating them, but how then do they make use of that compensation? I think compensation for me is one of those problematic reparations schemes. That's my own opinion, because many times it will not actually meet the needs of the victim appropriately, especially with the conditions that they have. And then lastly, the issue of corporate responsibility that you have highlighted. I think it was also highlighted in the former panel, responsibility by corporate entities in reparations. Thank you. So we'll go over to the Gambia. Again, the Gambia, I think right now is the darling of the continent, looking at how they have managed issues of universal jurisdiction with the case of the Rohingya. It's one of those classical cases. But also for this panel, I think Gambia brings in the experience that they have been able to learn from all the others. We see a situation where they have learned from all the challenges and flaws of other processes. They are implementing a process, they have a policy, they have a law, and they are implementing reparations. So in the situation that the Gambia is.
Morning, I think, to everybody here. Truth, reconciliation has been a predominant. Thank you, Dr. Jallo. And of course, in this room are several Gambians representing civil society organizations, the victim community as well, who have been part and parcel of our design and implementation of our reparations program. So yes, the Gambia, despite being a darling, that doesn't mean that we aren't facing our own challenges. One of the criticisms of the government fighting the Rohingya case, et cetera, is why not local prosecutions? But that's for another panel. We're here to discuss our experience on reparations. So our situation, I mean, in terms of complexity compared to many other situations, it is very different. Perhaps some would say not as complex, right? We're looking at violations, serious human rights violations that occurred between July 1994 and January 2017, so over a 22-year period, predominantly by the state. And so we don't have a situation of internally displaced people. The gravity isn't certainly like the Congo. It isn't one of the Central African Republic, where the mandate of their commission starts in 1959. So it has been. But yes, certainly, a prominent feature of the Gambia's experience is based on local consultations of victims when it comes to reparations, first and foremost. But then secondary, ensuring that we're learning from the experiences of the entire continent. So at the beginning of embarked on study tours around the continent as well through partners like the ICTJ to draft the legislation, the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission Act. That additional act they are there, making it a TRRC and not a TRC, definitely is indicative of how central reparations was considered in our truth-seeking process. The lesson learned from South Africa in particular was that reparations should not wait for a truth-seeking process to complete. It is very possible to start issuing reparations while truth-seeking continues. And that's exactly what the TRRC Act allowed for. It allowed for the creation of a subcommittee on reparations. This subcommittee was given the mandate to develop its policy on reparations, regulations on reparations, and even manuals and guidelines on reparations. Of course, the Commission was also given the mandate to develop a database of victims. And through its work, and this work was called interim reparations. And I think this is very important to highlight in the Gambian situation, that there was always going to be a follow-up process that allowed for more scalable and sustainable reparations. Note and recommendations were made to the government. I think the issue is the speakers, not the mics, yeah. The TRC interim program, therefore, lasted for as long as the Commission, which was 3 years in operation. A list of 1,009 victims was developed. The government provided $1 million into the reparations fund, or for the interim reparations program, and it was the decision of the subcommittee that everybody on that list of 1,009 victims would be provided some compensation, as opposed to some receiving and others not. So 19% of their calculated compensation was provided to all victims, all 1,009 victims. And the remaining percentage, it was the recommendation of the Truth Commission that the government continues to give that after the conclusion of the TRRC. Besides providing compensation, the subcommittee also provided other forms of reparations. Rehabilitation was one, psychosocial support, and urgent medical services as well. Again, the idea being that these medical needs could not wait for a full reparations framework to be developed. Several victims received urgent medical attention. Some were flown out of the country to receive that. A very big lesson learned during the interim reparations program was twofold. One was financial, naturally. With $1 million, there wasn't much that could be done by the program. So whilst having very good regulations, manuals, advocacy around it, it still didn't answer the question of the funding. $1 million just could not go very far. So this is more our experience in practice and not necessarily in policy. The second practical difficulty was access to the victims themselves. A strong recommendations from the Truth Commission was that there needs to be concerted strategy on how to ensure that victims are making themselves known, coming forward, and being a part of the process. So whilst the list is 1,009 victims, certainly the TRC's recommendation was that there are many, many more victims there. And those lessons learned were pulled together at the closure of the TRRC and started forming the basis for the development of what is now the Reparations Act, the Victims' Reparations Act. A lesson learned here is that the TRRC concluded in 2021 and the act was not passed until 2023. So within those 2 years, there was no interim reparations being provided. And that's a lesson learned, I think, for other countries, that reparations should, when it starts, continue, not take breaks in between, because certainly the needs of victims continue. But in 2023, a Victims' Reparations Act was passed, again, through close consultations with the victims and their experiences from the interim program, and also directly learning from the subcommittee, the Truth Commission's recommendations to the government. And therein, there are some very good guarantees. A Victims' Reparations Fund was established. The monies were to come from the government, naturally, but also from donations. They were to come from the sale of the former president's assets as well, and also grants. When it comes to the issue of victims and their registration, learning again from the Commission's recommendations from South Africa, this was to be done. The new upcoming commission wasn't to be tied to the 1009 list database of victims, irrespective of whether they opt for reparations or not. But that list in itself is certainly not meant to be closed. It's meant to be a form of memorialization and a form of acknowledgement. I only have a minute. But I think perhaps what I would say in conclusion for the Gambia is that we take note our context is different, and every context is different. But there are certain principles that we keep speaking about that in the Gambia were actually practiced. One is on the reliance of local knowledge. We may be a very small country, but I think what we lack in size, we have in ambition and self-belief. So that national consultation and that infusion of what we believed would be best for ourselves, and by we, I include the victim community, it being a very small community where all see the reparations process and our entire TJ process, but also not having the arrogance to think that you know it all. So we thank every single country that has contributed to teaching us a thing or two, either what to do or what not to do, because we certainly listened and we tried to apply that. Now, of course, just on a final remark, to say that whilst interim reparations has happened and concluded, the actual now process of reparations through the Reparations Commission, the Reparations Fund that has been established since 2023, that is yet to really pick up. So operationally, we're continuing to learn and hoping to ensure that reparations becomes truly transformative for at least the 1009 victims, but probably much more than that.
Thank you, Ida. That was great. Lessons learned. I think for me, the key lesson among the many others that you've mentioned is the issue of centrality of reparations. Centrality in legislation, centrality in policy, and centrality in practice. So, and then the other issue also is the aspect of interim reparations. I think many times we are so straitjacketed about the idea that you need a policy or you need a law in order for you to implement reparations. And the case of the Gambia and many others has shown that reparations cannot wait for policy. They cannot wait for bureaucracies. So that's really key. And also that takes me to the aspect of when does a reparations process start? Does it start when we have legislation? Does it start when we have policy? Or does it start when the government or whoever is responsible recognizes that they are victims and they need to be supported? I think that's key, because the moment we wait for processes, I think victims and their conditions do not wait. I think for me that's really a key takeaway. So we will be going into the question session. We have 10 minutes, so that takes us to 12:10. I'll take 5 women, 5 men. So those are 10 questions. I see 3 gentlemen already up. I'll go with the gentleman right at the back with the khaki shirt. And then Usani, and then the gentleman in the 4 gentlemen. Okay, and then the last gentleman here, then I'll go to the ladies, starting with Bernadette.
You first?
Let's do that, then I'll go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for the floor. I'm Mr. Barthelemy Kialondagwa, the country director of a civil society organization, Handicap is Right in Congo. My question is addressed straightly to the second panelist. I'm sorry, I don't know the name. The madam in the middle, yes. So you spoke about survivors of the different disasters which come to their lives. For example, those women who are raped, and you didn't mention people living with disability through the wars, especially in the eastern part of the DRC. I have an example. So, as you know, in our country, we have different conflicts, and which makes people leave their places and others being abandoned and others raped. So my question is that, can you tell us what can the government can implement as a policy so that those victims or survivors can be taken into account their problems? Because I see most of funds are really oriented to the implementation of law and other programs, but victims are not taken into account. Thank you.
Go straight to your question, please. He was the one next, John, and then Osani.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole m'accordée. Moi, je suis Innocent Roguero. Je suis le président du collectif des victimes de l'agression rwandaise. Je suis ravi d'être dans ce forum parce qu'on parle des questions des victimes. Et en tant que représentant des victimes, effectivement, nous avons besoin de savoir. J'ai entendu, quelqu'un a dit, je suis venu en retard, mais quelqu'un a dit qu'on a déjà la base de données au moins de 200 000 victimes. Mais moi, je me pose des questions. Nous travaillons et nous avons des registres par rapport aux victimes, et surtout de l'Est, parce que nous avons vécu dans la guerre, et aujourd'hui, moi-même, qui représente les victimes, je suis déjà ici en fuite depuis le 23 janvier et jusqu'à aujourd'hui, et sans assistance. Ici à Kinshasa, dans d'autres provinces, et comme dans des pays voisins, il y a les DDH qui sont éparpillés, sans assistance du gouvernement, ni de partenaires. Même ici, dans ces forums, en tant que représentant des victimes, on n'a pas été invité, et sauf qu'on a eu l'information, on a dit on doit venir. Alors, on se pose des questions. Quand on parle des victimes, est-ce que réellement on parle des vraies victimes? On a l'impression que, nous avons l'impression qu'on parle d'autres victimes, mais les vraies victimes, on les laisse. Parce que quand nous voyons avec le FONAREV, ce qu'on a fait, on a fait le 2 janvier, le 2 août, la journée du Holocauste. Quand j'ai observé le tableau, j'ai vu que certainement les victimes n'étaient pas mentionnées. Nous avons publié les 2, à partir de Beni, on a publié notre rapport depuis 2022, au moins qui reprend la majorité des victimes. Mais ce rapport n'est pas pris en compte parce que nous avons déjà déposé au sein du gouvernement quelques partenaires, Mais on ne parvient pas à comprendre, quand on parle des victimes, est-ce qu'on parle de quelles victimes en réalité? Si nous qui s'occupent, moi-même je suis victime, je représente les victimes. Si on peut parler les questions des victimes sans que les victimes soient au courant, en réalité on parle de quelles victimes? Nous avons besoin de comprendre. Il faut qu'on nous explique dans cette salle. Je suis content, vous parlez des victimes, mais j'ai besoin que vous me parlez de ces victimes. Et aussi ce rapport de 200 000 personnes victimes, nous avons besoin de savoir, est-ce qu'il y a moyen de nous partager ce rapport, qu'on puisse voir, est-ce qu'en réalité, les victimes, les vraies victimes que nous connaissons, est-ce qu'au moins ils sont repris? Merci beaucoup. Si j'aurai d'autres questions, je vais encore revenir. Merci.
Thank you very much. My name is Bernadette French, and I come from Sierra Leone. I'm happy that we're talking about meaningful, transformative reparations, because that is the vehicle for sustainability. And reparations is a process, and it is not a project. My question to Shirley: you spoke about political will, and that is the problem that we have faced in all of our countries, the political commitment to reparations. Now, we all know that the states would always say there are no resources for reparations, and there are no resources for even other issues that are non-reparative. The question I want to ask, would it make sense if we strive for intentionality that works towards a transformative governance approach that secures the well-being of the entire society? Or would we rather, or do we prefer, a process that is specific to reparations for victims? The second question is the issue around external actors in conflict authoritative regimes. I want to ask what, and anyone can answer that, what is the state doing to ensure that private sector accountability in the form of reparations is realized? Thank you very much.
Okay, so mine is just a contribution, especially to Ida Parsons' presentation about interim reparations before the work of the TRRC or any other accountability mechanism would actually make its submissions or recommendations for reparation. So when you consider transitional justice processes across the continent for the past 30 years, before now, we've realized that reparations were usually a fallout or a byproduct of accountability or truth-telling processes. But then what the Gambia is doing reflects now on the new innovations that the African Union Transitional Justice Policy has introduced to transitional justice on the continent. So the policy now recognizes reparations as an independent, stand-alone mechanisms that societies can pursue and implement while waiting for the truth-telling and accountability elements to take place. And one of the best important characteristics or advantages of that is that when a country implements reparations without necessarily waiting for the truth and accountability processes, then that country on its own acknowledges, especially in cases where there is a widespread violations, especially where women, sexual violence, that country then acknowledges the disproportionate harm that such segment, like women, had already suffered. And that goes away now to tackle the challenges that usually follows truth and accountability processes without prejudicing it. This is my contribution to your presentation. Thank you, by the way.
Okay, I think we had a lady there. I'll take the lady here. John, I'll take the lady here. She had her hand already up. So those are 2 slots already for the ladies and 3 slots for the gentlemen already taken. We are really out of time.
Bonjour tout le monde, je vous remercie pour la parole. Moi, c'est Takati Traoré de la société civile malienne. Ma question s'adresse aux panélistes. Au fait, depuis tout à l'heure, on parle beaucoup de réparation, d'indemnisation et tout. Je voudrais savoir, au fait, l'indemnisation, comment ça se passe concrètement? Est-ce qu'il y a possibilité pour les victimes de cumuler une indemnisation judiciaire avec une indemnisation administrative? Je m'explique que c'est parce qu'au Mali, actuellement, on est en plein dans le processus de réparation. Et c'est pour savoir, est-ce que des victimes qui, en premier lieu, auraient bénéficié d'une indemnisation judiciaire après une décision de justice ou par la justice, peuvent bénéficier au cas où ces victimes estimeraient ne pas être satisfaites vraiment de l'indemnisation faite par la justice ou que cette indemnisation serait vraiment symbolique ou dérisoire, bénéficier d'une indemnisation administrative. Comment ça se passe dans vos pays pour qu'on puisse nous inspirer de ça à notre niveau au Mali? Voilà, je vous remercie.
There's another lady there.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Moi, c'est Christelle Salima, de extrascolaire pour les filles et filles Asbel. Je suis de la RDC. Nous remercions les panélistes pour ce partage. Nous avons senti qu'il y a des pays qui sont avancés que d'autres et nous voyons qu'ils vont prendre de l'expérience avec ces pays. Mon questionnement, c'est par rapport à la révision de cadres réglementaires qui organisent la réparation. On sent que quand on est sur terrain, il y a des défis. Par exemple, il y a des réparations par rapport aux enfants nés de viol. Il y a des besoins spécifiques par rapport aux filles. Et on sent que la réparation a une approche telle qu'une approche, on peut dire, centrée individuellement, c'est vrai, sur la survivante et au niveau communautaire. Mais au niveau communautaire, on ne sent pas la durabilité. On sent que c'est pris d'une façon éparpillée. Et pourtant, par rapport à la réparation, il faut une pérennisation. Il faut des programmes que les survivants dirigent eux-mêmes, que ça ne soit pas du sommet et que c'est quelqu'un d'autre qui dirige les programmes. Et les programmes, ça prend des années. Ça peut être un programme de 20 ans, de 15 ans, mais en mettant en œuvre ces programmes, qu'on pense toujours à la pérennisation, qu'on pense toujours qu'un jour, cette étape peut se terminer et que ce sont les survivantes elles-mêmes qui vont se prendre en charge, qui seront des acteurs d'eux-mêmes. Donc, je proposerai que les cadres réglementaires qui organisent actuellement la réparation puissent évoluer. Et je pense que ces cadres aussi, ces forums ici africains sur la justice transitionnelle, c'est un cadre qui permet à ce que les gens pensent aussi à la restauration de la paix. Parce que le contexte de la RDC, ce n'est pas comme les autres contextes. Nous ne sommes pas post-conflit, nous sommes en conflit. Comment on fait si la survivante, elle est prise en charge et puis en plus, elle tombe encore sur des violences et puis c'est un cercle vicieux. Donc l'approche des pays post-conflit et l'approche des pays en conflit doivent être différentes. Merci.
We'll take only one question, please.
Thank you. My name is Kurma. I'm from Ethiopia. And my question goes to Ida Pusan, the case of Gambia in relation to interim measures, where you have wide range of right violations and limited resource, and also different groups competing to get priority. How do you go about identifying which right violations to focus on? I'm speaking from the perspective of Ethiopia, where we have very fresh right violations, including sexual violations, widespread sexual violations. And the technical group on transitional justice recommended for interim measures, but the details are not there. So how do you go about identifying which right violations you focus on and which group to give priority? Thank you.
Thank you. So my panelists, in under a minute, please respond to the questions in the order from Ida to Corinne.
Thank you very much, and for your question as well. Well, in terms of whenever there is confusion as to where to prioritize, one must go back to the drawing board. And that is why it's extremely important that legislation, policy, and all our working documents are done in partnership, in collaboration. And so having all those relevant stakeholders around the table will probably give you an answer in terms of prioritization. The more inclusive your process is, the more it involves particularly civil society organizations that are at the grassroots, speaking for the people, have accompanied them through those rights violations, the more likely that some kind of a better understanding can be created. But I think the purpose of interim reparations in the Gambia went beyond just actually giving compensation and giving rehabilitation or giving restitution. It was about acknowledgement. So in this instance of prioritization, I hope it's not being asked insofar as to answer who do we then give reparations to, because this is so much, resources we currently have. The process of just acknowledging the victims, the survivors, is a form of reparations itself. So I think, and the data is the data. A victim is a victim not based on what a law says, but based on what has happened to you, and a survivor as such. So I think a reparations program should be designed with that mindset, that here we are to acknowledge those that survived and victims, and of course now move on to answer how do we start to give some form of particularly the most urgent forms of reparations, and all of this to be done in consultation, certainly by those that are demanding the right, but at the end of the day by government as well, which has the responsibility to fulfill that right. Thank you.
Well, let me, on the question on specifically what states are doing to ensure to realize private sector accountability, I can't say there's much that states are doing, because most of the private actors are usually the big taxpayers. So this burden has been carried by civil society organizations and by victims themselves. And in some instances, we have instituted cases against corporations within our local courts, but in certain instances, we've had to go to regional international courts, primarily because most of these multinational corporations have either studied our law and examined the loopholes and seen what they can and cannot get out with. So that is why, at least for the perspective of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, you find that most of our courts most of our successful litigation against corporations have been filed in the UK or in courts in Europe, because there are certification standards and there's a certain way or there are certain practices that these corporations must adhere to, and that is why we've opted to go to these European courts. And then with the question on the delays in court, yes, it's a pertinent concern. Most of cases that are filed against state institutions or against perpetrators of serious human rights violations for reparations indeed take an inordinate period of time. And what we have done as civil society within a certain period of time, but more importantly, we've also tried to regularly update the victims and survivors on progress of the case. In certain instances, there's been a painstaking process, but their hope is, the constant engagement that we've been able to have with them. But as is, many of our courtrooms have, actually our judiciary has a huge problem of backlog. which is a similar scenario in many African jurisdictions. But I think it's important that we see how do these cases take a shorter span of time as opposed to an inundated period of time that in certain instances leaves victims hopeless. Thank you.
I'll start by answering Bernadette's question. I think I hope I had explained that in South Africa it's not actually only a case of lack of political will. There was political interference by the most senior people in government with the prosecution process. So from 2003 to 2017, there was no progress, none whatsoever, on the 300 cases that the TRC was, that the government, the Department of Justice, through the National Prosecuting Authority, received on a platter to further investigate and prosecute, and it didn't happen. So only now, since this revelation has now received our attention, is the National Prosecuting Authority able to do its work. So it's more serious than a lack of political will. And there's a commission of inquiry now set up by our current government and president to look into what actually happened around that political interference. Very serious. So I think there's always a tension, and particularly towards services and collective reparations versus the demands of the populace for a transformative approach. However, remember that victims have a right to reparations in international law and in our country in domestic law. They have that right. And so we cannot ignore that. It must be properly administered and delivered. At an individual level, cross-sectorally, as well as collective reparations. Interim reparations was also administered in South Africa. I think the Gambia learned from us on that. And it was successful because it wasn't handed over to the government. Reparations, and it was between $150 and about $299 equivalent today. And everyone received an A4 paper that you needed medical assistance, psychological assistance, or whatever assistance. And that's on the basis of that small little range of interim reparations, about $150 to about $350 per person. That was implemented successfully by our TRC, not the government. Thank you.
Donc, moi, je ne pense pas que j'ai eu de réponse de questions spécifiques, mais je vais parler un peu de la question de qui a la réponse à la réparation ou bien qui détermine les mesures de réparation. Je crois que quelqu'un a parlé de quelle est la réponse du gouvernement. En réalité, le gouvernement n'a pas de réponse en matière de réparation. Ce sont les survivants qui ont des réponses, qui savent comment est-ce qu'on doit organiser la réparation. Et c'est ça qui crée des problèmes. Et c'est pour ça, par exemple, qu'en Centrafrique, nous avons poussé pour qu'une survivante fasse partie des commissaires de la CVJR. Parce qu'on est sûr qu'à ce moment-là, la voix des survivantes résonne dans la CVJR et on arrive à avoir moins d'incompréhension peut-être pour le monsieur qui parlait de 200 000 victimes. Parce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui parle, qui est le relais entre les survivants, les victimes et la commission Vérité, Justice et Réconciliation. Et comme ça, on fait des lois, arrête son travail après avoir, par exemple, développé la politique nationale pour les réparations. On a encore les victimes qui sont là pour l'implémentation. Et la question de la dame, quand elle parle des défis de mise en œuvre, c'est parce que justement, et c'est ce que GSF recommande, c'est de pouvoir au départ, avant même une loi, de pouvoir associer les survivants pour prendre en compte toutes les difficultés et aussi pouvoir considérer que la réparation, c'est quelque chose qui est flexible. Et à GSF, par exemple, nous donnons des budgets flexibles parce que vous pouvez aujourd'hui décider, je ne sais pas, des suivants vous disent qu'elle veut faire la couture, mais demain, la couture, ce n'est pas possible là-bas parce qu'on ne vend pas les machines, parce que voilà. Donc, c'est vraiment des choses qui s'adaptent au fur et à mesure. Et en plus aussi de ça, quand on parle de réparation collective, j'entends beaucoup parler de réparation communautaire. Il faut pouvoir faire repartir de la définition de la réparation. La réparation, elle vient répondre à un préjudice. Elle ne vient pas répondre à un besoin, comme le fait les approches humanitaires. Ça veut dire que souvent, vous avez parlé de non-pérennisation des activités, des réparations collectives ou communautaires. C'est peut-être parce que dans la discussion qu'on a entre le gouvernement et les suivants, on ne parle pas de la réponse à un préjudice, on parle de la réponse à un besoin, et ça crée donc tous ces problèmes où finalement la valeur réparative de l'école qu'on a construite, il n'y en a pas, parce qu'on a répondu juste à un besoin qui n'était pas lié au préjudice. Donc, oui, merci beaucoup.
Panelists. I think we have really overshot our time, but I think it was worthwhile. I think the panelists have given their parting shots, and I think also from the audience there was an issue of inclusion, including disability inclusion, and also inclusion, I believe, of also the victims next time on such a panel. So thank you very much, the panelists, and thank you very much to our audience.
A round of applause, please, for the moderators and the speakers. So officially, we've come to the end of the second session, and we can officially go on lunch break. But before we go on lunch break, a bit of an announcement is that please, if you do not have your boarding passes, please use the opportunity to go to your rooms to get your boarding passes, because during lunch break, we would be giving the per diems. So please, for those who are sponsored, please, just to highlight for those that are sponsored, just use the opportunity to go to your rooms during the tea break to get to go. So we're going to be having the tea break now. The snacks, the tea, and everything is outside, but we're going to make it very short as soon as possible. So you're going to see me hounding all of you to please come in, because we are hoping to finish as soon as possible. And a note to the speakers and the panel and the moderators, it's going to be 1 hour. And we have a timekeeper. Inyari, can you please raise up your hand where you are? So that is Inyari over there. She would be timekeeping, just to make sure that we leave here as soon as we can. Thank you so much, everyone, and see you after tea break. Enjoy your tea break. We're going to be back here and start at 12:45. 12:45, please make your way back in here so we can start. 12:45, thank you. Anna, that's the only way people are going to sit down. With name and shame. Hi, everyone. Please sit down. Les messieurs, s'il vous plaît, asseyez-vous. S'il vous plaît, la pause café est finie. Sinon, on va finir ici, je pense, 6 heures le soir. Et ce n'est pas bon. On doit finir ici, on doit quitter. OK. On recommence. Pour maintenant, on va avoir la session 3, which is addressing colonial legacies and historical injustices through reparations. The moderator for this session is Ms. Anna Moyo Kupeta, my very own boss. And the panelists are Professor Hakim Yusuf, Professor of Global Law, University of Derby, United Kingdom. And then we have Mr. Johannes Ottman, Project Coordinator, International Partnerships, Genocide, Reparations, and Restitution, Nama Traditional Leaders Association, Namibia. And then we have Ms. Priscilla Sise, who's the co-founder and senior technical advisor, Women's Association for Women and Victims Empowerment, WAVE Gambia. And then we have Dr. Solomon Deso, who's going to be virtual, and he is the commissioner and focal point on TJ, African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as well as the executive director of Amani Africa. Anna, over to you. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our moderator and speakers, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yay. Okay. We are moving forward with our agenda, particularly taking our next session with a focus on addressing colonial legacies through reparations. I think everyone in the room can agree with me that one of the things that we inherited from colonialism is structural inequality. And addressing structural inequality is something that really requires a transformative approach to transitional justice and to reparations in particular. And we want to look at how we can address colonial era legacies, how we can address some of the unresolved issues of our past that has been marked with brutalization, high levels of inequality, unequal access to resources, to opportunities. How do we do reparations in a way that addresses some of this? It's been easy to look at reparations for civil and political rights violations, but when it comes to violations that take a socio-economic nature, that's where the challenge is. How do you redress poverty? How do you redress inequality? How do you redress marginalization? What needs to shift? What needs to be brought to the table? How do you ensure a developmental and transformative approach to reparations? And I know lawyers in the room, when we talk about reparations, we are thinking compensation. Compensation is easy. You throw money at the problem or you give money. But these are some of the structural issues that require transformation and doing certain things, unraveling systems that have existed since time immemorial that some of our leaders have merely implemented as a system of governance, a system of existence, a system of doing things. And we haven't seen changes. And one of our biggest outstanding issues on the African continent is socio-economic transformation. How do we do it through the lens of reparations? I have before me, or with me rather, a stellar cast of panelists, experts in their own right, on addressing issues of colonial era legacies through reparations and other processes that speak of a transformative agenda to doing things. Without much further ado, I know I tend to talk a lot, and that can be an essay on its own for another day, but I'll start with Prof. Prof has written extensively for CSVR, and also basically as a scholar, as an academic, on issues of addressing colonial era legacies through transitional justice. Prof, I'll start with you. Basically, from the lens of Nigeria, you've written quite extensively about this, but really, how can we use the lens of reparations? Because we need reparations to bring in the transformative agenda to addressing some of our unresolved issues of the past, the structural inequality, the structural issues that continue to haunt our development, that continue to haunt our governance and our democratic processes on the continent. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you.
You have 10 minutes, Prof, and then we will move. I'll try really and stick to time. And thanks to my panelists in advance for keeping to time.
So maybe I can use yours. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be invited to speak, sometimes to people who know better than you on the topic you're speaking about. But having said that, I have a few thoughts around this issue. The first really is that I don't want to assume that we all agree that there should be reparations, as provocative as that may be, because it's fantastic that the African Union has dedicated this year to justice for people of African descent and for African peoples. Now, the first issue with that is that we need to remember this didn't start this year. And we need to recall and then address our minds to the question you've asked. Why, how do we do it? But it is a matter of history, so we first need to start where it started. I want to remind us that in the late 80s and the early 90s, a Nigerian millionaire, Moshood Kashimawo Abiola, started this movement for reparations in Africa. And he involved the Organization of African Unity and beyond Africa to engage with this issue. Now, one of the things that came up was that some Africans were of the opinion that we didn't need reparations. So the first thing I wanted to say is, or around why do we need reparations? What do we need it for? And last part, how do we get these reparations implemented? So the first thing is that the AU needs to also integrate the previous efforts that had gone and learn from what stalled it. That is very important, I think, given that this is an AU forum and we are the only continental body that focuses on transitional justice as a policy, rightly so. So, straight off, there is a legal duty where you have committed harm to repair. And what harm has been committed, here the topic we are addressing is colonialism and historical injustices, slavery as one of that. My position is that those two events in human history have defined, structured, and arranged the political, economic, social arrangements in the world today. Certainly from the 20th century. They've defined it. Okay? That we call our continent Africa is defined by it. That there is Congo DRC and there is the People's Republic of Congo is defined by it. That there is Nigeria, there is Dahomey, there are 54? 5 independent countries in Africa, independent is defined by it. The European countries are not called independent in the way that we are because we've had to fight for it. So we do need to understand, from my perspective, that the issues are all-encompassing. So it is, my first proposition is that we have a huge task on our hands. And it will not, in my humble opinion, be sufficient, and I'll say so soon, I'll try to explain why soon. You may or may not agree with me, that we cannot have just a year's theme in the AU. We should have at least a decade devoted to reparations, because ultimately when we talk about transitional justice, the end product for most processes is reparations. That's an arm committed, we acknowledge it, we want reparations. So that is just a prefatory statement. The second thing is, what do we want reparations for? Well, the whole international system, like I said, is structured around that. That's why we are 5 permanent members of the United Nations, and we are asking, and I've been asking, Nigeria has been leading that. South Africa is supported post-apartheid, and so many African countries have also asked for reparations in the arrangement of the United Nations structures, where we have 5 post-war superpowers. That is part of the reparations we need. The international system needs to be restructured to move away from the era that created the current structure, which was the era of European and allied Europeans' international system. So if we do not have that, we do not have African countries with the highest number of countries continent-wise and people outside of China, which is already represented, we should have permanent seats in the United Nations system. Then we begin to talk about reparations for the structures. The World Bank and the IMF were established actually as reparation institutions. The World Bank's name is not the World Bank. That Bretton Woods institution was the International Bank, and is still the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development of Post-Second World War Europe. Where is the one for Africa? We suffered in the Second World War. We suffered more from colonialism. We suffered even much more from slavery. Racism is a product of slavery. The notion that some people are superior just by their color over others. So it is fitting that we are actually having an expansive view of justice here, not just for Africans in Africa, but Africans all over the world in diaspora, because I live in diaspora and I know the limitations and glass ceilings that are placed on me and my children and black and minority ethnic groups because of slavery. Where I was an associate professor as of 2014, and my daughter was in primary 6, and she was asked by a classmate, he said, "Dad, are you not children of slaves? Are you not refugees?" And my daughter had to tell her, my dad is a professor of human rights, and he teaches at Strathclyde, and the child did not believe. So my daughter went, they were shocked that I could speak English, that we are not refugees, that I'm an associate professor, that I had been teaching and I taught in prestigious. That is the sort of issues that we are talking about. It's a huge thing. We cannot address it in 1 year. But to come to the other issue, what do we want reparations for? Well, I think that, I'm happy that Anna referred to my work on Nigeria, but I think it applies across the board here. What I think is a big struggle that this reparation issue comes against is that we assume that colonialism has ended. Well, I'm not an ideologue, but I know that the issues around slavery and colonialism were issues of pillage, issues of extraction. Are those issues gone away? So the reparation for me includes arranging or rearranging the international system as, a foundational issue for Africa to breathe. You see, we say, let the poor breathe. Let Africa breathe. The reparation includes a rearrangement of the international system to let Africa breathe. the peoples of Africa are choking today because what we have, unfortunately, is a system that condoned only post-independence, only those who were ready to continue the colonial structures. And those who didn't were taken out, sometimes brutally. Is this Congo? Patrice Lumumba. I do not need to say more. So we need reparations in a way that comes directly from the international system down. I know that we do have culpability within our continent for slavery, at the least, but it is our choice as a people to determine who we want justice from. You cannot say, why are you only asking me? I'm not the only one that stole from your house. Your neighbor also stole from your house. Your son also stole. Well, if I say I want to condone my son and my neighbor, that's my business. I want justice from you. I'm entitled to it. So these are issues. I'm trying to talk about the complexity. The complexity has led to a colonial-style governance that has bequeathed us with colonial-styled education. An education system itself that has been long renounced and reformed by those who brought it. A colonial-style legal system that has been so much reformed from where it has been brought. So we need reparations for even our education system to change, for our education to serve Africa. Of course, that is where we also have individual responsibilities as national countries, and we need to be awakened to that. I think my point is, and I'll round up on this note, my point is, the whole complex of governance in Africa is still captured by the structures, not just the impact, by the structures of inequality, slavery, and of colonialism and colonialization. And that is why we continue to have the same issues during the slavery and colonial period now. What is it? Widespread violence across the continent. Widespread violence. Why? Because colonialism used divide and rule, certainly in British Africa. And today, that is a source of conflict across British Africa and Francophone Africa. I am this ethnicity before I am that nationality. That is an issue that colonialism used. We need to address that internally, but we also need to address that as part of the international system. So, in essence, for me to answer the question, I think one of the most potent ways that we can secure, actually, a practical one to my mind, and pardon me, I'm an academic, that's the business I know, is education. Indeed, it will really help as one of the measures for Africa itself to articulate its suffering and its experience, present it at the international system, and require our friends in the West to understand, let their children know that we are not all slaves and that we are not all asylum seekers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof, for really shining the spotlight on what needs to be done to address colonial era legacies through the lens of reparations. You have outlined to us that reparations needs to be a long-term reform agenda, reforming the education system, reforming the very systems that were set up, that we have continued with into our post-colonial era, or rather in our post-independence era. But the very issue of access is an important one that you touched on. Because what do we have access to? We have access to debt. I think that's one of the things. The World Bank will always keep on giving us money, and we must pay it back with huge interest. And if we can't pay, we are in trouble again. But shouldn't we be asking for accountability? Because colonialism was a system backed by laws, backed by structures, backed by mechanisms and institutions. And they are beneficiaries to that system. Should it be debt to Africa, or goodwill to Africa, or accountability to Africa for what the West benefited from Africa, took from Africa, and now we need to have it back to rebuild, to reform, and to set ourselves up towards development, towards the betterment of the people of Africa. Without much further ado, I'll move on to Madame Priscilla Sise, who will also share with us some of her insights on this very topic. Madame Priscilla, over to you. How can we do reparations to address colonial era legacies? From some of your experiences, you've worked in Sudan, you're working in the Gambia, and some of what we are talking about today is very much present in some of these contexts that you've worked in.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. I stand on existing protocols. Indeed, I believe one of the starting points is that we need to acknowledge the past with truth and courage. There's oftentimes the narrative is dictated in a way which doesn't favor the one who bears the brunt of the injustices. And so there's definitely a need to have those people who can tell their stories as opposed to others weaponizing the story. So they will take the center stage and share as they know it. And once they do, that definitely informs a narrative which is one that is comprehensive, that's also based on their own lived experiences, and that contributes to how policies and others can be shaped. I believe we have talked earlier, and it's been mentioned about, study tours to other countries and all. That was for a reason. It was for a reason so that we can learn from how they have done things in the past. I had mentioned as well that Central African Republic was in the Gambia just last week, right? And the Gambia has been to other countries to also learn, and those have helped shape policies and laws in order to be able to have a holistic reparations agenda. And that talks to accountability in the sense of ensuring that it is comprehensive, it is targeted. With that, we also need to look at the resources that comes through. There's need for diversification and well-managed resources so that it could, not just in the mobilization, but also in the distribution. One thing I want to mention as well is how we're looking at issues of reparations. Reparations for people at the core, as well as those that will be considered in a spectrum of intergenerational, the impact on victims, intergenerational dimension of reparations and any process and policies that would be in place. We need to look at how it's impacted society as well and the nations as a whole. What would work best and how best can that work? I also want to encourage a system wherein, and I think that's happening, it's good to be worked on even more, inter and intra dialogues amongst nations, because in that way we get to learn and we get to be able to adopt what may work. It's not one size fits all, I always say. And so we always, even in our own personal lives, we always look at what is best for us and how that can be translated into what would work for us. We also need to look at strengthening institutions and managing reparations in the way that would be timely, context-sensitive justice in the way that it should be. I know Prof has talked about the challenges of individuals in the UK. It's not just the UK, it's in other countries as well. We have one of the issues, not issues, but one of the situations, we have the Caribbean community, and they have gone ahead and put in place measures that are looking at how the reparative justice process would map out. And as much as Africa has its own issues, but then we really need to be talking to each other, because one of the legacies of this whole colonial era injustice and slavery is that it has divided people of African descent across nations, across borders, across continents. And we need to look at how we would have unifying positions in place so that we come together and with a united voice, we'll be able to stand strong and see that we address issues. We have to be intentional and look at just the hard talk, the hard truths. These are often omitted in the narratives, as mentioned before. Professor talked about education, but it also needs to go down to what is in line in terms of traditional justice mechanisms. There is transitional, and transitional also encompasses traditional systems and policies and structures in place. Once upon a time, those issues were dealt with in a traditional way. Earlier, one of the panelists talked about social cohesion. And at my table, we had a discussion, can we have social cohesion without justice mechanisms in place? I said yes, because not everything would end up in the courthouse. So for those processes that do not end up in the courts, for that traditional justice mechanism, how can we address those in how can we address those in other contexts, which is not just going through comprehensive? Awareness raising also needs to be comprehensive, the narrative needs to be there. Similarly, memorialization as well as healing and related processes. One thing we also should do is guard against repetition. Our policies, the systems and the structures that were there, the form of governance that is still in place, those need to be looked at. We need to have the hard talk. Is it time for us to stop, take a stock, and see what would work for the generation and future generations to come? Is it time for us to look at what has worked and what has not worked? Because not everything has worked in place. We talk about the colonial legacies. Unfortunately, those are still in place. We saw what happened from the stories, not just here, in other countries as well, about the impact of that. The mindset, the governance structure and all is also continuing to impact the way we are governing our, the nations right now and the continents. Relevance and parity. How are we to present how are we to ensure that present-day social justice and economic parity, so it's good we talked about those issues. So reparations, I believe, must contribute, and we've looked at that in different ways, to transforming societies as a whole, not just compensating for the wrongs of the past. It needs to be transformative, it needs to be sustained, it needs to be developed in a way that people find themselves and have a role in what matters to them. Their voices need to matter. I'd just like to also conclude in saying we need to continue speaking truth to power. All of us need to come together to contribute to that political will. The will is not just for government to do the work. It's for everyone who has a role to play, and everyone has a role to play. And in that way, we will contribute to shaping what would be a legacy going forward for our communities. So how can we support, and this forum and others before, and the AUTJP, the work that all of the partners are doing, kudos to CSVR and everyone else, would confront the interest. They're entrenched. Those entrenched interests, they continue to benefit colonial legacies in words and deeds. How can we confront that so that never again is never again? We need not forget. Lest we forget, we should not be allowed to forget, because we are seeing a repeat in different ways and forms. A number of us were moved to tears yesterday. Anna, I saw you cry. Other people saw me, and we've seen each other, and we know that, unfortunately, for ourselves, to make sure that those injustices really, when we say never again, they really are never again. and help to heal the nation and the continent and contribute to a world where it is no more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Again, you have highlighted, I think for me, that what really stands out is what you have said, that the impacts of colonialism are very much present right now with us. And this needs to be a continuing agenda. And Prof spoke about education, the role of education. That's really important. But you spoke about the need for dialoguing and speaking about it and bringing in the next generation. And you spoke about issues of parity and equity, which are really key and important for addressing colonial era legacies, because we are talking about unequal distribution of power, of access, and so forth. And that equalization needs to take into account parity, it needs to take into account inclusivity, but it must also bring about or use an approach of equity, at least prop up those who have been marginalized and on the periphery of some of these processes, so that together at an equal footing, we can also as Africans contribute and participate in a global stage. Thank you. Now we move on to Mr. Johannes Ottman. Again, a very interesting case. Namibia, I think, really stands as an interesting case where colonial era legacies, and through the ambit of reparations, or rather not reparations, but reparations hidden in long-term developmental programs, has been presented by the German government to Namibia. And we have seen the reaction from civil society actors and victim groups from the Nama and the Herero communities who were really affected by the genocide between 1904 to 1908. And the German government has put this program of developmental aid, not reparations, over a period of 30 years. And this money is coming in bits and pieces. And again, not as reparations, but as developmental aid. And we have seen the work of Mr. Johannes Ottman and the association that he represents, fighting against the government, the Namibian government, accepting this deal. And they are still calling for reparations. Mr. Ottman, please share with us some of the experiences and what this journey has been like for your organization and the people of Namibia in their quest for reparations, not developmental aid, not calling it something different, but reparations and that acknowledgement for the genocide that took place in Namibia against the Herero and the Nama people.
Thank you very much, Anna. And we are very humbled and grateful to be invited to this forum to come and share our case and hopefully get some sympathy ears from the African Union. Our case is totally different from what I was hearing since yesterday and today. Number one, our genocide occurred over 121 years ago, when Germany and those European powers came together in Berlin in 1884, 1885, and divide Africa. And then our land becomes German Südwest Africa. They came with the sole purpose to dispossess our people, our ancestors from our land, take our resources, kill our people, take our livestock, take our dignity, and take our being as human beings away. And that, until today, we can see in the lives of the Herero and the Nama people. Over 100,000 Nama and Herero people were exterminated. 80 to 50% Nama, 80% Herero, which today has a very big impact politically in a democratic Namibia, that because of that, we are a minority and we don't have that political voice when it comes to the democratic elections. That is the background. The killing of the Overhero and the Nama didn't just came. It was an order from Kaiser Wilhelm to the butcher called Lothar von Trotha that tomorrow, 121 years ago, on the 2nd of October in 1904, he issued an extermination order that all Overhero people should be exterminated from the face of the earth, from their native land. And the same fate happened to the Nama people on the 22nd of April, 1904. The same extermination order was issued against the Nama people and some of the great Nama leaders that live in there with a price tag on them. That is history, that is facts. Post-independent, we fought that our democratic elected government will take this case up. As we know, Namibia got independence after the Germans were beaten. After World War II, it was transferred to South Africa. Then the South African apartheid regime was in power. And then from there, in 1990, we got independence. And we fought that after that, we will get our share on the table on the issue of reparations against the German government. However, to our disappointment, our government never took up that case. There is some stories that our party took a special agreement with the German government not to take up the issue of the genocide, because outside Germany, Namibia hosts the majority of the German people, where they live in absolute luxury and with absolute wealth that has been stolen from our people. The Nama and Overhero's leaders took this up in 2006, went to Parliament and got a motion that the issue of the genocide should be put back again on the table. And then on this motion, acknowledgement that Germany committed genocide, apology, and reparations to be paid. But since 2006 until 2015, nothing happened. And one of the key elements of reparations, as we mentioned here, should be communities should be direct involved, like the Jews and the Armenians when they negotiated with the same Germany. And that was a key requirement. However, the Namibian state went into bilateral negotiations with the Federal Republic of Germany, and in secret negotiations without no consultation with the communities, as it was mentioned here with the consultations in the Gambia. No consultations with no question coming back to the communities to ask, what do you want? What is your requirements? They went into these secret negotiations, and by 2021, they came back and said, we have an agreement between the two governments that 1.1 billion euros have to be paid over 30 years. Germany will acknowledge genocide only from today's perspective, not genocide when it was committed on our ancestors in 1904. This agreement was widely criticized and obviously rejected by the communities. We put so much pressure. They wanted to send it to Parliament to rectify it, but even in Parliament, we have gathered enough support for it not to go through, and that it was sent back. We engaged government, our leaders engaged government. Let us sit as Namibians around the table and discuss this matter as on the principles of the 2006 motion. However, government never heard our call, and they continue with their secret negotiations. By then, we wrote to the United Nations, the special rapporteurs, some of them on the specific issues of reparations, human rights, and all this. They came back and said that if there is no meaningful consultation and participation of the Nama and the Ovaherero, this is not the agreement. They came back to say that this is a development aid contract, not a reparation package for the Nama and the Ovaherero people. We have continued our advocacy work. We got some people that could hear us in Germany, civil society, NGOs, other partners. But we have decided also to come to AU and to use forums like this to come and plead our case, because we believe at AU, if the big brothers talk to their big brother in Namibia at political level, there might be a change. However, we are seeing that the big brothers in the AU is not helping us. And we want to gather that solidarity at levels like this, forums like this, to continue our fight. Now, we were forced then to go to court in Namibia and to file a case in the Namibian High Court for the court to look at it. This contract that the Namibian government is about to conclude with the German government, and to ask the court to review that and to make it obsolete or null and void. Now, the latest development is, with the new legal advice, is let us try. I know, and we know it's very complicated, to cite Germany and to join them in this high court case to come and answer in Namibia. That case argument will be heard on Tuesday, the 7th of October in the Namibian High Court, where we will ask the Namibian High Court to see if Germany can come. Obviously, they are pleading state sovereignty. However, our legal lawyers are confident with some of the customary international law, the Treaty of Versailles, the UN Convention on Genocide of 1948, and also some of the articles within the Namibian Constitution that we will try. But this is where we are. However, Anna, the continuation of genocide and colonialism has taken a new route, new phase, and it is economic, where our leaders are captured through economic agreements, through economic path. That's why when the Germans came, they went to the ancestral land of Namas where you found diamonds. And they chased our people out. And they extract diamonds and they build their wealth on our diamonds. And that land has been closed for more than 130 years. It has been reopened again for another human project, the green hydrogen, for it to develop a 10 billion green hydrogen project on the ancestral land of the Namas. Again, with no free prior informed consent, without no meaningful consultation, and we try to engage the Namibian government again. You are not consulting us. You are opening this park for these German projects. You know we have a problem with the Germany in terms of reparations. This is the continuation of colonialism, and again Germany is going to extract minerals and resources from our land. We wrote to that one of the German companies that was supposed to board this hydrogen and the ammonia that will be produced. And we got the news that they have withdrawn from that project because basic human rights and consultations has not been taken care. Now, I like the word economic, reparatory economics that was used yesterday. Now look at it. Germany is offering 1.1 billion euros over 30 years. Yet, they signed with Namibian government, a German private company, a 10 billion US dollar on our land. Where is the sense? Where does it make sense that you are offering me 1.1 billion in development aid, money that will never come to our people? Money that will go into projects, in all kinds of things. Yet, you are going to build on our own land a project worth of 10 billion US dollar. Where does it make sense? And this is where I think this phrase of reparatory economics is something that we need to look at and something that we need to seriously work on. Furthermore, and I know I'm about time, but this is 121 years. I cannot do that in 10 minutes. Maybe I will not get a chance here again. In Lutretz, southwestern Namibia, where today, in 1883, the first German settler, Adolf Lutretz, came in and fraudulently brought land from the Nama chiefs there. There, on that place, there's a place called Shark Island. During the height of the genocide, this was called the most notorious concentration camp. It was also referred to as, in books, history books, death camp, where over 4,000 people were worked to death. One of the great Nama leaders of that time, Cornelius Friedrich, in front of his wife and kids, were decapitated, his head, and his wife was given the head to scrape the skull and to send off to Germany for medical scientists to see that they are better than us. On that island today, they want to expand the port next to that. With the expansion of the port, they will desecrate the heritage and the cultural meaning of that island forever. We are also rejecting. Today we have been viewed as anti-development, anti-government, but the fight continues. I want to add at the end that talking about education that Prof referred to, 2-3 years ago we engaged an organization called Forensic Architecture. These guys, what they do is they come to these colonial places and they look at it and they reconstruct. And they came to Shark Island and they have actually reconstructed Shark Island as it was in 1904 when people were kept there. And once it has been done and we brought in our elders, they could narrate the stories that has been told by the ancestors. With that, we are creating our own history. And those projects are continuing. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ottman. I will not even add to that, but I think really you have shared with us the case study of Namibia and the struggle for reparations, the fight for reparations, and the challenges with that, particularly what you've just said last, that you are being labeled as anti-development agents, for lack of a better word, because the very communities need this development. They need this funding, in quotes, from Germany for the development of communities and basically of society. And as you are fighting for reparations, you are almost a lone voice in society. The government needs this money. It needs some of these partnerships and these big projects. But communities need reparations. And how you survive, how you coexist amongst these different narratives is part of the struggle in the fight for reparations. We now open the space for discussions. We welcome comments, questions from the plenary. We have about 15 minutes. We started at 1:45. We started at 10:45. We started at 10:45. So we have about 11 minutes. My apologies. So I think we will really prioritize about 5 hands. We can discuss further during break, during lunch, and so forth. But let's prioritize about 5 hands. I see a hand at the back. I see a hand here. I see another hand there. And I'll take another 2 hands, and then we wrap it up. I've seen a hand at the back there and another hand. Yes, and then we will come back to our panelists.
How do we integrate MHPSS into reparation framework to ensure a holistic healing and empowerment to affected populations? I've heard you talked about education. You also talked about economic reparations. So basically, I'm asking about the intersection between MHPSS and TJ. Thank you.
Thank you. When I was listening to this panel, I felt like I really should stand up and say something. I would start with what Professor Yusuf made about the suggestion of education. There is an article that I wrote. It's titled "A Radical Reimagining: How the Young People Can Best Approach the Questions of Reparations in Their Lifetime." And listening to Othman, when he made a suggestion of economic reparations, it's going to connect to the question that I would like to pose to you. Education as a solution that you offer is something that, of course, in most of the sub-Saharan African countries, particularly Uganda, where I come from, we still have a curriculum that is greatly embedded with colonial roots. So the education as a solution in its own self would not ideally offer a quick solution to the problems that we face. Which brings me now to the second question, and maybe you can relate it to what I'm trying to suggest, and we see how to come up with a solution. When Mr. Othman was talking, he talked about economic reparations. And in this article, I discussed that, you see, for example, if me as a young Ugandan who wants to go to a bank and access 4%, juxtaposing it with maybe someone from the West, our fellow young people from the West, they could possibly get interest-free loans. And where does this come from? This comes from the economic structure architecture that, of course, embeds Africa and keeps us in a state whereby we cannot access liquidity. You can have a very innovative young man in Tuba or in Kisumu. You go down to Addis, but all the interest rates are high. Context. Africa annually loses approximately $130 billion in repaying loans, and that is approximately 11.5% that the IMF and World Bank puts on the continent. US, on the other hand, only pays 3.1%, and that means we as a continent, we pay 8 times when it comes to the loans that we get. And what happens at the end of the day? A young man who is down in this continent, who has innovative ideas, cannot offer economic reparations, I think is a suggestion that quite stands out. We live in a time whereby I think our lifetime with the young people, I think the best solutions we have is the economic liberalization. That our questions of reparations should be economic in nature. $5 billion in gold sales. And what did they retain? They retained a minimum of 14%. So where did the rest of the money go? Most of it ended up in shores of the continent. So the questions of reparations in our lifetime, I think as young people, is mostly on the questions of economic reparations, that we need to be in position to dismantle the current economic architecture that, first of all, leaves the young African person, the young person like me who comes from Kampala, who who wants to set up a business and cannot do so. Why do I say this? We are in an age of technology, and tech being an avenue that greatly resonates with us young people can only be harnessed when we have the capital to go ahead and innovate and come up with ideas that best suits our problems and our generations. So I greatly side with your suggestions of economic reparations, and I think it's a solution that we need, and it's a solution that my generation needs to respond to and take further. Otherwise, thanks for the discussion. It has been marvelous. Yeah.
Thank you. There was a hand here, and then there are two hands that side and a hand this side.
Thank you very much. It's very amazing, really amazing in terms of governance and exploitation of our resources as countries. We don't know what is the way forward. I could see every country is approaching reparation in a different, especially for colonial periods. It's been approached in accordance with the government or country's policies, and the government sometimes is against it, as it is the case in Namibia. So what the African continent is to do in order to bring all these approaches to one. The reparation is supposed, for the colonial period, is to be put in one place so that we approach it as a continent. That's my suggestion. But I think the resources is the curse that most of us in Africa are facing. They are not ready to confront the exploiters of our resources. I was touched yesterday when I saw the genocide center here, that these are Africans killing themselves. For whom? They are doing it for others, not for themselves. So, my brothers and sisters from the African continent,
Oui, merci beaucoup pour m'avoir accordé la parole. Moi, c'est Maître William Wenga. Je suis du groupe de travail sur la justice transitionnelle. Je suis de la République démocratique du Congo. Je pourrais dire que mon intervention pourrait être sans objet, mais je tiens quand même à revenir sur cette préoccupation. Et je suis en train de me poser la question de savoir s'il faut poser ça aux organisateurs ou bien poser ça aux panélistes. Ma préoccupation est la suivante. Nous qui avons milité pendant des années ici en République démocratique, il faut parler d'une justice transitionnelle holistique. Holistique signifie avec les 4 piliers de la justice transitionnelle qui doivent marcher ensemble. La vérité, la justice, réparation, le 3e pilier qui intéresse d'abord notre pays, la République démocratique du Congo, ce qui a fait que nous avons aujourd'hui le FONAREV. Et à ma grande surprise, je voulais bien savoir, parce que je voulais parler plus quand Mme Nasri du Kenya parlait de réparation. J'ai senti quelque part, elle voulait même entrer dans le 4e pilier qui est la garantie de non-répétition, la police, la réforme des services de sécurité. Alors pour éviter à ce qui est méli-mélo entre les 4 piliers de la justice transitionnelle, il est quand même souhaitable qu'au niveau de l'Union africaine, qu'on puisse plus uniquement sur les piliers réparation. Moi, je pense que nous qui venons de l'Est, on dit qu'il n'y a pas la paix sans justice, il n'y a pas la paix sans vérité, il n'y a pas la paix sans les garanties de non-répétition. Bien sûr, on peut bien donner tout ce qu'on peut donner, mais tant qu'il n'y a pas la justice.
Good afternoon. My question is addressed to the whole panel, maybe to Prof and to Chief Johannes. He has mentioned to His Excellency Salah Hamad. I don't know if he's still in the room or if he has left. He's outside, but I'll still ask the question. I don't know if there are any representative of the AU in the room. What is the role of the AU in terms of helping all the African countries, especially communities that have been or that have gone through genocides, to be able to get recognition of this genocide? Because I know it goes as a form of recognition, acknowledgement of genocides, especially right now in the DRC with everything that we're going through, with all the genocide and massacres that have gone through, especially in the number of people, and there are a lot of communities and a lot of countries in Africa that are in these particular situations. But we will only mention in African Union and the African Court of Human Rights and People can do to help Africa as a continent and countries like DRC, Namibia, and all the countries that have gone through genocides and massacres to get official acknowledgement and recognition. Only, first of all, I think we need to start in Africa, because that's your international community. But I feel like the African Union and Africa First need to help countries to get acknowledgement and recognition of their genocides before the international community can recognize that. So what can be the role?
Thank you. We will wrap it here for questions. My sincerest apologies. I see more hands going up, but because of time, we will have to limit it here. Otherwise, Nyari will kill me. We will start with the questions. I think there were really 2 questions that were asked. The rest were comments. The first question was around how do we integrate MHPSS in transitional justice and in reparations, particularly to advance healing that is needed, the legacies. The next question, African Union. I see Dr. John is here. Maybe Dr. John, you can speak about the AU Special Envoy on Genocide and Mass Atrocity, because that's one of the things that the African Union has done, and perhaps some of the programs. I think really what also the declaration, the Accra Declaration on reparations, I think is also very important. The AU has done a lot, but perhaps that you are doing in the Gambia. And then Prof. and Mr. Johannes, you can also perhaps add for a minute on some of the comments that have been made, but I'll give time to Dr. John, perhaps first to speak a little bit about what the African Union has done or is doing. I don't see Ambassador Sala, I think he's outside, or he's back. Okay, I'm not sure whether it's Ambassador Sala or if it's Dr. John who will speak on behalf of the African Union programs. Okay, Dr. John, perhaps?
No, thank you very much, Anna, and also thank you for that question. The concept of genocide is very, very contentious, and it is an issue that is also very sensitive, that we have to address it and approach it carefully. And as you also know, in the international system, there is the need for global recognition and appreciation. And as it is today, so it is something that we have to be very careful. It needs international recognition. And that is the reason why whenever there are issues that is brought to African Union by some of the member states saying there is genocide in the country, the African Union is also part of the international system, and we must align with the international system for us to recognize what is and what is not genocide. What the African Union is currently doing is we tend to emphasize more on prevention of genocide, and that is what led to the appointments of, an advisor, to the chairperson of the African Union on genocide prevention on the continent. So the way it is now, we work more on prevention of genocide. The former genocide advisor to the United Nations, in person of Adama Deng, is currently the AU envoy on prevention of genocide and other mass atrocity. We have paid, he has paid advocacy visit to DRC, to Rwanda, and also South Sudan, and is currently planning. African Union for now has that power. The power is not yet there to declare any conflict or anything as a genocide. As it is now, what we focus on is prevention on genocide. But having said that, it is a very sensitive. There are so many countries like the Genocost and all the rest of them, what do you call it? The one in Zimbabwe. So those are some of the contentious issues that has been brought, but the African Union does not have that local standing to declare any particular one a genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. On the question about the intersection of MHPSS, mental health, and psychosocial support with transitional justice, that goes without saying. It is critical. At the end of the day, victims and survivors are the drivers of any transitional justice process. But then, as we are working with them, we need to be able to support and accompany them in different ways. And one of those ways is their psychosocial state of mind and their healing. If something is not strong, if something is not able to stand by itself, it will not produce good results. And this is where MHPSS comes in, the preparation, the accompaniment, and just leading it through. It's not a one-size-fits-all. I've been saying this too many times these days. But it needs to be individualistic, and it also needs to tailor to the needs of those who are contributing to what we are calling transitional justice. Without the victims, without the survivors, in that process as well, they need to be supported. As Anna said, we've been doing a lot in the Gambia, working on MHPSS. We have done. We had a unit, and so different transitional justice mechanisms in place should also look at having MHPSS as well. CSVR, I know, that is one of the crux of your work, and we've supported and we've benefited quite significantly from the technical support and guidance. We had, at the start of the TRRC process, an individual who was seconded on technical assistance to the TRRC Commission, the Truth, Reparations and Reparations Commission, provided MHPSS. It was new. It was a new concept because, especially in Africa and in the Gambia, people tend to deal with things themselves. Oh, we can manage. We can deal with it. But then you find out that as time progresses, you get to a stumbling block. And this is where the accompaniment and the healing process and the counseling comes in to be able to help you unravel, unpack, and for some to even realize that what had happened to them was a violation and find themselves able to stand up, speak, and take part in the process. Their voices are important. MHPSS is important in order to be able to help individuals who are the driving force of any transitional justice process to be able to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ottman, please just a 1-minute comment. And then we'll move to Prof.
Very difficult with time. I think on the role of the EU, from our position is very clear. I understand the big boss here saying the role of EU and the processes or the systems not in place. One of the things that we are asking the Namibian High Court as one of the prayers is actually through a court process to declare that it is genocide. Germany already through the joint declaration or the proposed agreement with the Namibian government have accepted that they have committed genocide. But they qualify that by saying genocide from today's perspective. So they accept that. But we are saying, no, it's not from today's perspective. It's genocide. So once we got that order from the court, then it is only reparations in whatever format and discussion we have. On the issue of the financing of the youth of Africa, I think that is something, again, we talk about political will, it's something that needs to happen. Because if we don't resource our youth, and we don't make sure that through these processes of reparations and through these processes of reconstruction, we don't take along our young people, it's a lost cause. It's a lost cause, and we will, again, in 10 years, 20 years, we will sit here, we will not be here. Other people will sit and criticize us. So it is our time, it is our moment to make that little difference that we can make for the next generation to have a step, one more step to go, not to start on the ground. what these huge international corporates are doing by coming to our countries and invest in our countries and say, we are going to give you jobs, we are going to do A, B, C, D. But they never share technology of how this is happening for us to take control of that. And this is how they control us and take, I don't want to use the other word. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof, 30 seconds.
I will take just 10. And it is that when I talk about education, that speaker here will not have been here today without his education. Education is not only going to learn about the history, it's about everything that has happened and what we need to do about it. And that includes economic education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to my panelists for really doing more than what was necessary in basically unpacking this particular issue around colonial era legacies through reparations. I think we should be breaking up for lunch, and my sincerest apologies. We went over time, but now we hand over to the master of ceremonies, mistress of ceremonies rather, to guide us on the next steps. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for the last session before lunch. Thank you so much to the moderator and the speakers. Officially, we are going to break for lunch. Lunch is going to be on the second floor, and it's going to be for an hour. I know it's 2:04. Can I please ask that we come back at 3 p.m., hoping that we're able to finish the session before 5 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch, et bon appétit. Ambassador, please have your seat. Angeline. Priscilla. Professor Hakim, please have your seats. We do name and shame here. If you don't have your seat, we do name and shame. The two ladies hugging yourselves, please have your seats. Okay, thank you. I think we can officially start. I hope you had a very good lunch. Congolese remains a part of me. I'm sure you enjoyed the poulet mayo and the makemba. But thanks to the government for at least providing us with a good lunch, and to Fonarev as well. So I think we officially start. For the moderation, for the panel session, Ayodele Sogunro. So for session 4, addressing the gender dimensions of harm through reparations, reflection on challenges, opportunities, and lessons learned. So the next 3 sessions are very specific. One is going to be on gender, then another session on youth, and another session on MHPSS. And this shows actually the gender dimension, the youth dimension, and the mental health and psychosocial support dimension to transitional justice. And so for the gender session, our moderator is our very own, Ms. Shuvai Busmanu-Yoni, who is the Executive Director of the African Leadership Center. Is Shuvai here? Okay, yes, she's here. A round of applause, please, as she climbs the stage. For the panelists, we have Ms. Bernadette French, who is the Program Manager of the Human Rights, Justice, and Security Program at the Campaign for Good Governance, Sierra Leone. And then we have Ms. Nurat Wamaya, who is the Gender Advocate and Youth Leader. And then we have Ms. Antoinette Umbru, who's also our very own. She forms part of our TJ reference group. And she's the coordinator of the Sub-Regional Office for West Africa Women in Law and Development in Africa. And then we have, last but not the least, actually, no, so these are the 3 people that are forming the session today. Over to you, Shuvai.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mary. And good afternoon to everyone. I hope, as Mary has said, you had a wonderful lunch. As she's already introduced me, Shuvai Nyoni is my name, and I will be taking us through the next hour together with our panel of experts on this topic of reparations for gendered harms, addressing the gendered dimensions of harm through reparations. And we are trying to address or reflect on challenges, opportunities, and lessons learned. Initially, we should have been a 4-panelist panel, but I believe that the technology does not allow us to have interventions from Director Patience Chiradza, which is unfortunate, as I think she would have had some very interesting perspectives to share. Nonetheless, we do have a powerhouse of a panel, and I encourage you to not underestimate them at your own peril. But I think they are ready and prepared to take us through this conversation, which we would like you to think about as a taster conversation on addressing gendered harms through reparations. As you will notice, the panel is made up of only women. I'm not sure if it was by design or by accident. However, I will assure you that our understanding of gender is not only about women, and the needs to address gendered harms are not only about looking at harms perpetrated against women. I think it's important to also note that this being the 9th TJ Forum, which we must congratulate our colleagues at the African Union and CSVR and other partners for getting to a 9th forum. We can safely say that the terrain has changed. We're also having this conversation at a time where globally, what we have been used to, what we've been accustomed to, as I think Professor from Nigeria was alluding to in the earlier panel,
things have changed. Many countries in the global West are facing existential crises, and we are poised at a place where, as the African continent, there is a great deal of opportunity for us to shape the way many of these conversations take place, especially when we consider our pasts of crises, of conflict, and the colonial legacies. And I think this is very important when we think about gendered harms. I think what's also important to notice over the years is the change in the use of language, especially by partners, collaborators in government. I can assure you that for many of us in this room, when we started this work many, many years ago, just to have a conversation supported by a member state of the African Union on talking about reconciliation, talking about past harms was impossible. But now we are at a point where the government is talking about reconciliation, healing, even acknowledging conflict-related sexual violence, and even harms of that nature perpetrated against men and boys that a few years ago you never would have heard. So many advances have taken place. We heard already examples from the DRC, from Kenya, Morocco, Central African Republic on reparations for gendered harms. But what we want to do this afternoon is to talk about what still remains. Some efforts have been made, but what still remains, and more importantly, what are opportunities, what are innovations that can be done in different contexts in order for us to address gendered harms through reparations. And each of our panelists are going to take us through that. As I said, it's a taster conversation because this topic is very broad. It could take us the whole afternoon to discuss. We've already had tidbits of gender-related issues in the earlier sessions. And so what we will aim to do is have a few minutes from each panelist, and we will take 2 rounds of their inputs. We will open it out to the floor, and then we will come back for final views from our panelists. So please be ready with your questions, but also your contributions, especially around forward-looking innovations or opportunities that we might be able to tap into. So I'll head over to the seats, and we will begin our conversation. Okay, so we'll begin with Antoinette. She's already been introduced, so we won't repeat the introduction. And as I said, this is a conversation. We're not trying to do any kind of academic exposition, but really to speak from the point of view of experiences and also what you face on a day-to-day basis in your work, Antoinette, as it relates to this topic. So can you share a little bit about a context, a situation that has not been responded to with any kind of reparative measures in your context that you believe ought to be exposed or ought to be paid more attention to?
Merci beaucoup, Suivez, pour la parole donnée. J'ai été déjà présentée, je vais directement aller au but. Je voudrais commencer en disant que prendre en compte les dimensions de genre dans les mécanismes de réparation voudra dire que les groupes marginalisés, notamment les femmes, les filles et d'autres groupes, vivent les conflits, et même au-delà des conflits, les violations des droits de l'homme et les injustices de manière générale, ils les vivent donc de différentes manières. Et donc ça voudra dire que il faut vraiment prendre, quand on parle de réparation, il faut s'adresser à leurs besoins de façon spécifique. Dans le contexte togolais que je connais très bien, j'ai déjà eu à travailler avec la CVJR et avec le HCON. Je pourrais dire que dans ce contexte, le préjudice que je voudrais qu'on prenne en compte, qu'on reconnaisse et qu'on répare, c'est le préjudice portant sur les violences sexuelles et les violences sexistes. Au Togo, j'ai travaillé avec le processus depuis longtemps. Cette violence-là, cette catégorie de violence n'a pas été prise en compte. Je vous donne un exemple d'une femme qui, au niveau du HCON, son nom avait été publié en tant que victime ayant fait une déposition et qui devrait bénéficier des indemnisations. Je le rappelle également, le processus de réparation au Togo a été enclenché quelques années après que la commission Vérité, Justice et Réconciliation ait travaillé, plus de 10 ans après. Donc cette femme s'est présentée et avait suivi tout le processus d'indemnisation, et à la fin du processus, elle devrait rencontrer des psychologues qui devraient s'entretenir avec elle, avoir son degré de satisfaction pour pouvoir faire une appréciation générale et globale de l'indemnisation qui a été payée aux victimes. Mais on arrive sur cette femme et on lui demande, Madame, est-ce que vous êtes satisfait du processus d'indemnisation? Et voilà cette dame qui commence à pleurer. Elle a pleuré amèrement pendant des heures, et c'est à la suite de ça qu'on a découvert que, au fait, le préjudice qu'elle avait partagé il y a quelques années, quand elle faisait sa déposition, elle avait dit qu'elle avait perdu des biens, que sa maison a été brûlée, mais on a réalisé qu'au-delà de ce préjudice, il y avait un autre préjudice. Et c'était un préjudice sexuel. Elle avait été violée. Mais pourquoi elle n'a pas pu dire au départ qu'elle avait été violée? Parce qu'il y a, vous convenez avec moi, plusieurs pesanteurs, par exemple. Il y a la stigmatisation. Elle avait peur d'être stigmatisée. Donc, elle n'avait pas pu partager son expérience. Et c'est bien après qu'elle partage cette expérience. Donc, l'un des préjudices que je voudrais qu'on prenne en compte, si c'est à refaire au Togo, c'est de prendre spécifiquement en compte ce préjudice-là. Et déjà en amont, parce que j'ai été témoin de ça, j'ai commencé avec la CVJR, c'est un préjudice qui n'a pas été pris en compte. C'est vrai, la CVJR a reconnu les violences basées sur le genre, mais aucun mécanisme n'a été mis en place pour traiter de ces violences spécifiquement depuis le début du processus jusque-là. Donc voilà. Et puis pour revenir un peu là-dessus avant de donner le micro, c'est que quand les victimes allaient, les personnes allaient faire leur déposition, peu de femmes et peu de jeunes ont fait leur déposition. Peu de jeunes filles, je voudrais dire, ont fait leur déposition sur 22 514 victimes recensées officiellement par la CVJR. Il n'y avait que 4 000 et quelques femmes qui ont fait leur déposition. Pratiquement 18 à 19% de femmes qui ont fait leur déposition. Et on a réalisé, moi personnellement, je me suis posé plein de questions, on a fait des études pour voir que ces femmes n'ont pas pu participer de façon significative parce qu'il y avait la stigmatisation, elle avait peur, il y avait ces pesanteurs socio-culturelles. Merci beaucoup.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Antoinette. I mean, I think you're raising critical issues. We've heard some of them in previous sessions, but what you have really highlighted is the layers, first of all, of loss that individuals face. And especially when we look at them from a gendered perspective. So it could be the loss of your livelihood, the loss of your belongings, but also then the loss of your dignity and physical harm, and how all of those things wrap up into one. You cannot divide them, but also the issues of stigma when it then comes to the reparative processes to establish what needs to be done. Thank you so much for that. I think what you're also beginning to raise is how gendered harms on a broader level affect society and the gender relations in society. And so we can come back to that a little bit more, but thank you so much. I'm going to turn over to Nurat. And could you also just outline for us a situation or context in relation to the topic broadly that you believe ought to have more attention paid to from the perspective of gendered harms when we think about reparations?
Thank you, Shivai. I'm glad to be here, and I hope that as I share, I will paint a rightful picture concerning this topic and young rural women. So I live and work in a rural setting back in Kenya. For those who've been in Kenya, I live in a place called Nakuru. So Nakuru is, I would term it as peri-urban, but mostly rural. And in the area where I work, to the north, we are bordered by a community. It's called a Tugen community. And this community for a very long time, since the time that I can remember, has been having unrest. And this unrest is caused by when the communities are fighting each other because of cattle and just resources that are there, also because there's political interference. So the main perpetrators are young warriors who are called Morans. So they plan for raids and then they go into a neighboring village or a neighboring community and do raids or cattle rustling. And for a very long time, women were not involved in these conversations concerning what exactly is the reason as to why young men are planning on raids and going to attack other communities or attacking the same community in a different village. So so the circle continued, the historical circle of revenge based on past grievances. People are born and finding other people, raiding one another, and the cycle of violence continues. So just a little about 2 years ago, an organization that I was privileged to be part of went into this community. And then that when you want to get into a community, one of the best working practice is to actually work with opinion leaders and community elders. And most of these community elders and opinion leaders are mostly men, based on the patriarchal society, patriarchal nature of our communities. So we sat down with the men. At first we were asking ourselves, where are the women? But we were told that you wanted opinion leaders, you wanted community leaders, we are the community leaders. So you have to talk to us. We talked to them, they told us their perspective concerning the unrest that is there. And no one mentioned the harm that comes to the women, or the role that women play when it comes to, discussions of peace building. Because up until today, there has not been any form of reparation apart from just peace talks and peace conversation where they're trying to see, how can we just solve this outside of court or, outside of the interference or rather involvement of the government. So, and then as we continued working in that community, we went ourselves, we sat down with the women and we told them, we asked them, what is your perspective? The women said they did not have any perspective. But as we continue engaging with them in other areas like maybe economical empowerment and other things that women empowerment issues, they started telling us how exactly these raids happen. So, the young Morans planned these raids, and when they are ready now to go and raid another community or another village, they make a special beads, beads like such. I don't know if you can see what I'm wearing on my wrist, but they make special beads. And then these special beads, before they go out raiding, they leave them to their mothers. They go at a secret time, they talk to their mothers, they tell them that I'm going out, we are going to do a raid. They don't tell them when exactly this raid is going to happen, but they leave them their special belongings. Just in case they do not come back, that special bead is supposed to be buried, and some other belongings, can be given to their wives and their children if they have any. So, and the women, their mothers now would keep these beads and these belongings, the special belongings that they have been left by their sons. So that, and in the meantime, they pray for them so that they can have successful raids out there. So when we asked what exactly is on those beads, the women just say they don't know. It's just a special bead that they have, so that when they go out to raid, when they come back, they wear the beads as to show that they went here and they went to the raids and they were successful and they came back and everything went okay. And so I don't know if you, for those who have been in Kenya, you know of the Maasai community. So Maasai community, long time ago, they used to kill lions. And every time you kill a lion, you are supposed to get a tattoo. So these beads to the Tugen community is a form of that tattoo to show that you went to the raid and it was successful and you are better than other men in the community. So, as we continued interacting with these women, we realized that these beads had a significance in that some of them were maps that show where exactly the raid is going to happen. But remember, the women whose these beads are left to, they have no this information. Most of them are not learned. Most of them don't ask their elder sons questions concerning, why, they don't have such conversations. And the men that are supposed to have these conversations with them also do not have those conversations with them because they benefit from, the raids that these men do. So as we continued having these peace talks with them and encouraging them to become, the whistleblowers to some of these atrocity and human rights violation, to become the whistleblowers, to become the peacekeepers, and we also allowed them. We also worked with them to see how exactly they can come into the picture. Now, for example, after they whistleblow, we take the information to the authority, and then some of those raids were curtailed before they happened, and some arrests that were done were made, and also just allowing them to also see the role they play. So when these elders and community leaders meet to discuss matters peace building, they just discuss, it's just conversation. So we will do this, but the actual work of doing what they need to do is left to the women. For example, we will talk to our children. Who is going to talk to those children? The women in the community. So we worked with them over time to make them realize that you have a role that you are playing in, all these, the harm that is happening in the community, and also the peace conversations that are happening in the community. And that is what has led to, some of the successes that we have seen so far on matters reparation. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Nurat. I mean, I think that is a very fascinating story. I gave her a little bit more time so we could just hear all the nuances. But there are many questions around what are some of the other gendered harms outside of the women being direct victims that you think and you see taking place there, and how are those gendered relations being upset and turned around when women are being whistleblowers? Are they at risk? What are some of the things taking place? And then what is leading to the young men behaving in the way that, what informs that? But we can touch on that when we come back. Let's take it to Bernadette now. And Bernadette, let's hear from you, from some of your experiences and also some of your observations. Do you have a microphone?
Thank you very much, Suivez. It's really an honor for me to be here. Probably just pardon me for some of the graphic pictures that I'll be painting as I reflect practically. When I came into the space in 2003, one of my first assignments and responsibility was to work with our field's focal points to review some of the statements that were being taken from members of the society. And by the way, for those of you who are familiar with the Sierra Leonean story, Sierra Leone is one country where the war affected every part of the country. So in fact, if we were to define who a victim is in Sierra Leone, the reality is everybody is a victim. I myself, seated here, had to we had to run to the Gambia. So I lived for a couple of months in the Gambia as a refugee. And so in that context, whilst I was reviewing some of those stories, there are a number of stories that never left me. And I'll just share a couple with you. I read and heard stories, even whilst I was engaging with the TRC, of women whom faced situations like rebels arguing what the gender of a pregnant woman is. And to prove that, they will cut open that woman while she's still alive to prove what gender that is. I had stories of a community where the rebels entered. And because the first thing they did was they locked all the men in the houses and burnt them alive in the houses. There was disarray, the children were crying. They took all the children from babies as young as 2 months, 1 month old, to 2 years old, toddlers, and they dumped all of them in a well. Some of those stories, the women will tell you, that scream, that cry, would always live with me. I read and heard stories where young girls, women who were in refugee camps in Guinea, had to literally sleep with humanitarian workers, different kinds of, not just one person, just because they had become vulnerable and they were being exploited. I heard stories, and this story, I would play the devil's advocate on this one, where rebels raid communities and even the city, the capital city, and they collected boys and girls, young people, women and men, and they were conscripted forcefully into combatants. Women were used as sex slaves, forced wives. Those who are familiar with international criminal law would tell you that it was because of the Sierra Leone situation that the issue of forced marriage, child conscription, became a crime under humanitarian law. Now, what does this illustrate? It illustrates, in my view, that men and women suffer and experience harm, whether it's in conflict situation, whether it's in oppressive regimes, insurgencies and all, differently. And so it means that in the design of reparations programming, intersectionality should become the focus. Because there were women in the communities who suffered, there were young people who suffered, there were girls who suffered. And so we have to frame reparations process within that dimension. And unfortunately, in Sierra Leone, for example, we were so desperate. We wanted peace. We wanted sanity, which is not a bad thing. The donors were ready to support us. So we became, I always call Sierra Leone one of the guinea pigs of transitional justice. So we got it a bit wrong right from the start. The second dimension I want to reflect on. I want to reflect on the historical patterns and dimensions of gender-based violence, structural patriarchy, and things like gender power imbalances. I am always of the notion, when I speak of the Sierra Leone context, that the levels of gendered violations we saw did not just appear during the war. It wasn't triggered by the conflict. These were historical patterns of abuse and violations that women had silently suffered even before the conflict. These were just a legitimate and public show of the abuse and power imbalances that women have always been subjected to, emboldened by by patriarchy. And so in the design of reparations, for example, in Sierra Leone, those nuances have to be recognized. And I can tell you that one of the successes we've had in 2022, we were able to fulfill that aspect of the TRC recommendation, which talked about an adoption of a gender equality law, which we have. I want to play the devil's advocate, and this is tied to the forceful conscription that I talked about. Now, most of us, we ascribe masculinity to conflicts and authoritative regime. And because we ascribe masculinity, we fail to understand or to strive to analyze, to design reparative processes from a holistic gender and meaningful reparations program. And that goes, thank you.
Let me stop you there, because I think you're wandering into the next question. So let me pause you there. You'll come back to that. I want to go back to Antoinette. And thank you so much, Bernadette. I think you have painted, you've closed the loop for us. We started with Antoinette, who focused, I think, on reparations from the perspective of finding information or collecting information from individual survivors and victims. Nurat, who talked about finding the patterns, and for you, Bernadette, talking about how we frame, right? Antoinette, given what you've shared and what others have shared, what do you see as some of the opportunities and innovations, even given what you have problematized so far regarding reparations?
Merci encore une fois, Chevaille. Pour moi, ce que nous avons toutes les trois décrit comme situation ou contexte présente malgré tout ce qu'il y a comme horreur et autres présente des opportunités. Dans la situation présentée par moi-même concernant les préjudices basés sur le genre et spécifiquement les violences sexuelles et sexistes, dans le cas du Togo, le contexte du Togo, pour moi, il y a plusieurs opportunités. Et l'une des premières opportunités que j'ai remarquées, c'est que les travaux même de la commission Vérité, Justice et Réconciliation, ces rapports même et travaux présentent une opportunité par rapport à laquelle l'État ou le gouvernement pourra se baser et pour élaborer un cadre, même un mécanisme qui prend en compte ces violations ou ces préjudices. Je l'avais dit tantôt que dans le contexte togolais, ces situations n'ont pas été prises en compte en amont. Donc si l'État pourrait saisir l'opportunité des travaux de la Commission Vérité et Justice et Réconciliation et proposer des mécanismes concrets pour relever ces défis. Et l'autre opportunité que j'ai trouvée dans les travaux qui ont été faits au Togo concerne l'appui des organisations de la société civile et notamment des organisations féministes qui pouvaient constituer pour moi un levier stratégique pour accompagner l'État dans le processus de réparation et surtout des acteurs qui pourront aider l'État à une co-construction de ces mécanismes-là. Ça pourra être des centres d'écoute que les organisations de la société civile pourraient élaborer ou bien créer avec l'appui des partenaires ou même de l'État pour pouvoir écouter ces victimes-là. Je l'avais dit, le problème c'était que les femmes n'avaient pas l'opportunité ou bien n'avaient pas un cadre rassurant qui leur permettrait de venir librement pour partager leur histoire. Donc, c'est quelques opportunités. Si j'ai l'opportunité encore, je reviendrai pour parler des propositions que je voudrais faire. Merci.
Thank you, Antoinette. And I'll push back a little bit. You can come back on this later. You talked about the report from the transitional justice process. But if you could, what one thing from those recommendations, other than the one you gave us on civil society, would you like to see coming to life? And you can come back on that after we've taken comments from the floor. Nurat, over to you. I give you just 1.5 minutes to respond so we can have an opportunity to hear from the room.
So there are a few opportunities that I think we have in terms of gendered harm and how we can ensure that the voices of young women, especially rural young women, is included. And one of them is actually going to address the root causes to some of these harm and violences that we see in our communities. For example, in the story that I shared earlier, one of the root causes that we saw that people were fighting for the few resources that are there, and that was made worse by the effects of climate change. So, trying to let women and also communities understand matters climate change and how they can be involved in those climate actions is an opportunity. And, I think last week, one of the world leaders had the audacity to say that climate change is a hoax. But, it is us who live in the effects of this climate change. So no one should stand somewhere and tell us that, climate change is a hoax. Most of the economies, Africans' economies, are based on, are agricultural-based economies. So we are the agriculturalists, and we are seeing the effects of this climate change. So addressing some of these root causes that cause violence and also conflict is an opportunity for us to take into consideration. And then another opportunity is addressing the issues around care work, because at the wake of violence, for example, some people are, maimed, some people get some form of disabilities, and the people who are mandated to take care of them in our communities mostly are women. So addressing the issues around care work and how, women, that burdens falls on women and girls such that they have to choose between fulfilling their dreams or, taking care of their families back home. And I know even in this room, when we place those two decisions in front of any woman between taking care of your family, maybe you are ailing brother, son, or whoever, and going out there and being a career woman or just getting to keep on dreaming, most of women here and girls will actually choose, the latter, which is to take care of their family. So we need to address issues around care work. And then sometimes, yes, thank you. So sometimes what we noticed is that women just want a sense of safety, and we saw that as an opportunity. And one of the organizations that I am aware of is called Box Kenya. They teach women to, do some of these martial arts, not to advocate for violence or anything like that, but to just give women that feeling of I'm safe. In case anything happens to me right now, I'm able to, defend myself. So for people in the room, can take that as an opportunity. At the end of the day, it goes also to speak into their mental health and how they can, feel safe in their communities as we continue making policies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the opportunities I see, especially for Sierra Leone, is that we've had peace for more than 20 years. That is a very, very significant opportunity that we can leverage on. And what does that mean? It means we've had time and we continue to have the space to think seriously about how we can design transformative systems and structures, which brings me back to the governance conversation, to ensure that what we have, because honestly, I was saying to Ambassador, reparations is expensive. For the last 20 years, we've been fighting with government, we've been cajoling government, we've been engaging donors. It's been a lot of pain. So what we need is to use the opportunity we have in the sanity that presents itself to us now to ensure that we have a structural system that would enable us, all of us, the society, to have a system where we will have equitable distribution of resources, where we will have access to the basic facilities, but also, I think one of the things that we have not done, even as we have these opportunities, is collective healing. Reparations is not just material. So, as a society, what are we doing? How are we ensuring that we put in place strategies that help us? One of the things I've seen in Sierra Leone is that we are so wounded. There's a country, we see a country that has not healed. And it is not just that we have not healed. Shuvai, we have transferred trauma to even generations that had no business becoming part of that trauma. So it is important that as we design all of these things, we use these opportunities that present itself to us to help us to build and to revive. Secondly, before I hand over the mic, we have an opportunity now in Sierra Leone, which is the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Law. And that law puts a lot of priority on economic empowerment and also affirmative action, which means that we have 30% of women in political decision-making positions. And by extension, that law even extends it to private sector. So how do we make use of that resource that we have to ensure that in the policies, in the legislations, that some form of reparations, it might not be couched reparations, but something that would be aligned with reparations and would help women and men collectively.
Thank you so very much. I'm going to open to the floor now. And Nyari, if you could give me an indication of how much time we have left. 20 minutes? 10? No, they've stolen from us. We've managed our time, but they're stealing. Okay, we will have reparative measures for that. But you have heard from our three panelists, and they've taken us around some of the gendered harms. And what I like about what they've presented is how these are gendered harms, not only harms that confront women. We heard examples about how men were put into one building and they're bombed. That in and of itself has its own implications. We've also heard about priorities and also some opportunities. I saw a hand at the back. I'll take a couple of hands. What I would like you to do, please, in no more than 30 seconds, make your statement, if it is a statement, or ask your question. A question has a question mark at the end. But you can also make a comment or a statement, but please keep it brief, and also please try to direct it to the topic that we are focused on, although we do know that there are many intersections and everything is interconnected. Ruth, I saw your hand first, and then I see the young woman in the back. Any other hands? Yes, I see you, sir, in the brown jacket. Anyone else? Oh, yes, please. So we have 4 hands in that order. Please go ahead. Microphones, please. And please briefly tell us who you are when you have the microphone. Nyari, it's not our fault that the microphones are not ready, so you add us 2 minutes.
Thank you. Ruth Ogwewekun from the Pan-African Lawyers Union, Palu, based in Arusha, Tanzania. Thank you so much for the presentations, and just very quickly to just kind of bring into perspective the AU theme of the year, which is also the theme of this conference, and to kind of just flesh out some gendered perspectives. I mean, when we talk about colonialism, apartheid, and slavery, the bodies of African women and men were scenes of crimes. When we talk about forced sterilization, forced breeding, castration of African men, we talk about, racist gynecological practices on the bodies of African women, etc., and etc., and many more that, we have no reparations for and we have no justice for so far for African women and African men as a collective. And so just to all three panelists, I guess the question then is, what lessons do you think we can extrapolate from the more recent transitional justice efforts towards advocacy for justice for historical injustices for continental Africans as well as diaspora Africans? Thank you.
Thank you. We had a hand. Yes, she's right next to you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists as well. Ms. Benedict beautifully, practically analyzed the situations of gendered harms. But my question is coming from the sustainability aspect of it. So reparation processes often focus on the immediate redress, but how can we ensure that these things are designed in a gender-responsive way that empowers, more women and girls in the long term? So not just immediately, because you see a lot of programs, one-off programs that are not sustainable for these women and girls. So beyond compensation, what are the governments doing? You could also, highlight it in the Sierra Leonean context. What are they doing to include access to education for these people, healthcare, and sustainable livelihood? Thank you.
Thank you. We had a hand, yes, here.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Thierry Madiapo de WANEP, West Africa Network for Peace Building. Je suis très ravi d'avoir entendu les expériences partagées sur cette question des violences sexuelles en temps de conflit et les aspects liés aux réparations. Effectivement, quand il s'agit de violences sexuelles, on n'en parle pas beaucoup, on est beaucoup focalisé sur le conflit, on est focalisé sur les causes et autres, mais il se trouve que les violences sexuelles, quand elles ne sont pas prises en compte après le conflit, ça constitue un frein au retour à la paix. Alors, je pense bien qu'il est important, même si les processus qui ont été conduits sur le continent, la plupart sont déjà à un niveau de réparation, il est important de revenir pour donner la parole aux femmes, parce que sinon, on aura toujours une paix factice. Ma question maintenant, c'est par rapport aux violences faites aux enfants. Et elle s'adresse à toutes les panélistes. Qu'est-ce que, dans vos contextes, qu'est-ce qui a été fait par rapport aux violences faites aux enfants? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Noting that we will have a panel on youth, but there's a question about children, and I guess it's the gendered nature of harms against children. We have a hand here, please, and then Maggie, I see you. And then there's a hand at the back. Angeline, yes. And then I'd also like to prepare Priscilla and Christella, if you would also make some interventions from your perspectives at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is more a comment. In fact, in terms of what I earlier was saying in our panel, the proposed joint declaration that Namibia and Germany have negotiated doesn't have any clause relating directly to the violence that was against our mothers and our daughters, our ancestors. And in that response by the UN special rapporteurs, they make it very clear that it should be. So I just want to also put a note that if we talk about reparations, and especially reparations, then the woman, the violence against women and the daughters of us should be a chapter on its own, because that is violence that is not guaranteed. You know, I know we don't have time. When the Germans attacked one of the Nama leaders, the village of the Nama leaders, what did the Nama leader did? He took the fighters out of the village, thinking that these Western advanced Germans will follow the men and go and fight men to men. But what did they do? They remain in the village and rape and burn down the huts with women and children in it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think linked to Ruth's earlier question, there were also questions of forced sterilization of Herero women in Namibia. So I think that is very critical. And I think both yourself, sir, and also Shirley, I don't see where she is, could offer many perspectives in relation to this topic. The other hand, Maggie, yes, please.
I would be interested to know from the lady from Nakuru. You talked about the traditional norms and exclusion of women in times of conflict, but were you able to find any practical measures of how women have actually been involved in conflict resolution? Considering the fact that when you study many traditional norms, women were actually involved in times of war, blessing their sons to go to war. So there is that mix there. How have they been involved in conflict resolution? Any practical solutions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Angeline? Oh, okay.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Oui, donc je veux pouvoir discuter de la participation des victimes indirectes au processus de justice transitionnelle. C'est vrai qu'on parle d'approche centrée sur les survivantes, mais souvent, comment est-ce que dans vos pays, on associe par exemple le mari qui a aussi été témoin de violences sexuelles, qui peut être perturbé par cette violence sexuelle que sa femme a subie. Et si forcément on est toujours concentré seulement sur la femme, comment lui on le gère? Et aussi comment on arrive à gérer la participation de l'homme quand par exemple on a une survivante de violence sexuelle qui arrive à souvent être stigmatisée par son propre mari et reçoit une indemnisation ou bien une réparation sans que son mari ne soit préparé, quoi. Donc, comment est-ce que dans vos pays, les processus de justice transitionnelle ont associé les personnes qui ne sont pas souvent vues comme les personnes directement affectées, mais qui peuvent être affectées psychologiquement ou bien? Merci.
Thank you for that question. I think all three of our panelists also addressed the way in which the harm that is done to an individual does not only affect the individual, but the ecosystem around that individual. But we'll leave it to them to also offer some ideas. Angeline, please, and then please Priscilla and Christella, if you could end us off, and we'll come back to our panelists. Can we have a microphone, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Angelina Boer, and I'm from Kenya. My question is to Bernadette and perhaps to also the other members of the panel. You talked about the law on 30% of women constituting, the private and the public sector. My question is, how do you practically implement this to ensure that it's not an illusion, or it's not just something that is just written, but you can't really implement this? Because in Kenya we have the third gender rule, And in the private sector, it has worked well. If anything, it's overworked because where I work, 60% of the workers are women, but in the public sector, they're still grappling with this. So how do you ensure the implementation?
Thank you, Angeline. To my panelists, please prepare yourselves to respond in 90 seconds to whichever question you feel you want to respond to, but also offer your final remarks. But as you prepare, Priscilla and Christella will just give us a 30-second intervention. They are not asking questions, they're just contributing to the conversation. Thank you. Priscilla?
Thank you. It has been a really interesting and informative discussion by members of the panel. And definitely when we're looking at issues of gender in the context of reparations, it's broad, it's wide, but again, it needs to be contexted and from a multi-dimensional approach. It's really multifaceted. And in this case, we really need to speak to the individuals themselves so that they can contribute to what it means. I believe it had been talked about when my sister from Togo said that this lady was offered reparations, but it didn't speak to the issues she had gone through because of the stigma. She hadn't mentioned a lot of things. And so the process needs to also incorporate different services, not just from what reparations means as a right and from that legal perspective, but also the social dimension and looking at issues that has been talked about from the psychological point of view. Because if one is not fully on board and able to understand what they have been through, they might not be able to contextualize what they need. So I think that as we're working on reparations programs and in the aspects of gender dynamics as well, we should be able to talk to them and help them understand what are the issues. Otherwise, a lot of people lose out. And this is what we're finding in the Gambian context. Not everyone is able to benefit from the gambit of reparations because some of the dimensions had not been said. I was slapped whilst in detention, but then they're not talking about having been raped as well. So then you get one half if it's quantified, but you don't get the other half. And then you don't even get the support you need to help you through that process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we can get the microphone to Christella at the back. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sister Suivez. I'm just going to pick on 2 points mentioned by two panelists. The first one being from Antoinette, when she talks about mental health. But I'm reflecting to the example of the survivor. She mentioned about that cried strongly after apparently being recompensated. But then this shows that there is also another layer of reparations that we should look at too, and in regards also to gender aspects, but specifically to these specific harms caused to women. And the other aspect is related to what Madame French spoke about masculinities. I think this is one of the components that is still missing in most of the conversations around women's rights, but gender-specific conversations around transitional justice. And I think this is very key, because if we are talking about post-conflict reconstruction work, and we are into gender and transformation, and we need to look at these patterns. We need to look at how and why these violations were happening, because the end of violence does not mean that everything goes back to normal. as if nothing happens. There is continuity of these patterns, of this behavior constructed on the long when the conflict was happening. And so after conflict, then what do we do? But practically then also, what does that mean? In my own context, for example, there is some work we did around ex-combatants. These are people who are back in our communities and who are going to keep living with the victims they did harm to. So how do we strategically and systematically also involve them into all this work?
Thank you very much. I hand it back to my panelists. Please help me to not be fired by CSVR and AU and to not cause them to never invite me again. So Bernadette, we'll start with you, then Nurat, and then we'll finish off with Antoinette. As I said, answer whichever you want to answer and respond to, and your final remarks.
Thank you very much for all the perspectives and the questions. And I will speak to the question on the gender and women's empowerment law and how practical it is in terms of its application. And I would also speak to sustainability. My sisters, the very reason why we're even here speaking about reparations is because we are exploring and looking for solutions that would guarantee non-repetition. And if we're looking for those repetitions, we have to go back to the source. And that source is that when we look at all the reports and all the literatures that have been developed around why we even had conflict, why there was a coup, and they are all aligned and they all point back to bad governance, a governance deficit, which in itself had a component of inequality. Check all the reports. You would really realize that there are sections where they were talking about the exclusion of vulnerable groups and women as a part of it. So the solution to ensure that this journey of restoration and of repair is actualized, is found in ensuring that as a state, as a society, we imbibe a culture of good governance, good governance, good governance. I rest my case.
I will take the question on how we were able to involve women practically in the conflict resolution engagements. So, first of all, we worked with the local government that is in Kenya right now, and for them, some of their asks were things like, immunity when it comes to their sons who are participating in some of these raids. So locally, that was organized, but in terms of nationally, that is something that we are still trying to advocate, because in Kenya, young people are given something called Certificate of Good Conduct. And because these young men have already conducted or been involved in some sort of crime, that is not, the government is not able to give that to them. And therefore, this curtails, their involvement in even matters employment and other leadership positions, so they cannot access such spaces. But this is something that we keep advocating as young people and also as people who are in close proximity with this the Tugen community. And also I want to just speak a little bit on the issue of violence against women and violence against children, which is close to impossible to separate from violence against women. So when women are violated, most likely the children will also suffer the consequences. So what I have seen working in my community is when the community rallies around these children and they find a sort of solace for them. Some of the women who suffer sexual violence, for example, those who are forced into pregnancies because maybe they fell pregnant out of rape, and they did not have access to abortion services, which in Kenya has a legal basis. If you are raped, you are entitled to abortion services. So in rural communities, they do not have access to such services. So they are forced to keep their children. So these children are raised in foster homes or in rescue centers, or local arrangement is done for them to be raised by their grandparents on the maternal side. At least the mother is known. So in that way, also the children also go through psychosocial support, a constant psychosocial support, constant check-in from their case workers, and at the end of the day, we try to get justice for these children, ensure that they go to school and they can keep dreaming. Yeah. So maybe I would say my parting shot is that reparation is not homogeneous. There are so many things, there are so many communities that need these reparations to come to them, not just in form of money. And also when you're looking at it, you should have a gender lens. Whether it comes to the finances for it, we have to check, are these finances gender responsive? Do we have frameworks that are speaking directly, into matters gender, including both men and women? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour les questions toutes pertinentes. Je suis entièrement d'accord avec ma sœur qui a parlé de la prise en charge psychologique des victimes. Et pour moi, ça ne devrait pas s'arrêter seulement aux victimes. Ça doit également s'étendre à d'autres personnes, notamment les membres de la famille des victimes, c'est-à-dire les victimes indirectes pour moi. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous. Et puis ça devrait être considéré à tous les niveaux de la réparation. C'est-à-dire, comme je l'avais relevé, si ces considérations sont faites en amont, ça permettrait à beaucoup de femmes de participer au processus, d'avoir même le courage d'aller faire leur déclaration ou déposition auprès de ces instances-là, si on pouvait les rassurer que leur situation sera prise en compte de façon spécifique. Il y avait une question concernant les violences sexuelles que les hommes ont subies. Et c'est vrai que dans les situations de conflit, les hommes aussi subissent ces violences sexuelles. Et comme je l'avais dit, c'est toujours sur l'angle de la stigmatisation sociale et puis des pesanteurs socioculturelles qui empêchent également ces hommes d'aller librement faire ces déclarations devant les instances qui sont chargées de recueillir leurs dépositions. Et puis, dans le cas du Togo, on n'a pas vraiment eu des situations où les hommes ont été victimes de violences sexuelles parce que ce n'est pas une situation de conflit généralisé, c'est juste des tensions sociopolitiques qui se révèlent au moment des élections. Donc, on n'a pas eu à travailler sur des hommes qui ont subi ces violations. Vous avez également parlé des situations des victimes.
Si vous pouvez, c'est moi, je suis ici. Okay. Si vous pouvez, oui.
Oui, en 1 minute, je clôture. C'est vrai, les femmes qui sont stigmatisées par leur mari, par exemple, et qui ont bénéficié des indemnisations, dans les situations que nous avons vécues, malgré le fait que ces femmes aient eu une indemnisation financière, les maris ne sont pas revenus. C'est dire que c'est vraiment une violence que les femmes vivent. Et conclure en disant que pour moi, la réparation devrait non seulement se limiter au paiement d'une compensation financière aux victimes, mais ça devrait aller au-delà, c'est-à-dire peut-être voir l'aspect de l'autonomisation de ces victimes-là dans le long terme. Merci.
Okay, I see Mary is here, but I think please clap again for my panel. Thank you. We did say it was a taster conversation. There is a lot of ground to be covered. So many words came out here, from victim labeling, intersectionality, sexual violence against men, babies, husbands, wives. All of these things form part of what are gendered harms in violence, in conflict situations, political violence, etc. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. Grab any of these wonderful people outside if you want to hear more, including those who spoke from the floor. There are many perspectives, and thank you once again for being part of the conversation.
A round of applause for the moderator, Suivez, and the panelists. Thank you so much. We have 2 more sessions, but we're going to make it a shoot pictures here. So we have 2 more sessions. We're going to try and make it as short as possible. The genders, the youth session, as well as the MHPSS session. There is coffee and tea outside, because I know that it's been a long day. So please feel free to go outside and grab coffee as you wish. To go to the next session, we're hoping to finalize that in 30 minutes. A round of applause for them, please, as they get off the stage. For the session on youth, just getting the perspectives of African youth on reparations. The moderator is Mr. Cheno Gay, Programs Manager, Activista, The Gambia. And then the panelists are Ms. Nabintu Rita, who is a social assistant, Zawadi, Good Governance and Inclusion. And then we have Mr. Enya Echeng Ewuro, who is the Deputy Executive Director for Youth Organization for Research and Justice Advocacy. And then we have Mr. Nyasha Mpani, who is the Project Officer, Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. Please, can we have one house, please? Ayodele. Thank you. And then the next person is Miss Nina Caro. Please, can you all come up stage? And as you come up stage, please, can we all clap for them as they come up stage? "30 minutes, please. Once your 30 minutes is up, you're going to find me here, standing. Over to you, Cheno.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chernogay, and I am chairing this panel for you. We have had a lot of conversations this morning, and after lunch as well, very interesting ones. And for me, the interesting thing about the whole conversation from yesterday to today is the fact that the events that lead up to a transitional justice process and the transitional justice process itself has young people in every single aisle. When you look at what happened in the Gambia in '94, a group of young people picked up guns and took over the government. And the leader of that young people was 29 years old at the time. You look at what's happening in Congo and every other African country, what you see is the violence that is happening, the people carrying the guns are young people. But also a significant number of the people they are pointing the guns at are also young people. So you find young people both as perpetrators as well as victims. And you will find situations where one single individual is both a perpetrator and a victim at the same time, and then we are caught in this dilemma of how do we deal with that. And so this conversation today we're trying to have here, this panel, is about reparations, but not just for this current generation. We want to fix this so that generation after us, when they come, they wouldn't have to deal with this issue. Because the only reason we are in this whole discussion is because the generations before us tried to fix this, but they did not do a good job. They did not. And the question always, I had to read this entire report last night, and at the conclusion of every country, all the 10 countries, when you look at the challenges is lack of funding, we don't have the technical support to do this. Nobody taught our people how to be violent. The rebels with guns, nobody taught them how to do that. Nobody taught them to cause all this violence. So we don't necessarily have to wait for someone to get us the resources to fix this problem. And so Our discussion today is because reparation is not a standalone issue in TJ. It's one component, part of many other components. The same way, our young people are not the only members of the population, but we are a very significant fraction of the population. And so the conversation around TJ is incomplete until we specifically talk about how young people participate, how they are affected, and what roles do they play in fixing our problems. And so my first question to the panelists would be, what does a youth-centered kind of a reparation look like in practice? And we are joined by Enya, who is online. Enya is the head of Yoja, but also he helped develop the youth-friendly version of the AUTJP. So I'm very interested in what youth-centered reparation look like for young people. Enya, if you can hear us, we would like to start with you simply because you helped design the youth-friendly version of the AUTJP. We don't have audio. He is muted. Enya, sorry, we can't hear you. Let them fix that. While they try to fix that, we can go with you, Nyasha.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the question. I think from where I come from and the organization that I represent, for us, what a youth-centered reparations, if I got your question right, we basically focus on what data tells us. And from our side, we really think that we should often link reparations with the current problems that the youth are facing. Right. Rather than it being a symbolic gesture, it should also try and address the current pressing needs of the youth. I was quite interested to listen to one of the youth from Uganda who spoke about economic reparations, which resonates to what our data says, where the youth are constantly sharing that one of their most important problems is unemployment, corruption, and management of the economy. So if you're talking about reparations, I think for the youth, it should also try and link with how best we can address what are the most important problems which the youth are facing. To them, I think the issues of reparations will become more meaningful because they are speaking to their lived realities. So from our side, reparations should always try by all means to be addressing the lived realities of the youth and the most important problems which the youth are facing on the continent.
Yeah, thank you, Nyasha. Same to you, Neil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Permit me to thank the organizers of this important forum to have convened citizens of countries who are yet to adopt a very formal and, I would say, enforceable transitional justice policy. I come from Cameroon, where we still have where we still identify mechanisms of transitional justice without having a formal and legally enforceable, I would say, processes that actually guide actions into the implementation of transitional justice. So for us, talking about youth-centered reparations, I'll begin by saying that we are not actually looking into reparations per se, because at the moment in time, we are still trying to do a study on how transitional justice is still being implemented within the context of Cameroon. And I will begin by saying that the question will be around involvement of the youth in the whole process. Because I've had the opportunity to take part in events or in workshops that dealt with trying to identify the various transitional justice mechanisms within the Lake Chad Basin. And within this particular, I'll say, consultative workshops, I was surprised to see that the youth were not really represented in this. So how do we talk about addressing the issues that impact the youth? How do we talk about addressing the various challenges the youth are facing? Because we are conscious of the fact that the crisis, the war, the conflicts, and even these historical injustices directly impact the youth because they represent, first of all, more than half of the population of Africa. So we are just proportionally, how will I say, directly impacted by this conflict. So I was surprised that we were not actually involved in these consultative workshops, trying to identify the various mechanisms, the various transitional justice mechanisms within our specific context. And when I tried to find out why are the youth left aside, because this should be a whole process that will have to encompass youth participation, both at the conception phases right up to the delivery phases. So I received the answer that the youth took part in interviewing of the various stakeholders within the process. And I was surprised to know that, we are in a context of transitional justice where we are sending youths to the field while they don't even, first of all, understand the concept of transitional justice. What is it all about? And during this consultative workshops, and even during the deliberations, where recommendations were made by various stakeholders from different countries of the Lake Chad Basin Commission, there were no youth. And how do these particular recommendations reflect, like, the youth's perception to what the transitional justice should actually address within the context of our country? So for me, I think considering for a youth-driven centered reparation to actually operate, the youth's position or the youth's involvement or inclusion should be made right from the inception to the delivery phases of all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the young people should be included from design to implementation. We come to you now, Rita.
Bon après-midi. Hello. Merci beaucoup pour la parole m'accordée. Je ne vais pas rentrer dans ce que les amis ont dit, mais pour répondre à cette question, je vais partir de ce témoignage d'une survivante, une victime dont nous avons eu à accompagner dans un projet subventionné par l'OIM. Alors, pendant qu'elle rentrait de l'école, elle était déjà à l'école secondaire, elle était avec ses amis en train de célébrer la réussite parce qu'elle venait de passer un examen en chimie, dont elle avait bien réussi d'ailleurs parce qu'elle voulait faire la médecine à l'université. Alors comme les amis ont laissé, étant adolescente, on aime s'accompagner, genre tu accompagnes ton amie jusqu'à chez elle, tu accompagnes les autres et après tu rentres chez toi. Pendant qu'elle est en cours de route, en train de rentrer chez elle, elle tombe brusquement sur des bandits, mais armés. Alors, elle a peur, elle frissonne, mais elle avance quand même parce qu'elle doit arriver chez elle. On l'arrête. Le chef de bande l'a fait des avances dont elle refuse. Normalement, elle n'a que 15 ans. Ce n'est pas le temps pour penser mariage ou pour se mettre dans une relation. Alors, elle refuse. Elle avance, elle a peur, elle tente de courir. Il y a une balle dans sa jambe. On a tiré sur elle. Elle est à terre. On la force quand même, on la viole. Le chef des bandes toujours. Et suite aux douleurs, aux blessures, elle a perdu connaissance. Une fois réveillée, elle se retrouve dans une maison qu'elle ne connaît pas. Et là, elle est bloquée, elle ne peut pas sortir de la maison. Elle est forcée à coucher avec des hommes ici et là. Elle est sans défense. Si elle résiste, elle sera tuée. Un jour, si je dois dire gloire à Dieu, ou je dis comment, elle réussit quand même à s'échapper parce que le monsieur en question était parti boire avec ses amis. Elle réussit à s'échapper, mais elle n'arrive pas à retrouver le chemin vers chez elle. Ça la prend quelques jours dans la brousse avant de rentrer chez elle. Et quelques mois après, elle découvre qu'elle est enceinte. Alors, moi, je me dis, je précise que je viens du Nord Kivu, précisément des Goma, où les atrocités, où nous sommes dans l'actualité de la chose, si je peux me permettre de le dire ainsi. Alors, je vais parler de la justice transitionnelle. Je me pose la question, est-ce qu'il est temps de parler de la justice transitionnelle dans le contexte du Nord Kivu, mais non là, non seulement du Nord Kivu, mais dans le contexte de la RDC? C'est vrai, il y a des parties où on peut se permettre d'utiliser le mot la paix, mais il y a d'autres parties, jusqu'à maintenant, il y a le conflit, il y a la guerre. Alors pourtant, la justice transitionnelle vient après la guerre, vient après le conflit. Alors, moi, je ne vais pas trop me focaliser sur la justice, parce que là, maintenant, on a besoin de la réparation. Alors, la réparation vient bien. Alors, s'il faut parler de la réparation du point de vue de la jeunesse, je dirais, pour ces gens de cas, cette dame, non seulement elle a besoin d'assistance psychosociale, parce qu'elle est blessée de l'extérieur comme de l'intérieur. Elle a besoin d'être assistée psychologiquement. Elle a besoin de reprendre ses études. Comment elle va le faire? Il y a un enfant. Elle ne va pas jeter l'enfant. Elle a besoin de faire grandir cet enfant malgré elle. Comment cela va se faire? Alors, je proposerais que ces genres de personnes, disons la jeunesse qui a subi ces genres d'atrocités, non seulement qu'elle soit au centre de la réparation, mais que toutes les décisions autour de la réparation, qu'elles participent à cela. S'il y a des processus, s'il y a des fonds qui seront donnés, que cela passe par la main de la jeunesse, passe par la main des associations de société civile, des ONG humanitaires, que s'il y a des actions à prendre, que la jeunesse contrôle comment ces choses vont se passer. Parce que deux fois, on nous dira qu'il y a des réparations, je ne vais pas citer les noms, les gens nous disent qu'il y a des lois, des édits, il y a la réparation, c'est juste vous qui n'êtes pas au courant. D'accord, j'accepte que je ne suis pas au courant. Mais à quel point la jeunesse est concernée et consultée? Alors, moi, je pense que si cela se passait entre la main de la jeunesse, parce que c'est la jeunesse qui souffre. La jeunesse, nous souffrons maintenant, même nos petits aussi souffrent, parce que, en tout cas, maintenant, on ne sait plus dire qui est le vrai victime, qui ne l'est pas, parce que tous, on est victime, comme la dame de Sierra Leone était en train de le dire, mais du côté de la jeunesse, nous avons besoin d'être consultés. Nous connaissons nos propres blessures. Et pour parler de la réparation, il faut qu'on touche les vrais problèmes. On a besoin de centres de formation professionnelle. Donc, il faut prendre en considération les attentes de la jeunesse pendant la réparation. Et c'est là que je dirais que c'est une réparation
Nina,
effective.
thank you. Your time is up.
Oh,
we'll get back to you.
Sorry.
If we have Enya on the line. Enya, you have... Enya? He's not with us. Okay, let's continue. Rita, I'm going to come back to you. So I read some part of the Lake Chad Basin study that was published sometime last year. And what I found interesting was on the part of reparation that it talked about is that reparation efforts in the LBC is prioritizing ex-combatants over victims. And like we said, young people are affected. They're both perpetrators and victims. And my question is not predicated on the fact that ex-combatants nothing should be done for them, like reintegration into society shouldn't be done. However, how do we find a balance between reintegrating ex-combatants into society, and how do we make sure that we strike a balance, that reparation efforts strike a balance between the reintegration of ex-combatants into society and taking care of victims?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. You rightly said it. One of the key findings of the LCB report on transitional justice was that much effort was laid in the reintegration of ex-combatants than to the provision of reparations to the victims, to the direct victims themselves. So, Bert, as we're talking about transitional justice, we are looking at, we don't give a certain form of priorities because, as you said when you went through the report on the state of transitional justice, you said that most states are saying they are talking about the lack of funding, the lack of resources to address all of the key challenges within transitional justice. So there is a need to actually prioritize things. So we need, first of all, within the context of the transitional justice at the Lake Chad Basin, when the stakeholders were being interviewed on what should actually come first, they talked about the guarantee for peace and reconciliation first. Why? Because the people really want to go back to their houses. Why? Because the people have suffered enormous harms. And the very first step is by guaranteeing that these soldiers, these young people who are actually involved in this armed group are given the possibility to actually reintegrate the society. So much of the programs around involved in this armed group to actually déposer les armes, actually drop down the arms, and actually given the possibility to reintegrate the society without a fear of being hated by, the population. Yeah. So it's just a matter of trying to get to the fact that when you even look at this armed groups, when you look at these people, you understand that we have victims who are perpetrators at the same time, meaning that they actually find themselves in this armed group without they are being promised that they are going to have something like pecuniary or monetary compensation for committing these crimes. And they find at that particular moment some kind of usefulness to their life, like they were idle, they were not doing anything. But with the promise that, okay, you're going to kill this person, or you may not even kill this person, but you're going to have this particular sum of money at the end of the day, you find yourself dealing with things that you do not really want it. And then we talk about child soldiers too, who are enrolled into this armed group without their consentment. So there is what we call in French le vice de consentement. Okay, so I would like to say that when the programs therefore try to address the fact that these ex-combatants actually need to be reintegrated in the society, we need to understand that there is a part, a segment that equally deals with the victim perpetrators who find themselves within the situation without having given their consent to it. And then, of course, we have the direct victims, those who are actually involved, those who have witnessed or have felt the direct consequences. Yes, they deserve to receive reparations. Yes, they deserve to actually have a promise of a better future. They deserve to regain their dignity. But what will be the advantage of actually developing more resources to assisting these people who in some way already receive humanitarian assistance than to actually address the armed groups themselves, those who are ready to actually drop their arms, so that we should actually guarantee a repetition of the situation.
Thank you very much, Nina. Nyari, I know time is of the essence, but I know time is of the essence.
We want to try something and see if you can speak from my phone. So can you put the...
Who is that, Enya?
Enya, please speak.
All the stress. I think I would just... please confirm that I'm audible.
It's okay. No, it's okay. Enya, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. It's echoing.
Can you confirm that you can hear me now? Hello?
No, we can hear you, Enya, but it's echoing. There's feedback. Just 2 minutes for each of you. And to Nyasha, my question would be, the experience from South Africa. I think we've heard a lot about what happened in South Africa, but as far as reparation is concerned, my issue with South Africa is this. The TRC did not address the socio-economic disparities between black and white South Africans. And because they were so concerned about reconciliation and because they did not address these disparities, right now we have South Africa paying for that mistake. And so my question is, what lessons can we learn from there? But also, because your area is data and technology, how can we harness that, especially with young people, to make sure that reparations are more meaningful, not just tokenistic, like you said, but they address generational traumas that the generations coming after us will not have to deal with this issue anymore. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I think I will respond to the question in 30 seconds. So I think it's important, we can learn from South Africa the importance of data and technology. Quite unfortunate that when the TRC was formed, I think 2 decades ago, the issues to do with technology, I think we're still lagging behind. But I think if technology was harnessed, I think it could have helped to loop in some of these gaps that we are now seeing as a result of the flawed TRC process. I recall, I think a month ago, we heard that the South Africa Human Rights Commission was actually challenging the number, which was documented that only 25,000 people were affected by apartheid. But in reality, apartheid affected quite a large number of South Africans. And I think it is a result of lack of credible data and technology that could have assisted the TRC in actually properly documenting the proper number of people who were affected by apartheid in SA. But I think drawing from SA's TRC, how flawed the process is, I think it's quite important that for countries that are also now going through the process, they also now need to make use of data and technology to be able to properly document the people who are affected, to properly have credible data on how best they can be able to have a clear picture of how the people are affected, and also addressing some of the issues, the socioeconomic disparities, which are also leading to the challenges that we are now facing as a result of the flawed TRC in SA.
Thank you. I'm coming to you now, Rita, finally. My question is, so I had a chance to go through this last night, and what I found interesting is this. There's no comprehensive TJ policy in the DRC, that is one. Two, there is no accountability process, there's no truth-seeking process currently, and the conflict is still ongoing. But we have reparation efforts going on, like FONAREF and all that. And I do understand the urgent need of victims because I was part of the TRRC in the Gambia, and Ida just spoke about how we had interim reparation during the Truth Commission. So my question is, what role does the current reparation efforts in DRC play in helping bring about a peace process and eventually, I'm hoping, a TJ process where we will have accountability and all the other elements, including reconciliation? What role does the current reparation efforts have to play in that, especially for young people?
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Enya, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. It took so long.
So, Enya, please, can you allow Rita to finish, and then we'll get to you. Just 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. So I'm a bit worried about the sound. So now that we have it, let me just note my observations very quickly. I think I'll wrap up in one breath, please.
Okay. Time is of the essence, Enya. Make it brief. Thank you.
All right. Yes. So your first question to me was, what do youth-centered approaches to reparations look like? And I think every other speaker has echoed our sentiments. They must place young people as right holders and co-designers from the beginning, not just as passive beneficiaries. This practically would mean that we have to involve young people in needs assessment, budget prioritization, monitoring, designing reparations. This would take several forms: scholarships, psychological support. We've seen from our recent partnership policy, psychological support plays a very key role. There is also the need for a socioeconomic empowerment of young people, because we can't be discussing reparations for young people in a system, in an existing system where they are economically disempowered. So vocational trainings, again, mental health and psychosocial support services tailored specifically to young people and survivors. This is pretty much what a youth-centered approach to reparation that would be forward-looking looks like. And to your last question about recommendations, I think I'll just take that quickly. I made notes of the fact that we need to create youth-inclusive reparation mechanisms and ring-fence this with mandatory funding and support at every stage. We also need to prioritize survivor representation, and we see this again from the report that we just put. Not just saying, oh, we check a box. Has done some very wonderful work in that, saying we want youth to go take a more formal step to put this in normative frameworks. We need to prioritize this. Our normative and legal system should mandate youth inclusion, right? And then we should make, beyond just youth inclusion, we should make sure that we provide the necessary ecosystem to support them. We must provide funding. We must ensure that we provide the capacity to support them in the design, budgeting, implementation, monitoring, and all of that. And we must, of course, seek to reform those institutions that have in a way brought us to this place where we have faced these challenges in the first instance. So I think I've just summed up most of what I had to say. A lot of this is also available in the recent policy brief that the African Youth for Transitional Justice Network, in collaboration with Impunity Watch, put out today. So it's a nice read, and I'd be happy to take questions from anyone. Thank you, Turner.
Thank you very much, Enya. Thank you. Nina, please help me. Just 2 minutes so that we can open the floor before Nyari comes for me. 2 minutes, huh? Do I have to repeat the question, Rita? I repeat the question? Okay. So I'm saying, according to this, there is no comprehensive TJ policy in the DRC. That is one. 2, we have some reparation efforts going on right now. However, there is no truth-seeking process. There's no peace-building process. There is no accountability process yet. So my question is, how do these reparation efforts, how do you think they can influence a peace process that would eventually probably lead to a comprehensive transitional justice process in the DRC, inclusive of all the elements, accountability, reparations, you name it, reconciliation and all of that, especially particularly for young people, because most of the rebels that are carrying these weapons and doing the violence are young people. So please help me. 2 minutes, huh? 2 minutes.
Merci beaucoup pour la question. Alors, comme vous venez de le dire, par manque de politique de réparation, on ne peut que ne pas atteindre un bon résultat. Parce que le processus n'a pas été respecté. Alors, si j'inclus la jeunesse dedans, pour nous, jeunes de la RDC, particulièrement des zones affectées, nous voulons, comme j'étais en train de le dire tantôt, être impliqués. Alors, si le gouvernement n'est pas prêt à suivre le processus de la réparation, qu'on nous consulte. Non seulement qu'on nous consulte, mais qu'on nous donne de l'espace, la place d'exercer cela. Pas à leur place, mais sous leur surveillance. Moi, je proposerais que cette réparation, que ces bureaux de vérité et tout, que cela soit géré non seulement par le jeune survivant, non seulement par les organisations de la société civile, au-delà de ça, qu'il y ait des audits indépendants, je précise, parce que des fois, la réparation peut être en train d'être mise en marche, mais s'il n'y a pas des audits, on ne saura pas si les fonds libérés sont en train de répondre aux vrais problèmes, sont en train de répondre aux problèmes prévus, spécifiques. Pour cela, il nous faudra avoir des audits. Alors, si, comme vous venez de le dire, cela n'est pas encore le cas, voilà pourquoi les organisations des sociétés civiles, nous sommes en train de mener des plaidoyers auprès du gouvernement, jusqu'à sur les chaînes régionales, internationales, afin de voir comment cela sera pris en compte. Parce que si cela n'est pas considéré, comment on va parler de l'efficacité de la réparation? On sera en train de crier, il n'y a pas la réparation toujours et toujours et toujours. Pourtant, c'est nous qui ne prenons pas les choses au sérieux. Voilà pourquoi je proposerai que la jeunesse qui est directement affectée dans ces cas, qu'elle soit mise en avant pour mieux contrôler ce processus et pourquoi pas être dans la comité de gestion et voir comment ils vont conduire les choses jusqu'à la fin. Question d'avoir une paix durable, parce que là, les problèmes qui seront réglés, ce sont les vrais problèmes qui sont...
30 seconds, hein? 30 seconds, wrap up.
C'est ce que je suis en train de dire, parce que là, les problèmes qui seront traités, ce sont de vrais problèmes, de vrais cas. Pas des cas qu'on lit dans les rapports, pas des cas qu'on s'imagine ou qu'on voit sur des réseaux sociaux, bien que des fois il y a de vrais, des fois il y a de faux, mais des cas qui seront récoltés sur les terrains par les organisations de société civile, des cas qui seront confirmés par les jeunes survivants et des cas qui seront vérifiés par des organisations indépendantes en tout cas.
Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you very much, everyone. Enya, thank you, Nyasha, Nina. And now we open the floor. This will take literally 8 minutes. Okay. I will take, okay, we have 3 hands, 4, 5, 6, that's a lot. I will try to take 5, not more. Okay. I will go with you, the man in the suit in the back. No, the guy behind you. Can you get him a mic, please? Sorry, can I have the mic? Can you help me get him a mic?
Thank you for the panel. Excellent interventions from young people. I think what we just want to flag a little bit is around the issue of technology and who gets to tell narratives and who owns those narratives, because no longer, with the rise of AI particularly and the issues around media, social media, etc., are we seeing that narratives as clear, and when young people are not even having the opportunity to learn our history, etc., and are confronted for the first time on social media or through AI technologies to a construed or a deconstructed truth, how do we start to think about reparations, particularly from youth, to be able to respond in a growing age of digital responses where narratives can get captured, there can be erasure, there can be omission of the experiences of young people and the continent and the country and the violations and atrocities that happen. So can I just elevate the conversation for me? That would be fantastic to the panel.
Thank you. Can we have the gentleman in front here, please?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais juste intervenir pour rectifier quelque chose qui a été dit à propos de la politique de justice transitionnelle en République démocratique du Congo. Je serai assez bref. Et ce qui a été écrit ici En fait, peut-être ça a été publié un peu très tôt, mais il y a des développements importants dans le contexte national. Il y a d'abord une politique nationale qui a été adoptée par le gouvernement en Conseil des ministres au mois de mai de cette année. Donc, il y a 3-4 mois. Ça, c'est un. Deuxièmement, cette politique adopte une approche holistique, donc qui inclut les réparations. Bien sûr, dans la mise en œuvre, le programme de réparation, le fonds de réparation ont pris une avance sur les autres piliers. Mais cela dit, les autres piliers ne sont pas oubliés, parce qu'il y a un processus pour adopter des lois pour la justice pénale, pour le poursuite pénale, etc. Et il y a d'autres mesures qui sont prévues au titre notamment des commissions vérité et réconciliation. Il y a même une loi cadre, un projet de loi cadre qui est soumis au Parlement, qui doit être soumis au Parlement ou en cours d'être soumis au Parlement pour préciser les principes devant régir la justice transitionnelle en RDC. Merci beaucoup. Donc il faudra actualiser ces documents.
Thank you very much. Well, the document was released yesterday. I agree with you. We appreciate that there are efforts on the way in the DRC for comprehensive TJ process. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll have you, sir. The guy behind you.
Oui, je m'appelle Didier Kigonia. Je travaille pour RACOJ, qui est une organisation basée au Kivu, qui travaille sur les conflits et la promotion des droits humains. Je dois commencer par remercier les panélistes, les jeunes pour leur excellente présentation. Ah, ok. Je disais, mon nom c'est Didier Kigonia, je travaille pour l'ONG RACOJ, une organisation basée au Kivu. Je commence par remercier les jeunes pour leur brillante présentation. Mais néanmoins, je voulais rappeler qu'il y a maintenant plus de 50 000 enfants de moins de 10 ans qui ne peuvent plus fréquenter l'école au sud Kivu, du fait qu'il y a une violence permanente dans la zone. Il y a également plus de 20 000 jeunes de moins de 17 ans qui ne peuvent plus fréquenter l'école parce qu'ils sont parfois en déplacement ou parfois séparés de leurs familles respectives. Et nous, dans notre travail de protection, nous avons encadré depuis le mois de la période de février jusqu'en mars 26 enfants de moins de 10 ans qui étaient séparés de leur famille. C'est pour vous montrer la gravité des faits. Ces jeunes-là, qui ne peuvent plus fréquenter l'école, sont un danger permanent, une bombe à retardement pour les pays, la RDC, mais aussi pour la région en général. Le fait de n'avoir pas accès à des opportunités d'emploi et à une éducation de qualité, ils deviennent sensibles aux manipulations. Ce sont eux maintenant qui vont intégrer les groupes armés pour devenir une bombe pour toute la région.
Merci.
Je voudrais plutôt montrer que les programmes de réparation, que ce soit au niveau de l'Union africaine ou dans les États partis, devraient tenir compte de ces groupes de marginalisés, notamment les jeunes, les enfants, mais aussi les jeunes filles qui sont, la plupart d'eux, qui sont devenus des esclaves sexuels à cause...
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Merci.
Oui. Okay. S'il vous plaît.
15 seconds, please. 15 seconds, wrap up. Yeah, please. Look, I understand that everybody has something important to say, and everything you have to say is relevant to what we are doing right now. However, this is structured so that every panel will have a certain amount of time to do their discussion. So I'll take one more question from the lady over there. No, there was a lady. You, yes.
Merci pour la parole accordée. Je vais mettre avec les talents, c'est un peu compliqué. Ouais, je vais m'efforcer. Hein. Nous, les dames, avec nos talents, c'est compliqué. Oui, je m'appelle Déodate Bissomérine. Je suis avocate de profession. Je coordonne également une ONG au Sud Kivu, qui est sous occupation actuellement, dénommée Regard Femmes pour le développement intégral. Et nous travaillons également avec les jeunes, surtout dans la réinsertion socio-économique des jeunes sortis des groupes armés. Et ici, je voulais marteler sur le fait de voir comment mener un plaidoyer sur la réinsertion socio-économique des jeunes sortis des groupes armés. C'est un aspect que je n'ai pas entendu. Peut-être que je n'ai pas bien suivi ou je n'ai pas prêté attention. Mais c'est aussi important de jeter un regard sur ces jeunes-là sortis des groupes armés. Je voulais également marteler sur le fait de pouvoir unifier les stratégies, surtout pour ce qui est de la réparation historique, de ne pas éparpiller les stratégies ou les pistes de réparation historique. Ça serait une approche à mettre en œuvre. Je voulais également marteler sur l'inclusion de jeunes dans le processus de réparation et voir comment inclure le jeune dans l'élaboration de politiques de réparation à tous les niveaux. Il y a également un dernier point que je voulais mettre en exergue, c'est sur la refonte de rapport Nord-Sud. Et je pense que c'est un processus qui pourrait aussi donner lieu à une réparation efficace et équitable. Voilà un peu ma contribution.
Merci beaucoup. So we'll have Nyasha answer the question and then we'll wrap this up.
Thank you so much. I think the threats that my brother from Namibia has raised are quite important. Threats of erasure of history, digital divide, data privacy, misinformation online. I think they're very important, and these are true risks or true threats that come as a result of technology. In as much as we are making use of technology to assist us in TJ and reparations, there's also the bad side of technology where it can be used to manipulate or to also distort the TJ and the reparations processes. But because we know of these threats, we can also make use of technology to be able to help us to deal with these threats. With these threats, for instance, we can try by all means to make sure that we protect our archives, both digitally and also physically. I think we can also try and build youth data-driven memorial projects, which we can also try by all means to safeguard our stories for future generations. And then I think we can also not solely rely on tech, but also make sure that physical memorial sites, we also have them. In that way, I think we can be able to deal with issues of AI and the threats that they pose to issues of TJ and reparation. I think in brief, that's what I can say.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nyasa. So now each of you has 30 seconds to wrap up. Enya, we'll start with you. 30 seconds, not a second longer, please. Your audio is gone again. Yeah, your audio is gone again. Nina, please. 30 seconds.
Thank you. Just to round up, I would like to follow what was said earlier concerning the relationship between the North and South in trying to foster reparation mechanisms within the African context. I would like to say, particularly concerning this, that to promote youth inclusion within TJ mechanisms or processes, it will be interesting to actually see that programs which have been funded by international donors like the EU and the African Union actually have eligibility criteria that concern the implication of the youth, right? So that the bidders who are successful in trying to obtain most of these projects relating to the implementation of mechanisms around, or reparative mechanisms around TJ, should actually put the youth at the forefront of this. Thank you.
30 seconds, Nyasha.
Please, Chair, kindly confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now. Enya, 30 seconds.
Oh, great. Oh, great. I think I'll just round off my reflections by responding to my brother Stephen early on when he asked the question about technology and TJ. I think technology, artificial intelligence processes need to reinforce the work that we do in transitional justice, because there is no way we would be able to make significant progress without the use of technology. But I think that what we really have to do, having to talk around your fears of disinformation, information distortion and all of that, is to maybe, speaking as a lawyer now, we probably have to go to those days of corroboration, insistence on corroboration. Yes, we have information available, but can we try to corroborate this by some other external events? Can we try to make this make sense by a certain state of activities that surround this kind of arrangement? So I think that's something that we probably want to look to as we deploy technology in the course of our work. My final word, we need to dismantle structures that place young people as passive beneficiaries of reparations of the entire gamut of transitional justice processes. Young people need to lead, and I say this not just to the older generation, but to the young generation. We're not talking about leadership in terms of just sit down and wait for it to be handed down to you. You need to take initiative, build your capacity, and ultimately, when the forum and the opportunity is created, you can step into those shoes and create impact. I leave you all with those words. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you, Gugu, in particular.
Thank you, Enya. Nyasha, help me out.
Thank you. I think my parting shot is that for the youth, I think reparations should be rooted, should be data-driven and rooted in the lived realities of the youth. I think that way reparations can be meaningful and transformative. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Rita, 30 seconds. That's as far as my friend goes.
Merci beaucoup. Pour finir, je reviens vers ce que mon frère de Rakoj était en train de dire. Je crois qu'il est en train de vouloir nous montrer quelques conséquences de la situation que nous sommes en train de vivre à l'Est. Non seulement à l'Est, mais s'il faut parler de l'Est, actuellement, il y a plusieurs filles qui sont forcées, je vais dire, qui se sont retrouvées dans le mariage forcé. Au-delà de ça, il y en a d'autres qui sont devenus des esclaves sexuels. Au-delà de ça, il y a d'autres qui sont tombées enceintes, qui vont avoir des enfants ne connaissant pas le père, ni comment ils vont élever ces enfants. Malheureusement, il y a d'autres qui se sont retrouvés séropositifs. Il y a des jeunes hommes qui se sont retrouvés dans l'armée. Ils ont été recrutés par force. C'est vrai, la justice transitionnelle, s'il faut parler de ces piliers, c'est bon, mais nous, actuellement, nous avons le besoin le plus urgent est tourné vers la réparation. Parce que s'il faut attendre qu'il y ait d'abord justice, qu'on identifie les auteurs, les acteurs, qu'on les juge, qu'on sort les jugements et tout, il y a les gens qui sont en train de mourir là-bas. Il y a des familles qui ne peuvent plus accéder aux soins médicaux. Il y a des femmes enceintes qui accouchent sans assistance. Il y a des nouveaux-nés qui meurent malheureusement parce qu'il n'y a pas eu de soins appropriés. Il y a des enfants qui ne vont plus à l'école. C'est que les temps qu'on sera en train d'attendre que la situation redevienne, que la situation soit calme, il y a les victimes seront en train de s'ajouter au nombre que nous connaissons déjà. Ce que nous pensons et nous proposons, en même temps nous faisons cet appel aux personnes de bonne volonté de tourner un regard humanitaire vers ce parti-là qui sont affligés. C'était ça mon point pour finir, parce que les temps on va attendre à poursuivre ces piliers là-bas, la situation ne va pas stand-by. Ça ne va pas s'arrêter. Les gens vont continuer à mourir. Et nous, qu'est-ce que nous faisons en tant qu'humains? Merci beaucoup.
Yeah. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Nyasha. Thank you, Enya, for joining, and the audience, thank you very much. Everything that has been said here is relevant, and I do apologize for the people who didn't have a chance to have their voices heard here. We can engage in conversations later. But the takeaway for me is there is a lot of work to be done, and not a single person can do it. Rita alone and the gentleman over there and the lady that spoke from the eastern part of Congo, they talked about issues that saw the urgency and the need of the people in that part of this country and how they cannot wait for a full-fledged process to begin. They need as much help as they can now. They need as much support as they can now, and we need to work on that. And the AU as an institution need to work on that. Congo as a country need to work on that. Africa as a continent need to work on this issue. And reparation for me finally would be, it has to be result-based. It cannot just be cutting checks for people or tokenistic efforts. It has to be result-focused. When we say reparation, we must account for an outcome that is tangible, something that will help us get rid of this cancer that is plaguing this continent. Thank you very much. To the next panel, we apologize for eating into your time. Thank you, everyone.
Our moderator and panelists, one more session. I would say that I would like to commend us. The room is still very full, and I've seen that we all have kept our maximum attention. So to the last but not the least session, which is the sixth session, Reparations as a Platform for Healing. I would like to call on the moderator, Ms. Gugu Shabalala, who is our Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Services Program Manager. And then for the panelists, we have Ms. Tion, who is the project officer in charge of the AUHRM project Ethiopia. We have Professor Serge, who is the senior policy officer AUPCRD. And then we have Mr. Batlemi, who is a president of the non-profit organization for the handicaps' rights in Congo. A round of applause for them, please, as they come up the stage. Gugu, over to you.
I think I can't say good afternoon anymore. I have to say good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying and giving us all the attention and waiting for us to finish to be the last session today. If I was in my usual space, I'd probably make everybody just stand up and stretch a bit, but I know I'm with very serious people, so I'm not going to attempt that. Thank you, Mary, and thank you to everyone. And okay, everyone is here. Thank you. I have been debating on how to start this conversation. It's a very interesting conversation because it builds on the prior conversations that everyone started, where everyone is talking about the violations that have happened to everyone, to societies, to countries, to people, and the impact of that. But we're all talking about the policies. And what we bring is a different perspective that is going to look at what happens to the actual people, the communities, the individuals. I like the fact that this afternoon we started looking at the youth, at women, and the challenges that they face. So our session is going to be looking at when we talk of reparations, and it's been interesting, I was noting how many times we mentioned reparations and money, reparations and compensation. I know that it's not the end all. My colleagues like to say, I think the answer to everything is trauma counseling or mental health and psychosocial support. And my comeback is, you guys think that the answer to everything is money. And what we've learned, right, is that money only does a bit. It's not the all-encompassing intervention that communities that are wounded, that have suffered, need. We talk about reparations and needing acknowledgement. And so in this session, we're going to be exploring what is the AU doing, how is the AU fulfilling its mandate in terms of contributing to the healing of communities, the healing of African countries. But what I bring and what our other colleague bring is also the perspective of the victims themselves, because through my work at CSVR and in South Africa and in different places, I've worked quite a bit with survivors. And interestingly, Shelley was reflecting on 30 years this morning of South Africa's transitioning. One of the conversation I had with a survivor recently was someone saying to me, she was a 76-year-old woman, and she's one of the part of the 20,000 closed group. And so she got the $3,000 US at the time, I think. And she got 30,000 rands, that's what it was. So at the time, I think it was 1:10 in terms of the conversion, right? And part of the conversation that we had, she said to me, you know, Gugu, when we got the money, it was like a windfall. I had my kids, and it was the first time for me to have this much amount of money. And I blew it in South African terms, that's what we would say. She said, I spent it. And not to say that the money wasn't needed, but had I received psychosocial support prior, or had I been trained in some way on how to handle the money prior to me receiving the money, I would have saved it. Because at the time, I wasn't thinking about me leaving 30 years later. I had just survived apartheid. So I wanted to make myself feel better, and I used the money. We can't say she misused it. She used it to the best of her abilities at the time. And when I think about it, right, we expect victims to receive whatever support that we give. And I love the fact that there's been conversations about people can speak for themselves. Victims, survivors can speak for themselves, and they are best placed to speak about what is it that they need in order to facilitate healing, and how can we use reparations. Reparations go beyond just monetary compensation or access to services. We talk about also looking at acknowledgement. How do survivors receive acknowledgement? But what does that look like? And unfortunately, that means that we have to go to the basic, right? To the individual. Because, and when I say individual, I don't mean one person, because it could be an individual in a communal sense. What a community in KZN needs is different to what a community in South Sudan may need. So there has to be like a bringing together of those perspectives. What the policy says, the marrying together. That's how I like to see it. The marrying of what the policy says and also what victims need and what victims require. So that when we then say because there's this element, for me, healing, and everyone who knows me knows that I say this, healing is a journey. So if we talk about healing as a journey, why then do we put a full stop to how much you can receive or what you should be receiving? Because I'm the only one who knows what heals me. Anybody else will have to speak to me to receive that. And if it is a journey, as people grow, their needs change. What I needed when I was 28 and I had a small child, I don't need now as a woman in my 40s. That's not what I need. I need something different. And if you're going to be assisting me, you have to take that into consideration, have to look at reparations. That people grow, they develop, and so should our interventions. So should, if we're really serious around achieving healing, if healing is a goal. And what that speaks to is the intentionality, that there has to be an intention. I think most of the interventions that we apply when we look at reparations, it's like healing will come as a result of, if somebody has a job, they'll be healed. I always say that 1 + 1 is equals to 4. There's a lot of variables that we are not adding in to get the person there. And so in those variables that we're not adding, we're expecting them to be met by somebody else, but we don't define who the other person is. And I'm not saying that mental health and psychosocial support interventions are the it and all. I'm saying there has to be a complementariness that we bring. Because I believe that we can cancel you till you're pink in the face, but if there is no policies in the country that are aimed at rebuilding, at creating a society that is healed, then we're wasting time. The counseling will go on forever, and people will forever be crippled and oppressed by the system. And hence, then, we need to start looking at how can we bring institutions like the AU and victims themselves to speak for themselves around what do we need when it comes to, what do we mean by reparations as a platform for healing first, and what is needed there. Today we have, His Excellency couldn't join us, but he has a video that he has sent through. His Excellency Adama Dieng, he sent through a video that we are going to show, and in his video, he will speak about the work that he's been doing in trying to bring about acknowledgement to victims through investigations of different violations in the different countries. Hopefully the video will play with sound. Is it coming through, or should we? Okay, it's coming through. Sorry, I also panic about time because I know people are exhausted, the brain is no longer working. Colleagues? Okay. While we wait for the... Okay.
La stabilité de la RDC, ce sous-continent est bel et bien une priorité continentale. Mesdames et messieurs, la République démocratique du Congo a trop longtemps souffert. Cette souffrance remonte à l'assassinat de Patrice Lumumba. Depuis l'indépendance, la stabilité du Congo a trop souvent été secouée au point de fissurer les fondations même de l'état de droit. La stabilité de la RDC, ce sous-continent, est bel et bien pas seulement une préoccupation nationale, mais c'est aussi un impératif pour l'Afrique. La justice transitionnelle doit être intégrée aux stratégies de consolidation de la paix à long terme, au développement économique et à la gouvernance démocratique, pas seulement pour l'essor de la RDC, mais pour l'essor de tout le continent africain. Nous devons investir dans les institutions, protéger l'espace civique et favoriser la coopération régionale. L'Union africaine, en partenariat avec les Nations Unies et la société civile, reste déterminée à soutenir la RDC dans sa quête d'une paix durable. Le potentiel préventif de la justice transitionnelle n'est pas toujours reconnu, peut-être en raison de la tendance à considérer la justice transitionnelle comme un système principalement tourné vers le passé, ce qui est surprenant puisque la promesse « plus jamais ça » qui transparaît avec force dans la Charte des Nations Unies a toujours été un facteur de motivation important dans l'application des mesures de justice transitionnelle. L'accès à une réparation effective est un droit. Sur le plan juridique, l'absence de réparation est une violation à part entière, un déni de justice. Sur le plan moral, accorder réparation revient à reconnaître la souffrance des victimes et de leurs familles et contribue à rétablir leur dignité dans une certaine mesure. Mesdames et messieurs, il y a 31 ans, le monde était témoin sur le sol africain de l'horreur indicible du génocide perpétré contre les Tutsis et en servi au sein du système des Nations Unies et au tribunal pénal international pour le Rwanda. Je porte le poids de ce souvenir, non pas comme un observateur distant, mais comme un témoin à la quête laborieuse, de justice. Le tribunal d'Arusha nous a appris que la justice ne se résume pas à la punition, mais à la vérité, à la dignité et au rétablissement de l'humanité. Tout en désagrégeant les différentes composantes de la notion de réparation, établissant ainsi que la justice pénale n'était pas à elle seule une réponse suffisante aux atrocités, la justice transitionnelle a contribué à consacrer les droits correspondant à chacun des piliers sur lesquels elle repose. Vérité, justice, réparation.
The interpreters were saying the sound is very low. I don't know if there's any way of... Okay, so yeah, I think His Excellency's speech will be put up somewhere in one of the media platforms and people can have access to it. I think that will be easier. It's a pity that we missed his contribution, but I'm sure that my esteemed panel here is quite capable of helping us look at reparations as a platform for healing. And I would like to give the opportunity first to Sergey to speak on the mandate of the DCRP.
Bonsoir à tous. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole pour parler de l'expérience du Centre de l'Union africaine sur... Is it good? C'est bon. OK. Merci une fois de plus. J'espère que je me fais comprendre. Je disais merci de me donner la parole pour partager l'expérience du Centre de l'Union africaine sur la reconstruction post-conflit et le développement. D'emblée, j'aimerais dire que le Centre de l'Union africaine sur la reconstruction post-conflit et le développement est un centre qui a, ce mois de septembre, une durée de 2 années d'opérationnalisation. Ce centre a été lancé en 2000, a été lancé par le commissaire aux affaires politiques de paix et sécurité, son Excellence Bankole, mais en compagnie du ministère des Affaires étrangères de la République arabe d'Égypte et d'autres acteurs des parties prenantes de l'Union africaine. Mais c'est seulement en septembre 2023 qu'elle a été effectivement opérationnelle. Mais cependant, malgré son jeune âge, le Centre de l'Union africaine sur la reconstruction post-conflit et le développement a des initiatives louables dont je vais partager avec vous. Mais il faudrait, pour commencer cela, marquer un temps d'arrêt sur le mandat même de ce centre, son rôle et ses missions, avant de poursuivre. Sur ce qu'on vient de dire, que le Centre de l'Union africaine a pour mandat de prévenir les rechutes dans les conflits, les reprises de conflits, mais aussi de promouvoir un temps de paix et de développement sur le long terme. Et son rôle et ses fonctions en alignement avec la politique révisée de l'Union africaine sur la reconstruction post-conflit et le développement qui a été adopté en février 2024, consiste dans une approche holistique, coordonnée et pragmatique de mettre en œuvre des initiatives de pacification, de stabilisation et de consolidation. Il convient de dire que le centre agit et intervient suivant des principes phares, notamment le leadership africain, l'appropriation nationale et locale, la cohérence, l'équité et la non-discrimination. Revenons sur le sujet sur lequel nous sommes appelés à partager notre expérience. Il convient de dire que nous avons une approche fondée sur les principes, sur les piliers phares de notre politique de reconstruction post-conflit et de développement, parce qu'il faut rappeler que cette politique comporte 9 piliers phares, notamment la gouvernance politique et transition, la gouvernance sécuritaire, l'aide humanitaire et les urgences, les droits de l'homme, la justice transitionnelle et la réconciliation, femmes, paix et sécurité, aussi l'intégration des jeunes, la durabilité environnementale, mais aussi sans oublier la question de reconstruction socio-économique et développement. Et chacun des 9 piliers de la politique de l'Union africaine sur la reconstruction post-conflit et de développement comporte des critères de référence et des normes qui constituent les éléments sur lesquels, qui guident le déploiement dans les États ciblés, les États identifiés, mais qui constituent aussi, qui guident également la coopération, la collaboration avec les autres acteurs, les autres parties prenantes qui sont les organisations de la société civile, aussi les universitaires, les acteurs de développement, mais aussi tous les États membres de l'Union africaine. Mais qu'est-ce que le centre a pu effectivement réaliser qui pourrait participer à ce processus de guérison? Parce que loin de l'élaboration, loin de la détermination des principes qui guident nos interventions ainsi que des piliers, le centre agit également à travers des initiatives de terrain. C'est cela qui renforce, qui justifie son caractère pragmatique, parce qu'il est un centre spécialisé, c'est comme une agence spécialisée en matière de reconstruction post-conflit et de développement. Mais il faudrait que vous sachiez où il se trouve. Je ne l'ai pas dit au départ, le centre est basé en Égypte, au Caire. Il est basé en Égypte, au Caire. Il est assez, comme je l'ai dit, il est assez très jeune, mais avec des activités et des activités audacieuses. Mais qu'en est-il alors de cette approche fondée sur l'effectivité, sur son pragmatisme, sur le pragmatisme en matière de reconstruction post-conflit, qui d'après nous serait susceptible de contribuer à ce processus de guérison. Nous avons plusieurs approches d'intervention, comme je l'ai dit, de manière holistique. Nous avons la réalisation des projets, de ce que nous appelons les projets d'impact direct. Parce que ces projets d'impact direct ont pour vocation de prévenir, de guérir, de contribuer même à la guérison, mais aussi de lutter contre certains déficits observés dans certains États, dans différents secteurs d'intervention. Il peut s'agir de l'éducation, il peut s'agir du secteur social, il peut s'agir du secteur économique, il peut aussi s'agir même des soutiens, des soutiens psychosociaux et même des appuis en matière de chromatisme. Je vais citer un exemple. Nous avons, par exemple, mené d'abord une enquête d'identification des besoins au Libéria, en partenariat avec le gouvernement du Libéria, mais aussi avec les acteurs de la société civile identifiés sur le terrain, ce qui montre, ce qui justifie notre approche de collaboration et de partenariat. Et aussi, il convient de dire que le centre ne conçoit pas, ne conçoit pas ses activités sans avoir mené des enquêtes d'identification des besoins. Cela, c'est pour répondre aux priorités des États et aux priorités des populations, aux besoins réels des populations locales. Par exemple, ce projet dont je parle de projet d'impact direct qui consiste en la rénovation d'une école publique basée au Libéria, a d'abord été précédé par le déploiement du personnel du centre au Libéria, accompagné des membres du gouvernement, des acteurs de la société civile et d'autres leaders, où le travail a consisté à identifier les besoins réels, à discuter également avec les populations locales afin de savoir si le besoin répondait réellement aux attentes des populations locales, qui peuvent être des survivants au conflit, ou encore même des victimes indirectes au conflit. Donc, voilà un exemple de projet d'impact direct. Il faudrait encore rappeler que le centre également, dans la mise en œuvre de son principe qui consiste en la durabilité, de s'assurer de la durabilité de ces projets et grâce au renforcement des capacités de ces acteurs, procède de manière binaire. D'abord, le centre, avant la mise en œuvre de ces projets pratiques d'impact direct sur le terrain, procède d'abord au renforcement de capacités des acteurs dans des États identifiés. Et cela a été fait au Sud-Soudan en octobre 2024, où le centre a pu organiser une session de renforcement des capacités des... Ok, d'accord, oui, je vais rapidement, je vais citer quelques exemples. J'étais sur le renforcement des capacités des acteurs politiques, de la société civile, des universitaires, des leaders d'opinion, de tous les organes intervenants, de tous les acteurs intervenants en matière de sécurité au Sud-Soudan, sur la gouvernance politique et les questions d'état de droit. Et cette même session de renforcement des capacités s'est poursuivie en Somalie sur la gouvernance, l'état de droit, mais aussi avec pour public cible le gouvernement somalien, les acteurs de la société civile, mais aussi avec la participation de tous les partenaires intervenants en Somalie. Nous avons également poursuivi cette session de renforcement des capacités à Madagascar sur la participation politique des jeunes et des femmes, la participation politique des jeunes et des femmes, mais aussi leur intervention dans la consolidation de la paix. Et ce jour se termine, pendant que je suis ici au Caire, une formation continentale dédiée aux jeunes issus des 5 régions d'Afrique sur la politique révisée de l'Union africaine en matière de reconstruction post-conflit et de développement, mais aussi sur l'usage des nouvelles technologies de l'information et de la communication dans le processus de consolidation de la paix en Afrique. Donc c'est une activité qui s'est achevée aujourd'hui et je vais vous donner la parole. Je pense que revenir avec d'amples détails et clarifications lors de la phase des échanges. Merci.
Thank you, Sergio. I think we all heard how he highlighted the work of the PCRD as all-encompassing and holistic, from the needs assessment to the implementation of the activities that are identified by the country itself, working in collaboration with others, and even including capacity building of, I'm guessing, the local implementers within the country. And I'm sorry for cutting him short, and I'm pretty sure that you can find Sergey, and he is very passionate about explaining the work of the PCRD, and he can share a bit more with everyone. I would like to now hand over to Sion just to highlight some of the work that she's been doing as part of the human rights, the AU's human rights memorialization project that she is coordinating.
Thank you very much, moderator, and a very good afternoon to you, all distinguished participants, dear colleagues. I am grateful to join this panel today to share on the African Union Human Rights Memorial Project, which I'm coordinating, but my principals at the African Union Commission, Ambassador Salah, who started the process, and Dr. John, heading transitional justice units, are here with us. My intervention will be limited on the practical and on the ground experience, how memorialization being operationalized at the African Union Commission level, and generally on Africa's journey towards memorialization, towards reparative justice. My key message is that memorialization can also serve as a platform for healing if it's implemented with all its principles, implemented as the transitional justice policy indicated with all its principles. And the African Union transitional justice policy also identifies memorialization as an indicative element, as a pillar for any successful transitional justice process, which should endure even beyond the transitional justice period. Let me give you a brief background on the Human Rights Memorial Program that we are putting effort to operationalize at the African Union Commission level. It is a flagship continental initiative to honor our past and learn from it. It was mandated by AU head of states and government officially in 2012, and it has simply three purposes. First, to acknowledge historical injustices and atrocities across Africa. Of course, colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. Second, to honor victims and survivors of atrocities on the same area. And third, to create a permanent memorial site at the headquarters of the African Union Commission to serve as a platform for learning, to learn from history. A dedicated task force has been overseeing and leading this program at political level from the African Union member states. We are being guided by their close direction and follow-up. Before presenting a high-level update on the program, I would like to talk briefly between a link between memorialization and reparative justice, which this link can anchor on three of its functions, three of core functions of memorialization. First is recognition. Recognition, satisfaction to victims. As you all agree with me, memorialization provides moral reparation, satisfaction to victims. First of all, officially by acknowledging what happened in the past and also validating their experience. And this recognition, this acknowledgement definitely repair lost dignities. by also countering denial, right? And which is a fundamental step in the healing process, in the healing journey. The second function of memorialization, which has a link to reparative justice, is it established truths. It established truths and safeguards tomorrow. As you may know, memorials act as a permanent repository of evidences, facts, fulfilling the right to know, the right to truth for generations. So simply, the past understood not as a vague tragedy, but as a documented process with clear causes and consequences for all those historical injustices. So it's all about creating a platform for dialogue. It's all about creating a platform for reflection and also to engage citizens critically to reflect on past atrocities and human rights violations. As I indicated, African Union Transitional Justice Policy also reaffirmed the policy organ decision to establish a permanent memorial site at the headquarters of the African Union Commission, mainly on colonialism and slave trade. Briefly, to highlight the journey so far from mandate to implementation, I would like to highlight just two major milestones on the program. The first one is on its physical construction. The program is being implemented through a strategic phased approach, of course, due to a funding reality from our member state. However, as we speak, we managed to construct the African Union Human Rights Memorial Garden at the headquarters of the African Union Commission at the site of Alam Bakany, which the government of Ethiopia provided to the project. So next time you are in the headquarters, you have a place to visit. Currently, we are advancing on creation, we are advancing on erecting the monument as per the designs approved by member states. The other component has to do with the virtual platform. To complement the physical site, there is also an initiative of developing a virtual memorial platform, which is a web-based e-exhibition with immersive VR technologies. As we are on the era of technology, we are currently also working on that. As we speak, one exhibition room has been completed with contents collected from a relevant member state. We're hoping it will be up and running coming April 2026. So we're putting effort to establish a comprehensive educational tool virtually for audiences, especially the youth. You know, what caused those historical injustices and what are the consequences. We really have to pass this for generations. Okay. Let me just briefly highlight the key challenge and conclude with few words. Of course, our main challenge is sustainable funding. The overall construction of the site was estimated with a cost of 6.5 million USD. And the member state wanted to fund it to be on the driver's seat of the project. So we are currently mobilizing these resources from AU member states. The other challenge has to do with content collection. As you agree with me, memorialization is all about narration, right? So we are again following up with our member state to get contents in terms of text, audio, video, image, to update, to upload on the system for them to have this platform in reality. My moderator is rushing me. Just to conclude with final words, I would like to reiterate what I initially mentioned, which memorialization is not only about erecting a static monument, however, it's a living memory by establishing a platform for reflection. And also, it can be a healing process. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you, Tion. I promise on a normal day I'm not this dictator, but yeah, time is not on our side today. And thank you for highlighting what the AUHRM is about, which is the acknowledgement of victims, honoring them, and then ensuring that there's a permanent repository of our history. And I think that is something very significant that we need in moving forward as a continent. I'm going to give our last speaker in the panel 10 minutes, like everybody else, just to share your experience as a victim who's experienced the interventions at a different levels.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Bonsoir encore. Si on peut se mettre debout pour 1 minute de silence en mémoire de toutes ces victimes qui sont mortes pour raison de mes condoléances, on se met 1 minute de silence. Merci beaucoup. On peut s'asseoir. En fait, moi, de mon nom, m'appelle M. Barthélemy Kialondagwa. Je vais partir à travers une brève, comme la modératrice l'a souligné, historique de mon cas, puisque si on organisait ces assises sans avoir les témoins vivants qui devraient témoigner, qui devraient apporter leur expérience, partager ensemble avec les autres, c'est pour cette raison on dit une chose faite sans moi est contre moi. Et que donc j'encourage les organisateurs et je les félicite encore. Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils ont pensé à nous, que comme je suis parmi les victimes des guerres à l'Est, précisément dans les territoires de Chabunda au sud Kivu, c'était vers les années 2002 à Chabunda lorsqu'on faisait jouer au bal. Et du coup, mon ami, on était encore des petits enfants. Il a ramassé un engin explosif, ne sachant pas que c'est un danger. Du coup, ça a explosé. Lui, il était décédé sur place. Et moi, on m'a ramené vite à l'hôpital pour me transférer à Bukavu, vers le centre Erikwetro à travers le CICR, Comité international de Croix-Rouge, Genève, je ne sais pas. Alors, lorsque je suis allé là-bas, on m'a pris en charge. Du coup, je me suis retrouvé encore vivant. Et je fais ma vie grâce à l'intégration d'abord de ma famille, puisque dans cet âge-là, je ne pourrais pas me tenir. Mais aujourd'hui, on me dit licencié, enseignant d'université, père de famille, responsable d'une ONG locale. C'est quelque chose à encourager. Ce n'est pas donné à tout le monde. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a de nos amis, de nos semblables qui sont devenus handicapés suite à la machine de fabrication qui est la guerre, qui fabrique du jour au lendemain. Et aujourd'hui encore, nous enregistrons des cas de victimes de cette guerre d'agression, de cette guerre d'atrocité, surtout dans la partie est de chez nous. Ce que j'allais recommander pour l'Union africaine et d'autres partenaires multilatéraux, parce qu'on parle de la justice transitionnelle et que c'est le sujet du jour, je pense que cette justice, et aujourd'hui nous parlons de la question du handicap comme une approche basée sur les droits. Je n'avais pas voulu être né congolais. Je suis né congolais parce que c'est Dieu qui m'a donné cette nationalité. Pour ce faire, tout ce qu'on peut mener comme action
approche holistique, approche caritative, devrait justement être orientée dans l'approche basée sur les droits. Pourquoi les droits? Parce que lorsqu'on reconnaît que non, tel est victime et il est innocent ou elle est innocente et n'a pas été à la hauteur de tel acte qui lui est arrivé, je pense que les autorités doivent voir comment orienter la politique de gouvernance. Effectivement, on peut parler indemniser les victimes. On me donne $1000, on me donne $500. Je pense, comme on le dit dans les proverbes africains, vous pouvez me donner les poissons, je peux manger aujourd'hui et demain, mais le lendemain, je ne saurais pas manger. C'est justement lorsqu'on est devenu handicapé, il faudrait qu'il y ait des programmes, par exemple la réadaptation physique. Pourquoi? Parce que lorsqu'on parle de la réparation, on répare, oui, on fait l'arrangement à l'amiable, l'entente commune entre l'auteur de l'action et la victime, mais de toutes les façons, lorsqu'on rentre dans la réadaptation physique, là, peut-être moi, je n'ai pas la jambe, on peut avoir un programme pour me faire des prothèses. Je n'ai pas la main, ou soit je n'ai pas les bras, on peut faire pour que j'aie des orthèses. Mais dans tous les programmes, je salue d'abord les FONAREF dans notre pays, la République démocratique du Congo. Mais si jamais dans ces programmes-là, au niveau régional ou sous-régional, on implémente une politique qui impose aux États partis de tenir compte de tous ces aspects jusqu'à ce que la victime puisse se retrouver intégralement sa vie communautaire, je pense que ça pourrait être une bonne chose. Un autre élément que j'allais recommander, c'est la participation des personnes devenues handicapées suite au conflit de guerre dans le processus de justice transitionnelle. Comme j'ai introduit en disant, on ne peut pas parler d'une victime sans l'implication et sans la participation de cette victime-là. Ceux qui ont encore la chance d'exister comme nous sommes là, c'est vraiment important de tenir compte de tout ce que nous avons comme souci, comme préoccupation, parce que c'est nous qui vivons cet état des choses. Et on ne peut pas parler de ma propre vie sans qu'on ne puisse pas me demander qu'est-ce que vous pensez, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire de vous. Demain, on ne sait pas qui deviendront, que deviendront les autres personnes qui sont aujourd'hui apparemment valides. Est-ce qu'ils deviendront handicapés, ils seront décédés, ils seront dans quel état? Donc nous devons prévenir des mécanismes pour faciliter notre vie sur cette terre pour qu'il n'y ait pas vraiment de problèmes et qu'on se sente réellement que nous sommes une même communauté. Je devrais terminer en disant la réinsertion socio-économique des personnes handicapées suite aux affres de guerre, c'est une bonne chose. Aussi, l'organisation des chambres foraines. Aujourd'hui, nous avions entendu parler qu'il y a des tribunaux, des prisons qu'on veut construire ou soit qu'on est en train de construire, des détournements par-ci, par-là. Mais des prisons, oui, mais est-ce qu'on a d'abord identifié ces auteurs? Est-ce qu'on l'a condamné dans les milieux où il a commis des exactions? C'est une sorte de motivation et une façon de soulager tant soit peu les victimes. Quand on organise une chambre foraine et il est jugé dans cet endroit-là et il est condamné, je pense que ça va vraiment répondre au problème. Et cela va susciter vraiment que les autres actes ne puissent pas se commettre dans ces milieux. Et pour terminer, je demanderai à l'Union africaine de mettre en place un programme de réadaptation, comme je l'avais encore dit, pour permettre à ce que la personne handicapée elle-même puisse trouver comment se prendre en charge. Puisqu'effectivement, dans notre organisation Handicap Israel in Congo, nous avons un programme d'éducation école inclusive. Au lieu de parler de l'éducation inclusive, nous avons pris l'approche école inclusive. Pourquoi? Parce que dans cette école-là, nous voudrions que la personne, un élève handicapé est là, et l'autre apparemment validé là, et ils compétissent ensemble dans la classe ou soit dans l'auditoire. Au lieu de faire une formation, ou soit une école informelle, ou soit éducation informelle, mais qu'il y ait une compétition pour savoir ce que l'autre encore incarne comme capacité pour que ça puisse aider la communauté. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Bartholomew, for sharing your experience, first of all, with us. We really appreciate it and we feel honored this evening. And yeah, just listening to you highlight when we talk of inclusion, meaningful inclusion, but inclusion that also leads to empowerment and strengthening of the person's individual's capacity and capability, and how much that is so required and needed when working with survivors. Thank you, I appreciate that. I know we don't have time, so I'm not even going to attempt. I know people might or not. I will just check, going once, going twice. If people with just burning comments, can we take the questions and then we'll come back to you, CJ? Okay. Burning, I know I can see 3, and that's the 3, and then we'll come back to the panel to just close us off. Again, apologies for the time. Do we have mics? Can I see the 3 hands again? Okay. Now there's more, but I saw 3. 1, 2, 3. The gentleman with the price shirt there. Okay, there are no women, so it's okay. I'm not being biased. Everyone whose hand is up is a man, so I'm not leaving anyone out. So it's the gentleman there. Is it just this one? Thank you. Yeah, the gentleman there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Johannes from Namibia, okay? I want to ask Madam from the EU on the issue of the memorial. Are you only going to involve, because at that level, you're going to do it at state level, and then obviously each state will have its input. However, I will humbly request for the victim communities to be directly also involved in that project. Many a times when such type of projects come at state level, they manage it at state level, and the people that is the victims that need to have input, that needs their story, their history be told, is not involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Morgus. I'm from IGAT. My question goes to the professor to the PCRD Center. Thank you for elaboration for the mandates of the PCRD Center. We are aware that the center is doing capacity building for member states, including in our region, Somalia and South Sudan. But my question is, what kind of mechanism or intervention the center is using for psychosocial support intervention in our post-conflict countries? And what you suggest that what should be the role of regional economic communities to address psychosocial support in the same post-conflict member states of AU or respective RECs. Thank you very much.
OK. Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Moi, c'est Florentin Bienda. Je suis de la RDC. Je travaille pour Africa Reconciled, une organisation nationale. Et dans le cadre de la justice transitionnelle, nous organisons parmi nos activités des discussions constructives sur la justice transitionnelle. Alors, j'ai suivi avec intérêt l'exposé sur la mémoire ou les activités de mémoire surtout du point de vue de l'Union africaine, de la politique de l'Union africaine. Alors, j'ai compris que la mémoire, c'est vraiment une bonne chose du fait que ça contribue à la reconnaissance des souffrances des victimes. Mais dans le cadre de discussions que nous avons souvent avec les communautés affectées, et les membres des communautés et les victimes, parfois il y a des questions qui sont soulevées sur cette question, notamment il y a des voix qui s'élèvent et qui montrent que si ces initiatives de mémoire ne sont pas bien encadrées, parfois ils contribuent à raviver les douleurs des victimes et parfois même ils conduisent à la vengeance et à perpétuer donc les violences. Alors ma question ici, c'est de savoir, selon votre expérience, selon le travail que vous avez déjà fait en tant que panéliste sur la justice transitionnelle, est-ce qu'il y a des mesures d'encadrement que vous pouvez nous partager ici pour éviter que les initiatives de mémorialisation ne puissent pas conduire à ces violences ou à perpétuer ces violences? S'il y en a en termes de leçons ou en termes de pratiques, de meilleures pratiques, en tout cas, je serais ravi d'écouter ces leçons que vous avez apprises pour que nous puissions aussi les partager avec nos communautés. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Sa Majesté Mfumu Difima Ntinu, roi Congo, grand chef coutumier Congo, président du Conseil supérieur de l'autorité traditionnelle et coutumière de la RDC, président de l'Union africaine des autorités traditionnelles, collaborateur de l'Union africaine. Je dirais également vice-président du Conseil de l'autorité traditionnelle appelé Kotla Hadis. Ici, je voudrais avant tout remercier l'organisation, l'Union africaine, saluer les différents organismes qui accompagnent, notamment le FONAREV, mais surtout les différents experts qui se battent pour donner un sens à la justice transitionnelle. Il est à noter que je suis également membre du groupe de travail sur la justice transitionnelle en RDC. Et je voudrais bien faire mentionner que la justice transitionnelle n'est qu'à son début, à ses premiers pas. Comme cet enfant qui vient de naître, qui n'a même pas encore commencé à trottiner. Et donc, sa première marche dépend beaucoup plus de l'encadrement que les parents vont avoir sur ces bébés. À défaut, ça sera un handicapé qui va se transformer d'office. La justice transitionnelle n'est autre que l'image de l'incompétence de la justice normale. C'est-à-dire, on juge, il n'y a toujours pas de choix, toujours pas de solution. Que faire? C'est revenir en arrière et trouver des mesures qui mettraient fin à ces fléaux. L'intervenant juste à votre droite, madame, peut-être que vous n'aviez pas vu comment il est. Non, à votre droite. Voilà. S'il peut se permettre de se lever, je ne sais pas si tout le monde peut voir son handicap. Il est l'image clé. Mais il a dit une chose. Il dit, si moi aujourd'hui je me retrouve dans cette situation, qu'est-ce qui ne dit pas que demain, vous qui êtes là, qui vous dites habile entier, deviendrez ce que je suis. C'est l'interpellation. Et c'est là que j'interviens. Si on veut parler de la justice transitionnelle aujourd'hui, c'est parce qu'on voudrait apporter des solutions qui sont liées à la culture. Comment amener quelqu'un dans sa culture à atteindre un niveau d'oubli de ce qui s'est passé et de la renonciation à l'agression. Est-ce qu'on tient compte de cette culture africaine? Parce que même une réparation peut se faire, mais sans effet, parce que ce n'est assis sur rien du tout. Je suis le gardien des coutumes. Et je voudrais que, au-delà du travail et des énergies qui sont déjà produits, pour donner un sens à la paix recherchée, de ne pas hésiter de revenir en arrière et de prendre tout ce qu'on a fait, l'asseoir sur les questionnements de la culture. Sommes-nous sur le vrai chemin et que nous puissions vous donner la réponse. C'était juste ça. Par la même occasion, je souhaite la bienvenue à tout le monde en République démocratique du Congo. Que les treux et les archanges vous bénissent, qu'ils vous gardent jusqu'à ce que vous rentrez chez vous, mais qu'ils vous ajoutent cette intelligence et sagesse pour que nous cheminions ensemble. Merci.
Thank you, Your Majesty. And I've already put in my disclaimer that normally I'm not a dictator. I'm the sweetest person you'll ever meet, but I'm very much aware of how tired people are. So I'm just going to ask Professor Seje and Tion to answer the two questions that were posed and also in 90 seconds include their closing remarks, and then we'll hand it over to Bartholomew to also take 90 seconds and close us off. I promise we'll be done in the next 4.5 minutes. Thank you.
Merci de me donner la parole une fois de plus pour apporter des clarifications et des réponses aux questions qui ont été posées. J'aimerais, avant de me pencher sur des questions, dire à mon collègue de gauche qui intervenait que la majorité de ces recommandations figurent dans la politique de l'Union africaine sur la reconstruction post-conflit et le développement. Cette politique, je l'ai dit au départ, comporte non seulement des critères de référence et de normes, mais un éventail d'activités ciblées, d'activités identifiées, dont la mise en œuvre pourrait apporter des solutions à vos préoccupations. Et cette mise en œuvre, comme je l'ai dit, relève non seulement de la responsabilité de l'Union africaine, mais aussi de la responsabilité des États, des organisations, de la société, bref, tous les acteurs impliqués, parce qu'il y a le principe, je vous l'ai dit, pour même d'ailleurs rejoindre la proposition faite par Sa Majesté tout à l'heure, il y a le principe du leadership africain qui figure également comme un des principes qui guide la mise en œuvre de ces politiques, mais aussi l'appropriation nationale et locale. Donc ça veut dire que les activités mises en œuvre sont contextualisées. Donc voilà les principes qui guident cette politique. Mais maintenant, je reviens rapidement à la question portant sur la santé mentale et le soutien psychosocial. Je dirais que les initiatives du Centre de l'Union africaine pour la reconstruction post-conflit et le développement ont porté récemment sur l'élaboration et même la validation d'une ligne directrice. Il y a une ligne directrice qui a été élaborée et validée sur une ligne directrice sur la santé mentale et le soutien psychosocial, et qui sera certainement adopté probablement en février prochain lors de la session du Conseil exécutif ou du sommet des chefs d'État, et qui sera comme le guide, qui sera comme le cadre juridique africain en matière de santé mentale et d'assistance psychosociale. Vous avez également parlé poser la question sur la place des mécanismes régionaux. Est-ce que nous les impliquons? Je dirais oui, bien évidemment. Je vais citer par exemple, nous avons tenu en 2024 une session en Ouganda qui réunissait les mécanismes régionaux, la communauté économique de l'Afrique centrale, la SADC, l'IGAD, et aussi la SADC, l'IGA, la communauté économique de l'Afrique centrale, pour non seulement renforcer leurs capacités sur la politique de l'Union africaine en matière de reconstruction post-conflit et développement, mais aussi aligner, voir dans quelle mesure les différentes politiques de reconstruction pouvaient également être alignées à la politique de l'Union africaine en matière de reconstruction post-conflit. Donc, comme je vous l'ai dit, c'est une approche holistique qui intègre les différents acteurs, dont les règles et les mécanismes régionaux sont également pris en compte. Et d'ailleurs, ce mois, nous irons au Togo continuer ce mécanisme de renforcement des capacités des mécanismes régionaux pour une bonne appropriation de la politique de l'Union africaine sur la reconstruction post-conflit et le développement. Merci.
All right, thank you very much. Let me try to merge the two questions from Namibia and DRC on victims' involvement on the Africa Union Human Rights Program, as well as on the sensitivity of memorialization or memory programs. Of course, we are a secretariat at the Africa Union Commission, and the guidance and the priorities will come from policy organ. However, there is a room for us to involve victim associations to get contents and to then present the contents to member states for their approval. As I indicated, there is a committee of task force constituted as to guide this process. So whenever we get contents, we present to the validation of this task force committee. For example, just to give you an example, last year we went to the Red Terror Museum because one of the priorities is that Red Terror Museum for this program, and we met the boards of the Victims Association, which they were very much moved and uplifted by the very fact of the Africa Union going there to collect contents on Red Terror. So, of course, we have a room, and definitely the old contents will be validated and approved by relevant member states. On the sensitivity of memorialization, of course, it's a very sensitive project. However, at the Africa Union Commission, we put efforts to remain as much as neutral, and also to pay attention on the causes and consequences of conflict, rather than, on the issues on the surface, why those conflicts happen, and what are the consequences that we should pass for generations, right? And transitional justice policy also put the principle of inclusivity. And on this particular project, there were consultations that the task force member state and relevant task forces in the continent almost had for a decade to realize this program. So as much as possible, we try to be inclusive and consultative as the time and resource permitted. And thank you.
Thank you, Tia. Bartholomew, 60 seconds and then we close. Thank you.
OK, thank you. Je remercie encore votre attention de tout ce que j'ai dit et je suis sûr et certain que toutes les recommandations que nous avons apportées au sein du panel doivent être vraiment prises en considération. Merci.
Thank you again, and thanks everyone for joining us and sitting through the last session that really looks at how do we holistically implement or look at reparations and how do we put healing at the center, because we're not working with machines, we're working with people, and people need to heal through processes that we implement with them at the different phases of transitional justice. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I will hand over to the moderator. Don't see him. We are finished. We are just waiting for the moderator to close us off. I can't take over the powers of a seat that doesn't belong to me. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. A round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. And we have come to the end of the session. A round of applause for ourselves. I know you all don't like me very much, but the work has to be done. And as always, we are accountable to ourselves. Not just to ourselves, but we are also accountable to our funders. And also to the government of DRC, who has actually taken time to really be part of this process. And as we end, just for the international participants, please ensure to get your DSA today from Anissa as well as Annie. And then for the local participants, tomorrow there will be a representative from the government tomorrow, so please get in touch with them. I would like you all to indulge me for 5 minutes. So today is Nigeria's independence, and as you all know, I'm proudly Nigerian, forever till I die. And so happy birthday to Nigeria, just to say that. But I would also like to acknowledge a colleague of mine, Anissa Hassan. Today is her birthday. I'm sure you all know Anissa. Anissa, please wave. And so Anissa, as you all know, was with me till 3 a.m. this morning, even on her birthday. So we would like to sing a happy birthday for her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Anissa. Happy birthday to you. So as a token of our love and appreciation for the advocacy team, they go and they break their backs. I know some of you see this, all of these nice things, but there's a lot of breaking back behind the scene. And so we have a cake. Anissa, here's your cake, just to say happy birthday. And please feel free to have a taste of the cake with all our love. And we can officially declare the session closed. Have a good day, everyone, and travel back safely. Please, arrive très tôt demain. Si tu n'arrives pas très, on va rester ici jusqu'à 9h le soir. Non, moi je blague. J'encourage tout le monde de venir très tôt demain, puisqu'on peut finir à midi. Et après, vous pouvez explorer la ville et amuse bien dans la cité d'Okin. Merci beaucoup. Ah, 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, 9h le matin. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, 9h le matin. Please don't go. Please celebrate with Anissa. She's your money bag. If you want to collect your per diem, please stay back and celebrate with Anissa. Thank you very much.